Overlord, the Dragon Monarch. Chapter 1, John Cena. I always believed in God. My faith was so strong that I preserved my body from all women for the sake of God. I loved God, this is why I did many sacrifices in my life. It was hard, very hard. For one and simple reason. Internet. I was 25 years old, and this is 2027, so just like everyone I used my phone and computer in a regular basis. To the point where it became an addiction. I just couldn't stop watching anime and reading mangas, novels, and fanfictions. There is also porn, and all those things made me do some unwanted deeds such as masturbating. It is true that it is considered a sin, but at least I preserved my body from others. It was an effort that others didn't bother consider as well as other things. It was not because I did not have relations with girls, or because I was ugly. Actually, I could be considered a very handsome man, with a strong physique developed from consistent training in sports that many are wishing to have. Although receiving many opportunities and invitations from females, I always refused to do it, in order to be saved, in the hope that something even better would be waiting for me on the other side. This is why I always prayed and asked forgiveness for the deeds I was doing when I was alone. As I said, I was doing this to have something better in the afterlife. But what I didn't expect was that I would join God so soon. At the age of 25, I died. You may ask how. I guess all of you already know. But I will tell you nonetheless. I was coming out of the library I used to go to. I would always pick mangas and novels from there and read them. Opening the door, I started hearing a song, but not any song. It was John Cena theme music. I started looking around to see if there was one of those guys who ask for money while dancing in public, but the whole street was unexpectedly empty. It was as if an apocalypse has started. The busiest street in the city was empty. I knew something was off. All of a sudden a huge bus came at a crazy speed with a single goal in mind, to make me thinner than paper. It's Bus Onee-chan. I cried out. Seeing that, I went back running inside the library. The bus literally scratched the windows, but it was as if no one in the library was bothered by it. It was so quiet. Looking behind me inside library, I saw that everyone was gone. Where did people go? Just 30 seconds before the library was full of people. What is going on? When I was sure that the bus was gone, I came out in a hurry to see what was that, but the bus is nowhere to be seen. Ha ha ha, can't believe I saw Bus-chan in person. Then suddenly, realization struck me. The music didn't stop, it was actually the opposite. It got louder, and only when it reached Rabazu, I was sent flying in the air. While spinning uncontrollably, I saw what gently stumbled upon me. It was Bus-chan's senpai. Truck-kun. He was literally blushing. I swear on my life that I saw him wink at me. It was the last thing I was able to mutter before taking my last breath, then everything went black. Opening my eyes, the first thing that came into view was a businessman, and a huge one at that. He is probably at least 250 centimeters tall. And he was wearing a black and white suit like John Wick's. He has a clean-shaved face, and a short black hair combed to the back. Wait. Is that a fade? Anyways, his face was fairly handsome but has some wrinkles here and there indicating he is a middle-aged man. He crossed his legs, then started talking with a voice full of authority. Hello lowly human, you have reached me here through my subordinate Truck-kun. Yeah, I remember. I was cut half through my speech. Who told you that you can speak? Shut the fuck up and listen. He made a disgusted look, as if he was looking at a worm on the ground. I simply nodded my head. What can I do? He is literally God. You during your life were a good servant of this God, and I don't betray my loyal servants even if they are lowly humans, so I will give you another chance. You will live a life where you will do whatever you want, without God's restrictions and orders. You can even become a god if you make the right choices. The way he spoke was like a businessman who was forced to speak to a broke client who was asking a lot of questions knowing he won't buy his services, just because his boss's motto was client is king. He had to answer. Then I will be able to fuck girls. I will be able to drink too. I asked. Sigh, as I said, you will do whatever you want. The moment he finished his explanation, I jumped on his leg like a koala and hugged it, then tears started flowing. Oh, thank you God. I'm real. Thud. The god kicked the shit out of my noise, completely breaking it, and blood was now flowing instead of tears. You fucking disgusting human, if you dare do that again I will send you get fucked from your ass for a couple of decades then bring you back here. I was shocked from his statement. I thought God was loving and merciful, but this asshole is an asshole. Still under the shock, I didn't even dare stand up from the ground, and I just kept looking at him. Then a green light enveloped me, then my noise was no longer hurting me, and the blood disappeared. After applying a sanitizer on the spots I touched him in, he continued. I'm letting you off the hook this time because you were dedicated to me, but there will be no next time. Then let me explain to you what is going to happen. You will have 2 wishes. The first wish will be for the world you want to be transported to. As for the second wish is for whatever you want in that world. It can be a superpower, good looks, become immortal, having a system, or things like that. I nodded my head, indicating that I understood his every word, still reluctant to talk. Then tell me first, what world would you like to go to? He spoke, unfolding his legs and crossing them in the other direction, taping the head of his index on the handle of the throne he was sitting on, indicating that he was impatient and didn't have time to lose waiting for me to think. Fortunately, me as an otaku, I did imagine this scenario happening thousands of times before. I have conditions to the world I want to live my next life. First of all, I need to be free and do whatever I want with no one able to stop me or tell me what to do. Second, I want to live a very long life. I would even say I don't want to die anymore and enjoy the freedom I will gain forever. And lastly, I want a fun place where many things and events happen to not die from boredom. When I did a brainstorm to keep only the animes that validate these 3 conditions, I was left with only 2 options. The first was that time I got reincarnated as a slime. As for the second, it's Overlord. It is a very hard decision, but in the end I made the choice. Okay then, I want to go to Overlord world. I told the god my choice. Overlord then Okay, very well. Then now let's proceed with the next thing. Tell me your wish for the next world. The god said, expecting me to wish for something like a cool system or time or space manipulation, but it was none of that. The only thing I wish for in my next life is to be filthy rich. All the money should be legal and has explained source for the authorities. I explained. Humph, those greedy stupid human are all the same. Anyways, mortal, your wishes will be granted. Now be gone and do whatever you want. He waved his hand, feeling relieved that he got rid of me, but right after he said that I could see another person spawn in my place, and I loved the expression he made. He was like, oh shit, here we go again. But a more angry and intense version of it. When he said that, I was forcefully pulled from the place. I am now drifting in the outer space, going past multiple galaxies and solar systems. At one point I hear the John Cena song again, and when I looked at the source of the sound, it was Truck-kun under a parasol on a small moon of an unknown planet. He waved at me when we made headlights contact. I didn't know the great Truck-kun had time for travels. I thought he was ice-skating people at full time. Anyways, I continued being pulled to the unknown, waiting patiently and excitedly to my new beginnings, my new life where I will have no bounds, but I will have to wait a couple of years for the game Yggdrasil to shut down. Until then I will do what I have to do. After a while I was getting closer to a big-ass planet. It was similar to Earth somehow, but the atmosphere was different. The clouds were so dense and varying in colors from green to black, it was as if I touched those clouds I would immediately pick skin and lungs cancer. Entering the atmosphere of the planet, I once again lost consciousness. Chapter 2, I'm rich as fuck boy. Opening my eyes, I saw disgusting-looking clouds. First time I see green clouds. Looking around, all I observed was tall buildings and flying cars, and in those few seconds while looking around I felt something on my face. Touching it, I felt a mask, and to be more precise it's a air filtering mask and goggles. And all of this proves one thing. I am indeed in the world of Overlord, or still in the normal world. We should be in the year 2126, the technology advanced so much, and as a consequence the nature and atmosphere was greatly damaged. It was damaged to the point where when going out to public without wearing air filtering masks, goggles and special dresses you would pick up a dangerous disease or might even end up dead. I felt something in both my jeans pockets. I first checked my right one, and it was my phone. It is a very cool and futuristic phone that can fold, also it completely made of glass. I don't know how they made it, but it's cool. I placed the phone back in my pocket to check the other one. Pulling my hand out, my left pocket contained a wallet. The first thing I saw was my ID. My name was Nouflex Sigma. It was the same name in my previous life, but my last name, the only thing it reminds me of is TikTok. I have 2 questions for you guys. Do you remember when TikTok was called Musical.ly? The second question is, do you remember when if you had TikTok on your phone then you were gay? If you don't remember, then you are too young. But if you do remember, then you are a real Sigma. Anyways, it says that I am born in 2108, it means that this body is 18 years old. Perfect, I became physically younger, and in the picture here I look the same as me before dying, but younger of course. Also there was a bank card. I remembered the wish I made to God and quickly opened my phone to check how much I have in my bank account. And I was surprised. Even though he was an asshole, at least he kept his promise. The number that I was looking at right now on my phone is $524 billion. Woohoo! I started jumping around like crazy. People started looking at me and whisper with each other, but I don't give a fuck. I'm rich, baby. After a while I calmed down. I need first to know where I am. I made sure my wallet was back into my pocket and safe, then I once again pulled out my phone and went to Google Maps. I'm now in America, California, exactly in Los Angeles. In my past life I never visited America. I lived in Morocco and could never afford to visit a place like this. But now I'm in LA, and with more or less unlimited money to spend. The first thing I will do is to look on Google for a good real estate agency, and I called them immediately. I told them that I want to visit their biggest manor, and that I wanted it to be far away from the city in the countryside. I made this decision for two reasons. First, the city is so polluted I might end up dead someday. Also, I want somewhere far from people and loud noises. Since I have this much money, I won't have to work, so I will go to the city center occasionally to have fun and parties or to shop and do things I enjoy. Anyways, the agency sent me the location. I ordered an Uber for $200 and he took me there. It was a special drive since not only we were flying more than 35 meters above the ground, but I was the only person on the car. There was no driver. The car was driving itself. It even offered me snacks and a massage. Well, this is what we call top quality service. One of the first things I noticed arriving at this period of time is that everything is more expensive than it was at 2027. Looks like inflation is doing whatever it wants. Arriving to my destination, I got out of the car and walked to the gates of the estate. There I greeted two men and a woman wearing what looked like suits. It seems expensive, assuming from the quality of it. It's stylish and futuristic. I wonder if it's a smart suit. I can expect anything at this point. Hello, young man, are you the one who talked to me on the phone? The woman asked. Yep, it is me, Nouflex. I came here for a visit, and if the place is to my liking, then I will buy it immediately. I examined the manor from the outside. It was still far away, and this proved just how big this place is, so I couldn't see the house itself very well. Sir, you seem very young. Do you know that this type of property is very expensive even if it's outside the city? Do you think you can afford it? She smiled wryly. Fuck. I forgot to ask for his age on the phone. He seemed so confident I completely forgot. Now the owner is here and I'm wasting his time. This kid will create problems for me. She became nervous since the person who used her agency to sell his property was a very famous and important person. If they brought him here just for this broke kid to give it a look and then leave, they will ruin their reputation, and he might even leave their agency for another one. Ma'am, I said that I will buy it if it's to my liking. I have the money. I don't care how expensive it is. I was dissatisfied with the way she looked down on me, assuming that I don't have the money and that I was just wasting their time because I'm young, but it's okay, she will get face slapped in no time. Oh, okay, very well. First let me introduce you Mr. Darwin Brown. He is the owner of this property. She pointed with her hand toward an old man who seemed to be in a good shape despite his age. Hello, young man, it is a pleasure to meet successful youth like you, he said while shaking my hand. My name is Nouflex Sigma. You can call me just Nouflex. And same here, it is a pleasure to meet you. I hope the manor will be to my taste. I smiled back at him. Oh, I'm sure you will love it, he replied. He seemed to be confident about his manor. I hope it won't disappoint, I thought. And this is my assistant Hugo Posey right here. She pointed to the middle-aged man who I nodded my head as a form of, hey, I don't care about your existence. Now let us proceed to the visit, please. She continued. Chapter 3, First Purchases. We had a very long tour. Since the place was so big, the house or manor itself was big, but not as big as a manor really should be. It had like 5 huge bedrooms with bathrooms inside them, 4 separate bathrooms, 3 big living areas, 2 kitchens, a gym, a bar, and a cinema. The technology in the house is something that I would never think it was possible. This one of the reasons why the whole place tour took us 2 hours, it was for them to explain how everything works here. They even though I was a retard because things like these are normal for them, especially for the youth, but they don't know I just came from 2027. Doesn't that make me the father of their grandfather's grandfather? Well, it doesn't matter anyways. The other reason for this long visit was the huge, and when I say huge I really mean it, the huge surface surrounding the manor. Everything I would want or need was there: a huge 30 vehicle spots garage, huge pool with really cool and long slides, a football pitch, a basketball pitch, a huge park/garden with different kinds of animals, and a karting track. Of course, because this place is huge, it comes with a full team of maids, cooks, and a few butlers. Each of those have an average salary of $3,000 per month, making it a total of $56,500 per month, including a chef cook and 2 normal cooks who work under his supervision. There is also a group of 10 young beautiful maids to keep the house organized and clean, as well as 4 butlers to do the handy and physical jobs such as grocery and grass cutting, as well as other things. So it isn't really that of a big deal. But this isn't what makes this place special. Actually, this place is protected by a transparent glass barrier that I failed to notice until they pointed it out from the toxic atmosphere outside. There is a whole mechanism inside and outside the barrier that purifies the air, so when I am inside I can do all the activities I want without a mask or special clothes. And this is what makes this estate so expensive. So Mr. Nouflex, what do you think about this place? The female agent asked while holding her tablet with both hands in front of her crotch. He probably is going to say that he's not interested or that he doesn't like the place to leave. He wasn't planning on buying it in the first place. How can a young guy like him afford it anyways? She taught with disappointment and shaking her head slightly, which didn't go unnoticed by me. Well, my lady, I really love this place. It is exactly what I'm looking for, so can I please know the price of this beautiful manor? I asked while changing my gaze between the stupid female agent and the old man Darwin. Mr. Darwin estimated and want to sell this estate at the price of $500 million, but he is ready to negotiate the price if you want. I cued her half through to make clear intentions. Perfect, please hand me a check. I will buy this property immediately. Meanwhile, prepare the papers to change the ownership to my name. The 2 agents were left with their mouths open, while the old man was happy and satisfied with this. We finished everything that should be done and everyone left, leaving me in my new and first property ever in my both lives. Now I own this huge house. Really, money is important in life. Especially if you live in LA and in the future at that. It is true that I have so much money, but it doesn't mean I don't want to have more. If I continue buying extremely expensive things like this without having an income, then I might end up broke before even going to the new world, and this is unacceptable. This is why I have a plan that will help me be even richer and help me in many other aspects as well. But this is just the beginning, so I took my phone and called an agency once again, but this time it was a hiring agency. I told them that I need a secretary. The next day the secretary came to my place. I let her in, then we discussed the terms of the contract and what would her job consist of. We agreed that she would live with me from now on, that she will be with me at all times and places to assist me, and her wage would be $12,000 a month with a possibility of a raise if I like her service. Of course, this is a very high pay. Compared to other normal secretaries it's 4 times higher, but she is the secretary of the great Nouflex, me, one of the richest people on the planet and the one who will go to the new world as the strongest. Now I will go shopping to buy a few things that are necessary for future plans. What I didn't expect was that Amazon would still exist. I'm sure Jeff Bezos died at this point, maybe his grandson kept the business. Well, it doesn't matter anyways, so I just proceeded to buy whatever I wanted. I bought the best laptop I found for $10,000, then a gaming PC for $20,000, and finally, and the most important thing, is the neural nano interface machine that I bought for $50,000. It's this expensive because it's the best and latest type of capsules. It's like the PS5 of capsules, talking about 2027 XD. Anyways, I had to wait 3 days for everything to be delivered. I opened and prepared everything, but I didn't use them. Instead, I went to my laptop and made searches about Yggdrasil. I found out that there is a single trailer about the game, and it is anticipated for the game to come out in 4 months from now, so this makes it a perfect opportunity to start my plans. Oi. Sarah. Come here. I could hear hasty footsteps coming outside the room, then she knocked on my door. Knock knock. Come in, Sarah. She opened the door and stepped in with her tablet in hand as always. Please take a seat, Sarah. She sat down in front of me and asked. Do you need me in something, Nouflex? Yeah, I do need your help. A game company is about to release a new game and it has piqued my interest. I can see clearly potential in it. This is why I want you to contact them and let them know that I want to invest. I explained with an Andrew Tate posture. It shall be done, but just a question, Nouflex, why invest in a game company and not in a real estate or a brand? She curiously asked. Why? Well, it's because games are fun. I answered with a smile. I'm now sure she will think I'm a crazy boy or something. I see, then I will contact them as soon as possible and keep you in touch. She noted something on her tablet. I can never understand how rich people think, they really are weird. But maybe this is the secret of their success. She secretly though in her mind. Okay, I will be waiting. It was all you can leave now. After writing her note on the tablet, she stood up, bowed her head slightly and left the room. My genius plan starts now. I uppercut the air in excitement and anticipation. Chapter 4, Ownership. Sarah, following my instructions, contacted the company that is developing Yggdrasil. She told them that I want to invest in their game and we arranged a meeting. Right now I am waiting along Sarah in a conference room for the owners to start the discussion. A few minutes later 3 men came in, their assistants following behind them. All of us shook hands, then everyone took his seat. Mr. Nouflex, I didn't expect the one who is interested in investing in our project to be this young. One of the men talked. Yeah, very true, seeing such people finding that our project has potential makes us happy. Added the other one. It's just that I am an ambitious young businessman who has specific objectives in his life. I tried to sound humble and as casual about things as possible. Of course this makes us glad, but I will ask you, Mr. Nouflex. Why were you interested in investing in our project and not something else? The third guy, who stayed silent the whole time, asked me. Unfolding my arms, I start speaking while gesturing with my hands to sound more confident and determined. Thank you, Andrew Tate. I thanked him in my head, copying his way of talking and moving. Well, I am a person who loves videos games and play them a lot, so I can make difference between good and bad one. When I saw the first trailer talking about the options, functions, and mechanisms of the way the game would be played, I knew that it will be a different game than the others. Taking a break to catch my breath, I continued afterwards. I wanted to be part of this huge project and participate in its road to success and greatness. Those are the reasons that made me invest in this project. After speaking a few more minutes, the 3 other men went to have a meeting to speak about things on their own. When they came back, they announced that they have accepted and they are ready to make me an associate. I ended up buying 35% of the company. In other words, I invested/paid $17.5 billion in this huge project. It is the biggest share, making me the one with the highest control and authority in the company. The other men had 23%, 17%, while the last one has 15%. But this huge amount will make up for itself later since everything is well planned. Now I have 4 months to take it easy waiting for the game to come out. I waved the paper sheet where my ownership is signed. 4 months went by in a flash. During this time all did was having fun with my money. I went to the best malls all over LA and bought the most expensive things, such as expensive clothes and sneakers brands. I now have many Rolexes and watch collections, as well as jewelry and many other things. I also bought a few flying cars for transport. But none of this is important for me. Tomorrow the beta version of the game is out and only a few YouTubers, streamers as well as some celebrities will have the privilege of playing it before other people. And of course I am one of the few hundreds of people who will have this benefit. There is exactly 569 people who will have access to the beta in the whole world, and right now I am heading to the development department of the company. I called the developing manager and he came in hurry after hearing my name. Good morning, boss. What can I help you with today? He nervously asked. Tomorrow is the big day, right? I came here because I want to have a custom race. It should be unique, so no one other than me should be able to get it. I explained. Sure, just tell me the email you will use to log in and I will do the rest. But we should first talk about what exactly you want and the characteristics your unique race would have. The developer said. Yeah, sure, so what I want is. It took me 35 minutes to tell him what exactly I want, showing him pictures and references as well as explaining to him in detail since this is a very important matter for me. Oh, and for Ains too, but he doesn't know. Chapter 5, Dragon Monarch. Before we start, I want to let you know that the events that will happen while Nouflex is in the game won't be 100% accurate. Even the timeline will be changed to make the story interesting and not a copy-paste, so that we avoid the déjà vu experience to make it original and enjoyable. It was all, guys. Don't forget to leave a nice 5 stars review so that the book will be recommended to other people, and it really motivates me. Most importantly, enjoy the story. Now I'm preparing the machine to play the game since the beta version was out just a few minutes from now. I put the headset on and plugged the machine inside my neural port situated at the back of my neck and turned the shit on. I felt a very weird sensation. It was as if something was massaging my brain. Everything was black at first, but the weird sensation didn't last for long as the game icon appeared and I clicked on it. After logging into my account using the email I told the developer yesterday, the game automatically skipped the character creation part and directly sent me to the world's choice. There were many choices in front of me, and each world was as big as an earth. The worlds that exist are Asgard, Alfheim, Vanaheim, Nidavellir, Midgard, Jotunheim, Niflheim, Helheim, Muspelheim. Even if they are called worlds, if you chose one of them you can still travel to other ones on foot or any transport ways you have. Also, the whole map of the Yggdrasil is so big that even after 20 years, right before the servers shut down, only 40% of the map has been fully explored and recorded. I did think thoughtfully about the warlord I should choose, and the best option I came up to is Helheim, the same world Momanga and his guild are playing in. Of course I do not plan to join their guild, but I have a plan, and to achieve it I need to be in the same world as them. After all, I am not as stupid as Momanga achieving great things just by luck. I actually prepared a plan that will allow me have a good life in the new world. It is true that if I wanted I can just stay on Earth and live the best life you could ever think of using the more or less unlimited money I have, but as I said, I am a very ambitious person and have many goals in my head. After choosing the world I spawned in the middle of a forest. It was a sunny day and the sight was heavenly. It is true that what technology has achieved so far was incredible, since I can move like in real life and what I'm seeing is beautiful and everything. But it still feels like something is off, like the breathing in its warmth, the sound and feeling of the heartbeat, the cool air of wind tingling my skin, and many other things. Anyways, turning the view to the third person just for a while, I could now see myself as well as my name above it. The name was Viriako, but it doesn't matter right now since I will change it when I will go to the new world. The interesting thing was my character. The developer did exactly what I said, and all I can say about my skin is that it's perfection. With that long, beautiful and slick red hair, sharp eyes and eyebrows, as well as a small, well-made and placed nose. My eyes were golden with a slight reddish tint to them. My black pupils were like those of cats, slightly bigger. A sharp jaw making me even more handsome, with a face having the very right proportions in every way possible, adding to that my white jade-like skin. I am like 185 centimeters tall with a muscled but lean body, similar to those who train calisthenics. The most special feature on my body are 2 horns on my head. Picture of my character here. Now that you know what I look like, I will tell you about my race, but before that let's take a look on my character panel. Viriako. LVL 1. HP 700/700. MP 500/500. Dash race dash. Dragon Monarch. Dash class dash. Fire God LVL 1. Battle God LVL 1. Dash traits dash. Dragon God transformation locked until LVL 15. Dragon God might locked until LVL 15. Dragon God scales locked until LVL 15. Dragon God claws locked until LVL 15. Dragon God aura LVL 1. Dragon God will. The race I told the developer to make for me is Dragon Monarch. It is an exclusive and unique race that only I have. It has many benefits that I instructed Steve, the developer, to add. First of all, I have an infinite lifespan. I don't have a level up cap like other players. It means that while other player can only level up to LVL 100, I can do it infinitely. My only limit is the time and dedication I give the game. I can also transform to my dragon form, which is huge, fearsome and powerful red dragon. Picture of the dragon is the book cover. But even when I level up to LVL 15, the dragon I would transform to would be small in size, probably as big as a 14-year-old kid. So the higher my level, the bigger my dragon transformation becomes. Even though this race has many pros, it doesn't mean it's perfect. It can only support 2 classes. It means that no matter how much I level up and whatever artifacts I use, even if it's a world item, I will never be able to have other than those 2 classes. When I taught about my classes and traits, their respective description appeared on a panel right before my eyes. Fire God, you and fire are one, you are the same entity. The physical and magical phenomenon known as fire has become your servant. There is no magical command, skill, or chant ordered to fire only for it to be executed. Fire is your lowly loyal servant and subordinate. P.S. The higher the level of the class, the stronger and hotter your fire becomes. Fight God, war fields are your domain, every fiber of your existence is longing to fight. You are destined to become the ultimate warrior, there is no weapon in this existence without its greatest desire to be carried by you. You will master every martial art and weapon in both existences. P.S. The higher the level of the class, the stronger and more experienced you become. Dragon God Aura, you have the ultimate and strongest dragon bloodline. Other races, no matter how strong they are, will always feel a sense of inferiority, fear, intimidation, and respect towards you. Dragons and wyverns will immediately recognize you as their god, ruler, monarch, and absolute king. P.S. The higher the level of the trait, the stronger and heavier your aura becomes for stronger opponents and enemies. Dragon God Will, dragons are the most arrogant race in all existence, especially when they have rare bloodlines. You having the rarest and purest bloodline circulating in your veins, are the most arrogant and prideful person. Prove your superiority by gathering the best and most expensive treasures all over the world, this is what dragons love the most. P.S. This trait doesn't level up. Dragons are 5 times more horny than humans, and that is because they are the race with lowest birth rates, so a dragon must have hundreds of sexual relations to make a partner pregnant. While those are very unbelievable advantages I have as a dragon, I definitely have more pros than cons. Of course, the feelings that are explained here, such as arrogance, pride, and horniness, I don't feel them right now since it's just a game, but when I will go to the new world they can become problematic. Ha 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 ha. I remarked, laughing on my future self who will have to deal with these problems. Chapter 6, Leveling Up. 6 months went by from the day of the beta testing servers were out, and many things happened during this time, both in the real world and in the game. Let's start first with the real world events. During this period I improved myself a lot, both physically and mentally. I did so much body training till my body became fit, and this made a positive effect on my performances inside the game when it came to fighting, running, and other physical activities. As for Yggdrasil, during the beta testing period, the YouTubers and streamers did exactly what we were expecting. They hyped the game for the viewers, and people all around the globe were waiting for the game to become public. Then, after 3 months, the game was finally available on the stores. The company invested more than $50 billion into the game. The first 3 days, we generated more than $2,326 billion only in game sales, which was 83% more than what we expected. After paying all the workers, the debt, and taxes. Then, after dividing the associates' shares, my personal share after 3 days of the announcement was $647.36 billion. So now my bank account has a little bit more than $1,124 billion, making me officially a trillionaire. Of course, this is just the first 3 days, imagine a year later. On top of that, Yggdrasil is a pay-to-win game, with the population of this world surpassing the 19 billion person. I don't even want to imagine the passive money that will come in sliding at my bank account. Even with all this money, I still refuse to have any sexual relations. I will be patient until the new world, there I will have all the fun I want. This is what happened in the real world. On the other hand, many interesting things happened inside Yggdrasil. I finally managed to reach level 15. It was extremely easy to level up at first, but then the experience required to level up kept doubling each time, making it extremely hard. This is why it took me 5 months to make it, making me one of the 10 first people in the world to make it to level 15. This is my character panel right now. Viriaco. LVL 15. HP 9000/9000. MP 7000/7000. Dash race dash. Dragon Monarch. Dash class dash. Fire God LVL 5. Battle God LVL 10. Dash traits dash. Dragon God transformation LVL 1. Dragon God Scales, LVL 1. Dragon God Claws, LVL 1. Dragon God Aura, LVL 15. Dragon God Will. Before continuing telling you what else happened, here are the descriptions of the traits that were locked for me before reaching level 15. Dragon God Transformation. You as a higher dragon, you have the ability to alter between a human form and a majestic dragon form. Being a fire god, your dragon form will be red. The moment I unlocked this, I immediately transformed to my majestic fearsome dragon form. At that moment I was in the safe zone where everyone spawns southwest. The place was quite full. While transforming, my soft skin started altering into a very hard material. They are actually scales, and my fingers and nails became longer and sharper. Everything was going well, but the only problem was that instead of growing into a big intimidating dragon, I was actually shrinking and I became a small baby dragon. I could hear people around me laughing at me. It was embarrassing, so I flapped my tiny wings to get the hell out of here. Landing in the middle of a forest, I again felt the calmness of the quiet atmosphere. Now I can continue reading the descriptions. Dragon God Scales, an unpenetrable piece of defense only dragons and wyverns have. The rarest the bloodline, the harder the scales become. The higher the level of the trait, the thicker and stronger the scales become. The scales appear on the spot the player want them to appear. When reaching level 60 of the trait, the scales form automatically on the place the player will be attacked on. Dragon God Claws. The claws of a dragon are the most basic weapon they have. While on the human form, the player can choose when to grow the claws in order to attack and when to retreat them back. The higher the level of the trait, the more dangerous they become. Oh man. This class is just so OP, like seriously. I can't imagine how strong I will become when I'm level 200. But to do that I will have to work my ass off for many years. I said, waving my small tail around excitedly. Also, I got a few items. For example, I bought this ring at the auction of the game for $6,000 and it turned out to be a world item. It's called the Red Ring of Storage. One of the world items, and a magical ring that has the ability to open a red gate in the shape of a rectangle with a few seals on it where you can infinitely store things. Picture of the ring. The things stored there become frozen in time and remain the same even if thousands of years go by. It means if I place there a hot coffee and leave it there for a week, it will keep the same taste and heat. I placed it on my right middle finger. Also, when I completed a mission for a martial arts dojo, they offered me a simple katana that I kept using from the day because I love the way it's used. It's really light and cool. Picture of the katana. While I was still checking my new dragon body, a group of 5 human consisting of 4 men and a single woman came out of the bushes. Here is the stupid dragon, come on, let's finish him quick. A blonde guy with a black bandana holding his hair up spoke first. Easy experience for us, we have been having a hard time leveling up lately. A dragon should do the work. A dude with a red and black samurai outfit and helmet unsheathed his katana. He had 3 of them but only used 1. Move your asses, boys, I still have things to do later. I'm not a jobless idiot like you. A red-haired young woman in a black tight dress that highlighted her seductive body waved her hair using her hand. Did they follow me from the safe zone? She probably seduced these idiots to do the hard work for her while she lazes around. Hearing her words, the 4 idiots rushed towards me. I quickly swiped to my human form and took out my katana from the space storage. With a quick 2-steps pattern, I swiftly and easily dodged the first 2 guys' attacks and beheaded both of them like a hot knife cutting through butter. Those stupid niggas probably were level 9, yet they tried to fight me only as a duo. I taught recalling their sloppy and hasty moves. Soon their bodies disintegrated into small particle. The other 2 guys jumped back, creating distance between us. One of them was a mage, so he created a small fireball and fired it at me. Long-range attacks, huh? I guess you aren't as stupid as I taught after all. Boom. The fireball successfully made contact with my body and created a small explosion. Ha! That idiot couldn't even evade my magic attack. Now he is done for. He probably don't have much HP left, or maybe even death. The mage with his long blue robe and short brown hair laughed. Good job, Mario. I will reward you later. The woman put her left hand on his shoulder and her right on her curvy waist and spoke with a seductive tone, leaning forward, exposing the upper of her braids, making Mario blush and quickly break eye contact, or boobs contact. Haha, you call this a magic attack? That's stupid. The small dust mixed with smoke cloud quickly disappeared, showing me standing there without a single scratch. How is that possible? I used almost all my mana on that spell. His face was white both because of fear and low MP level. It's because I'm immune to fire, you idiot, I'm the fire god after all. I taught with a smirk on my face. Allow me to show you what real fire is. I extended my left index and middle finger making a V sign with my arm stretched to the front, and a fire arrow appeared with its point on my extended fingers. Then with my right index and middle fingers I pulled the fire arrow back, doing the bow's job with my hands to give it the momentum, like what Sukuna did when he was fighting Mahoraga. It is in the end of the new trailer of JJKBTW. The moment Mario wanted to stand up to run, I fired the fire arrow at him. I quickly aimed at his friend and shot him too. When arrows made contact with both of them, their bodies quickly lit on fire, and they burned to ash. It took 15 seconds of torture and pain for them to finally die. 15 seconds of shouting and crying, and rolling on the ground until they became ash dust and were taken with the wind. In Yggdrasil, pain exists even if it's only a game. This is why developers decided that the maximum one could feel is 60% of the real pain. They did this so that players don't get hurt mentally, and prevent them from leaving the game out of fear from pain. On the other hand, to keep the game as realistic as possible, they did a minimum that you can't overgo, which is 5%. This means that no matter how much you lower the pain receptors in the settings of the game, you will still feel pain nonetheless. And seeing her subordinates in such pain and suffering, the woman was now in fear. She tried to log out, but her party is in the middle of a fight, so she couldn't do so until she finishes it. Please don't kill me, I'm not like those idiots, I will do anything for you, so please. She started begging with tears on the edge of her eyes. Ho ho. You will do everything you say, I said, walking closer to her. Why yes, anything you want, so just don't hurt me. She pleaded, looking at me with finally a hint of hope. I pulled her closer to me, wrapped my left hand around her waist and pulled her chin up with my right hand, making her look directly into my eyes with a big blush all over her face. Of course she would blush, who wouldn't with this kind of face? Any woman who looks at this face of mine wouldn't just blush, she might even wet herself and do some deeds when she is all alone thinking about it face. Again, picture of the character in game. So you said you would do anything I want, right? She shyly nods her head up and down. Then there is something I want you to do for me, I said with a seductive voice, getting close to her face. When I was only a few centimeters away, I dodged her red as a tomato face and went to her ears, where I gently and seductively whispered, I want you to die for me. Right after that, my sharp red claw penetrated her throat. Och, hack, ghhkhh. She was gasping for air, but only blood was filling her lungs. She stayed like this for a couple of seconds until her HP went to 0, then she disappeared like the others. Fuck. I might have overdone it, I probably traumatized them and they won't ever play the game again, lol. But who fucking cares? At least I'm having fun. I placed the katana back into the storage space, then a window appeared before me. You successfully leveled up. You are now level 16. Cool. So they weren't useless after all. Chapter 7, First Friends. SUP guys, my book, Gojo Satoru in Debate, was deleted for unknown reasons, so now I am talking with webnovel to find a solution. If they don't want to cancel the delete, then after finishing this book I will write it again. So guys, please motivate me with your power stones and leaving a nice 5 stars review. That's it. Enjoy. In the game Yggdrasil, you have the freedom and choice to choose one of the many races existing when you log in for the first time. You can either become a human, a demon human, or a heteromorphic. Once you make your choice, you can no longer step back and change it, and this difference in races created a new problem that wasn't expected at all. It's discrimination. Humans and demi-humans would gang up to bully heteromorphic players, some would go as far as to torture them before killing and looting their stuff. This problem started 9 months after the game became public, then another 9 months later, making it a year and a half after the game was out. The problem only was getting worse. Almost all heteromorphic went trough this discrimination. Of course my dragon race is considered a sort of heteromorphic, but I never was a victim of this shit. My level was too high for those bullies. After a year and a half of tryhard, many nights without sleep, and most importantly tens of thousands of dollars in shopping items, I finally reached level 34, and here's my character panel. Viriaco. LVL, 34. HP, 30000/30000. MP, 22000/22000. Dash, race, dash. Dragon Monarch. Dash, class, dash. Fire God LVL, 16. Fight God LVL, 18. Dash, traits, dash. Dragon God Transformation, LVL, 16. Dragon God Scales, LVL, 16. Dragon God Claws, LVL, 16. Dragon God Aura, LVL, 34. Pain Resistance, LVL, 4. Dragon God Will. If you have any ideas of traits I should add, write them here. If I feel that they go well with his abilities and the story, I will add them. With those stats, the few humans who tried to mess with me ended up regretting it, they either stopping picking up on heteromorphics, or leaving the game for good. Informations are a very important factor in the game. They can change the outcome of a battle or a raid. They are important to the point where anyone can buy informations with real money. These last days some rumors have been circulating about the heteromorphic dragon, that you shouldn't mess with him. This is really unfortunate since my free EXP and loot source will decrease, but yeah, whatever. Yet it's not only bad news. My trait Dragon God Transformation reaching level 16, now when I transform my body is way bigger. It is true that it's not impressive, but still at least it intimidates some people. While transforming, my dragon body becomes now 17 meters long. A thing that I didn't know is that when I switch to my dragon form, my physical stats, MP and HP have a x 1.5 boost. So I become stronger and tougher in my dragon form. This is why I leave it as my trump winning card. Also, I made a friend that led me to making another friend. I met this guy called Touch Me. He is one of first original founders of the guild Ains Olgaun. He is a very kind person. He's willing to go out of his way to help people in times of trouble without hesitation and befriend them afterwards. His justice and kindness is what led us to meet Mamanga. He was getting bullied by those player killers who pick up on heteromorphic for fun, so I and Touch Me took care of them, gently, if you see what I mean. Apparently Mamanga was on the verge of quitting the game out of frustration from getting killed continuously until we stepped in and saved him. The human players recognized me at some point and tried to flee or knelt on the ground begging for their lives, but it was pointless. Free easy EXP is important and very welcomed. Well, it was only normal for people to always recognize me with my red long hair and those horns on my head. It was easy to know me since not many had the same features. Anyways. This way we became friends. We would sometimes meet and have some fun completing some quests and fucking around. I remember a time we were taking a break from a long mission and Touch Me came up with the idea to make a party, adding 6 other people and name it Nine's own goal. I respectfully refused. I know that the party will turn out later to become the known guild and one of the strongest Ains Olgaun, but I have no plan to stick with them at that time. I prefer to do my own things and play solo. Of course we kept this friendly relationship, but each one was doing his things in his way, and right now at the top of a very big mountain, in front of a small cave where a monster lives, I'm standing. This place is where the mythical Pegasus lives. I came here after buying the information about it for a 3,500 gold coins. Gold coins can be looted, found, or gained from events, or else you can simply purchase them with real money. The ratio of gold coins is 1 to 5. It means that a single dollar is worth 5 golden coin. I already had 600 golden coins, so I exchanged $80 for 400 coins in order to afford the information. I did all of this for the loot given when the Pegasus is killed. It drops the Freedom Necklace. This information wasn't expensive since many people knew about it, but they all lacked the ability to fight the Pegasus themselves or with their team. It has only been a year and a half since the start of the game, so not many had the necessary level or items to actually do it. But on the other hand, I am one of the strongest players of the game, if not the strongest, and this is why I decided to go to this adventure confident and determined, in order to get this item. It's an artifact that grants its weird the ability to fly. I want it because when I'm in my human form I don't actually have wings, so I cannot fly. I can do it only when I transform to my dragon form, and it's a chore to transform each time I want to fly, and my body would be big, so everyone around LY area will see me, making me an easy target. I will have 2 solutions in this case, either to tame a monster that can fly so that I use it as my transport pet, or to find this artifact. And I prefer the later, so here we are. Chapter 8, The Mythical Pegasus. The moment I stepped into the cave, the Pegasus has already sensed my presence, even though it's so far away that I still can't see it, and it already started defending itself. In the dark, 3 magical light attacks were sent to my direction. They were far away, but I could see them clearly since the place is so dark, and the attacks were luminous. At first they were only 3 small dots, but soon they started to grow because they were getting closer. Unexpectedly they were really fast. But I realized this when it was a little bit too late. One of 3 light attacks was aimed for my head while the other 2 were aimed for my chest and stomach. I barely dodged the one aimed at my head by tilting it to the left side, but the other 2 were inevitable. So my only choice as a defense was to use my dragon scales. My skin turned into a scarlet red hard dragon scales at a very fast pace. The attacks made contact with my scales that cushioned it. I still got damage, but it was so little that I could easily ignore it. I didn't even have time to turn back my skin to normal as the Pegasus quickly came towards me, galloping in the air and flapping its wings, trying to tackle me out of the cave, but at the last moment I jumped to the side, dodging it, and rolled on the ground. The Pegasus continued flying out of the cave. It's as if it is luring me out. Maybe there is something inside the cave that it don't want me to find. I'll keep playing with you for now, then I will see what we got there. I quickly ran out of the cave to find the Pegasus galloping high in the sky, making a big wide U-turn, and it fired a laser white attack from its horn like Superman's eye laser, but it was white to my right, creating big explosions and vibrating the whole mountain. I thought it actually missed me, but the Pegasus turned its head slowly towards me, resulting in a continuous series of explosions that was getting closer to me. I knew if the thing touched me I would be in a very bad shape afterwards, so I created a fire sphere surrounding all of my body to protect me from the incoming attack. Boom boom zzssh whoosh. When the 2 magical skills collided, it created weird sounds and strong shock waves that cleared the vicinity around us from trees and vegetation. Now it's my turn to attack. I stretched both my arms to the sky and used one of the skills I developed thanks to my loyal Steve. Nebula Blast. The flame sphere kept growing bigger and bigger, eating everything that touched it. It seemed as if it was consuming the things around it to grow. It kept getting bigger until it became 45 meters big. It was close to eat the Pegasus as well, but the beast flapped its wings to create a very strong gust of wind that put out the fire at once. Fuck. My fire is still too weak. I will have to rely on my sword and fighting capabilities. I called upon my sword, taking it out from the storage space ring. Unsheathing it, I threw the sheath back into the ring and took a stance. I stood tall and mighty, ready to face the mythical Pegasus in a close-range combat. The Pegasus stood before me, its wings fluttering as it prepared to launch its attack. I called upon the power of fire, and my sword began to glow with wild fiery red flames. I rushed forward towards the Pegasus, and the Pegasus unleashed its magic light attacks against me. I deflected the light with my sword, and fired back with my own flames, swinging the katana around. The battle continued as I and the Pegasus continued to exchange attacks. But the Pegasus was fast and agile, and managed to evade much of my attacks. The fight became intense and the stakes were high. The Pegasus unleashed its full power and bombarded me with its light attacks. After a while I was starting to get exhausted, but still determined to fight on. But at the same time the Pegasus was reaching its limits in terms of mana. While I was doing a combination of physical and magical attacks, the beast was only using magical ones, since it's all it got in its arsenal, resulting in it consuming tons of mana compared to me. Finding the perfect opportunity after tiring the beast, I raised my sword and prepared to deal the final blow. Unleashing my final attack, and with all my might landed a powerful blow to the Pegasus' heart. The Pegasus fell to the ground, or at least what was left of it. Our fight destroyed most of the mountain and the cave was not a cave anymore. Finally I stood victorious, my sword still glowing with fire, boiling the blood on it to evaporation. I felt my heart pounding with victory and relief. I looked up at the sky, and saw the clouds parting and revealing the sun, shining upon the land. I was tired but satisfied and proud of my achievement. The mythical Pegasus was defeated, and I knew that at this moment my legend would begin. The beast's body disappeared and left behind it the necklace I risked my life for. It was the first time since the beginning of the game that my HP was lower than 45%. You successfully leveled up. You are now level 35. Oh my god, finally. I was having a hard time leveling up. I was stuck at level 34 for a while now. I really feel now that my hard work is paying off. I walked to the necklace, picked it up from the ground. I checked it out and wore it. At that moment the necklace's description appeared in front of my face. The Freedom Necklace, one of the weakest world items. This is the necklace that allows its owner to fly without the shackles known as the laws of physics and without obeying the laws of nature. The speed of the traveling movement while flying using this necklace is half the maximum speed of the bearer. For example, if the owner can run at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour, then when flying using the necklace the bearer will be able to travel at a speed of 50 kilometers per hour. Oh my fucking god. It was a world item all this time. Holy shit, whoever speared the informations about the Pegasus and its drop is a complete moron. I chuckled at my luck. Suddenly an announcement has been made public to all players. Every player online in the game received the same message. Announcement to all players: the mythical Pegasus has been slain by the dragon player, Viriaco. This announcement will change many things in the future, but this will come later. Right now, after this announcement was made, I had another message on my screen, but this time I was the only player to actually receive it. Chapter 9, Infamous. Congratulations on defeating the mythical Pegasus. You have made the achievement of being the first player to ever defeat this beast. As a reward for this great achievement, you will have the choice between these 3 items. All-Seeing Eyes, the item that will allow you to appraise all items and have detailed information about them. Shockwave's Gauntlet, the perfect weapon for a bare fists fighter, the impact of the attacks becomes greater and wider. Long Sight Earring, see far beyond your race capability, the farthest you see the more information and knowledge that you have, thus an advantage in battle. The choice for me was obvious after seeing the choices I have right now. I really want something that will benefit me not only in the new world, but also here while I'm at it. The item that I am sure of needing both here and in the new world, and none other than the All-Seeing Eyes. Picture of the item here. Confirmation. You have chosen the world item, All-Seeing Eyes. Cool a whirl, weigh it. What? A fucking world item. I screamed the joy out of my lungs. I started dancing the Picada dance. This is just how happy I actually am. Oh my good, I now have 3 world items. I'm a lucky guy, seriously. The item suddenly appeared in front of my face and was slowly floating down. I reached it with my hand, put it on and tried it on my katana. The Flying Slash Dojo Katana, a normal katana forged from a master craftsman 7 years ago. It has no enchantments or magical affinities. Click for more information. After I clicked, it showed me the materials it's made from and some other BS. Maybe it now seems like a scam, but I guarantee you that it will show it benefits later. Anyways, after throwing the Google inside my ring, I walked back in the cave that has now become like those convertible cars since my fight earlier destroyed the upper half of it. At least now I can see. I walked until reaching the deepest part. There I saw a 40 centimeters big egg. It wasn't white like normal ones, this one is gray and has many off-white dots. It seems like I already need to use the googles. I took them out and analyzed the egg. The lucky egg: when the egg will crack, weak companions shall join you in your adventure. Okay, right now I don't really need companions since I'm not strong enough to protect them. Maybe when I'm strong enough I'll do it. I threw both the googles and the egg inside the storage space. I left the place that once was a big mountain as a half-melted, half-ruined, messed up I don't know what. At this moment I was walking in the forest. What I'm planning is to go deep into the woods where I won't be able to meet anyway and transform into my dragon from. Okay. This place seems alright. It was an open space of grass as big as a basketball pitch, then it's surrounded by long trees. As I was getting ready to transform, a skeleton warrior came out of nowhere. It was behind me, running at my direction with a rusty sword and old helmet on its head. The skeleton swung his sword on my right shoulder, and upon making contact with it, the sword flew out of his hands to land a few meters away. It was as if the skeleton, instead of hitting a person, he actually aimed at a bank-safe metallic door. The skeleton with his -1.3 IQ made a fist with his right hand and punched me at my back. Immediately his hand flew off and he crumbled to the ground. All of this happened with my hands on my waist, not bothered to even face him. Look at this arrogant dragon bullying the weak. A familiar deep voice sounded from the woods. Who's stupid enough to bully the strong? I replied with a smile. Thank you, Gojo, for this line. I love you. You shouldn't bully people in the first place. You are strong, Viriaco. Use that strength for the good. Another familiar voice came from the same direction. Why is this reminding me of the villain arc of Ghetto? Ho ho. The ultimate justice policeman is here too, huh? Finally the silhouettes of the people who were talking became clear, coming out from THR Woods. They were my friends Mamanga and Touch Me, alongside a few other guys like Albert, Hero, and Tabula, but I'm not supposed to know them yet since it's my first meeting them. Long time no see, Viriaco. Touch Me was the one to speak. Yeah, my friend, it has been a while, it was like 7 months, right? I rubbed my chin out of curiosity. One of the guys following behind created seats out of stone using magic. Yeah, you were gone for a while, then out of nowhere we all received messages saying that you killed a fucking mythical Pegasus man. And solo at that. Mamanga was getting a little bit too excited. So you knew, huh? I tried to shrug it off since it isn't really that of a big deal, my objectives are a lot higher. What do you mean we knew? Everyone in the game is going through a meltdown, even players from other worlds. The best players were thinking that they were far beyond everyone until you killed that thing and made them realize how wrong they were. One of Touch Me party meme bears talked. We kept chatting about many topics, we also exchanged some informations. We didn't charge the informations on each other since we want to keep that reliability and friendly relationship. They apparently recently created their group party named 9 Own Goal, having 9 members and are working together to level up. Of course, working as a group allows you to face stronger enemies and gain experience faster, but on the other hand the EXP as well as the drops will have to be divided between the party meme bears. This is why I prefer to play solo. Chapter 10, World Enemy, 1. Another 2.5 years went by, making it 3 years in total. Really, time flies as they say, but no worries, once I get to the new world the thing I will have the most is time since I am immortal. I just have to avoid dying before the shutdown. It would be stupid, right? I hope I won't hear any John Cena themes anymore. During this time I became the star of Yggdrasil. There is no player on this game in the whole world who doesn't know Viriaco. Many YouTubers and streamers paid me tens of thousands of dollars to do clips, videos, stream or raids with them. And I am right now the player number 1 in the leaderboard of the game in all aspects, be it in terms of level, or kills, or hours played, even the world items. I did advance quite well on term of strength, even though it became almost impossible for me to level up at this point. By the way, here are MT stats now. Viriaco. LVL, 69. HP, 75000/75000. MP, 70000/70000. Dash, race, dash. Dragon Monarch. Dash, class, dash. Fire God LVL, 31. Fight God LVL, 38. Dash, traits, dash. Dragon God Transformation, LVL, 52. Dragon God Scales, LVL, 52. Dragon God Claws, LVL, 52. Dragon God Aura, LVL, 69. Pain Resistance, LVL, 39. Cold Resistance, LVL, 27. Dragon God Will. As you can see, my stats are quite high, but not enough, and this is the reason why Mamanga invited me into his guild conference room. Yes, you heard it right, at guild. Recently the group 9 Own Goal became so successful they decided to actually raid a tomb and create their guild Ain's Ol Gown, with Mamanga as the guild master. Of course this doesn't make Touch Me, Hero, Tabula, and Albert in a lower position than him. We have always been friends and they share the same responsibility and authority as him in the guild. The 5 of them have a big reputation in the whole game and a huge and respected one inside the guild. After all, they are the close friends of Viriaco. Anyways, the reason I was invited to this huge and full of heteromorphic players conference room is because we are planning of fighting a low-leveled world enemy. Don't get me wrong, it being a low-level doesn't mean it's weak. World enemies are the strongest opponent a player could ever face in this game. Even a low-leveled one could be compared to a level 78 player. This is why we can't take turn and are having this meeting to have a well-made tactical plan in order to defeat the monster. The problem is that the other members were divided into 3 parties. The first party is happy and pleased with me participating in the raid since I'm the strongest player and I will help a lot, giving them a confidence boost. The second party refused to let me participate in the raid because apparently my character is too human-like and this will damage their reputation as a heteromorphic guild. And the third party also refused to let me join the raid, but not for the same reason. They did because I am not actually a member of the guild, and my participation will seem as if the guild needed help to defeat the world enemy and will have an image of a weak guild that can't do anything without help. They also feared me taking the spotlight from them and that the whole achievement would be for me. All of the parties does have a point and I understand them, but sometime we must let go of some things in order to acquire others. Thankfully I have a trustworthy friend that backed me off and showed that he won't change his mind for trivial things such as fame or reputation. I really felt a warmth and happy seeing Ains and the other defending me, even though this led to a few players leaving definitely the guild dissatisfied with their guild master's decision. That, they will regret it because later Ains Ulgaun will become one of the strongest guilds of the game. The meeting afterwards went well, the plan was made and the preparation were complete. 30 players were marching towards the Inferno Cage where the Blazing Phoenix, the weakest world enemy of Niflheim. Getting closer to the place, everyone could see far high in the sky a huge 30 meters fire bird cage where a flames phoenix is peacefully sleeping. Viriaco, I will now add you to the party so the experience can be shared with you, as well as the drops. Ains started looking for my name on the menu and clicked on something. I nodded MT head, then received a notification in my personal menu. It was Ains' invitation, so I quickly accepted it. Everyone, we will be going according to the plan we explained already. If someone dies, he quickly go back to the guild, get a weapon, then he come back. It doesn't matter how much EXP you lose, the important is that we win. Touch me shouted. He said that because it is true that when a player dies he lose all his stuff, but when it come to levels he suffer the loss of 3 levels as a minimum and 6 as a maximum. It really is random. Is everyone ready? I shouted to turn up everyone and loosen the mood a little since everyone is nervous or scared. It's the first time someone faces a world enemy in the whole world after all. I am sure that if I didn't exist, Mamanga and the boys wouldn't even though of such a suicidal idea. Yeah, X9. Let's go, X5. We will kill the world enemy, X3. Drops, levels, and fame will await us, X6. Then let's get started. I announced the start of the raid. Chapter 11, World Enemy, 2. Before we start, I want to give a big thanks to my first P at Trey 0N, Jose Torres. You are a real one, bro. Everyone write big W's for our bro Jose Torres in the comments. The plan was to shoot the Phoenix with water attacks first since it's vulnerable to water, though we will send Small Fry first to distract it while the high-level players will attack. This is exactly what we did. 4 players walked up to the front, did a chant, and 4 huge water balls formed and were shot to the Phoenix, who was still sleeping in its cage. Unexpectedly, and against everyone's expectations, the water balls couldn't even get close to the beast. Instead they evaporated 15 meters around it. At that moment the beast opened its eyes and the fire cages opened. People became nervous as the Phoenix made its way outside the cage. It extended its wing and started flying. Everyone stick to the plan, we will proceed just like we prepared. Go. And just like the plan, the low-level guild meme bears went first. The fire beast noticed their presence and burnt the whole forest with its flames. It became harder to see because of the smoke, but nonetheless the players didn't back out. The Phoenix finally made its first move and sent a fire wave burning everything around it. The low-level players' attacks were pointless since they did very little to no damage at all and they all died in the first attack. I stood before the huge fire Phoenix, its flames crackling and its wings fluttering in the air. I glanced at my fellow warriors, nervous but ready for the fight. The Phoenix let out a loud howl and its eyes darkened as if to mock the players who were easily defeated by it earlier, and it started to unleash its powerful and deadly flames. The fire swept across the ground, everyone scrambled or ran away to dodge the flames, but I stood there unfazed since flames don't affect me at all. I glanced at my fellow warriors, and they were doing their best to dodge the flames and stay at a safe distance. It looks like my flames won't affect him too, and I am the only one who actually can fight it closely. Everyone, I will go closer to fight the Phoenix. I will trust you to attack it and slow it down for me from distance. I told the 15 people left. The fire Phoenix continued to lash out with its flames, and everyone continued to dodge and weave through them. Ains, being an undead, the enemy of the living, activated his evil aura that gives debuffs to everyone and drains life inermi. Fortunately we were in the same party, so friendly fire was deactivated. I let out a loud battle cry and lunged at the Phoenix in a blur. My sword cut through the air, and I was able to land a few powerful blows against the Phoenix. But the Phoenix was incredibly strong and resilient, and it quickly recovered and launched more powerful flames at me and my fellow warriors. It noticed that its flames were ineffective against me, so it started distancing itself from me, targeting the others. Me as well. I came to the conclusion that the Phoenix had some sort of pain resistance or physical attacks nullification, so hitting it with my katana anymore would be useless. I put away the katana inside the storage space and instead I took out my new great sword I bought in an exotic event. It's the string great sword, A very strong greatsword with fire affinity as well as magic blockage. It means that magical attacks get absorbed in it. It's similar to Asta swords from Black Clover. Creatures made from magical attributes are no exception to this sword powers. I bought it for 100,000 gold, which ID equivalent to $20,000. Picture of the great sword here. I also put on the freedom necklace to be able to fly and better fight against the phoenix. Flying behind the phoenix who was targeting the other players, I found that they were surrounded by flames, and the heat was slowly consuming them. But they continued to fight on, even though many died. Ains and the boys did great against it and managed to decrease its HP significantly. We also had to stop the fire phoenix from destroying the region since it would affect our reward's importance. I gritted my teeth, tightened my grip around the hilt of my sword and swung my sword harder. The beast thought that this swing would be like the others, pointless and with no effect, but it was wrong. The attack did a great damage on the monster, and if earlier the phoenix didn't even bother dodging my attacks, now, and after actually getting hurt, it started dodging all my attacks desperately, which created an opening for the other to land long-range attacks on it. The phoenix let out another chirp. This one was a painful one, and the flames grew even taller and hotter. Suddenly, I heard a loud shout from one of my fellow player, and I turned to see that one of us had been engulfed in flames and was down on the ground. I turned back to face the phoenix and tried to get back into the fight, but the shouts didn't stop. The heat burnt most of the surviving player, only leaving Ains, Touch Me, Albert and Hero, but all of them were in a pretty bad shape. I could barely see through the thick smoke and flames, but I managed to notice my friend suffering and barely able to resist the heat, so I quickly took out high-level healing potions and threw it at them. Suddenly out of the smoke the phoenix came at me like a bullet train. It took advantage of that moment of inattention to grab tightly my face and flew with me in its paw. After taking us away from the previous battleground, it dragged me on the ground at fast speed with its weight, making it even more painful. Ag. Fuck. My HP is dropping. I cried, trying to free myself. HP, 39,000/75,000. I placed the sword's hilt in my mouth to free my hands and grabbed the phoenix's paws. Applying strength, I broke both of them, resulting in my escape from its hold finally. Asterisk huff. Huff, ha asterisk. I was on my knee taking long breaths to recuperate. Now I am all alone, no one is going to come in to help, so I got to deal with the rest myself. Let's check how much it still has in health. Looking above the monster's head I clearly saw its HP. HP, 39,000/147,000. So it still has the same HP as me, and both of us use and resist fire. So it's either me or you. I thought, determined to kill this monster right here right now. Chapter 12, World Enemy, 3. As the flames died down, the phoenix and I both stood toe to toe, both of us breathing heavily from the intense battle. Both of us only had 9,000 HP left, and we knew that this was the deciding moment. I am not in the best of my conditions. I feel tired, my limbs are heavy, but this is no time to complain. I swung my great sword with all my might many times. The sword that seemed to glow with a reddish radiant power cut through the air, sending slashing waves towards the beast. My rhythm was fast, so the phoenix could only evade a few slashes. I was determined to win, and I would not hesitate to die in this final clash. The phoenix was equally determined to win, and it raised its wings and unleashed its full power. The flames swept over the battlefield once more, and the air was filled with smoke and ash, making it almost impossible to see. Flying at a fast pace, it chewed through my skin using its claws many times. Both of our HPs were going down at a fast pace because of our exchange of strike. I started feeling that I was getting cornered and I was most likely going to lose. Should I transform to my dragon form? It's my last solution and trump card. I guess it's time to use it. As I was getting ready to alter, a huge water ball as big as building falled upon the phoenix, almost putting out its fire and damaging it greatly. AINZ. Thank you, buddy. I flashed to the beast in a blur. My speed was so great that sound waves were following my tracks, and the ground I flew on was getting crushed, leaving behind a long red and orange melted crater of rocks and dirt since I was only a few centimeters above the ground. I went past the phoenix and slashed the phoenix using my great sword and stopped 35 meters away from it. Announcement. The guild, Ains Olgaun, and the player, Viraco, successfully slayed the world enemy, Blazing Phoenix. Rewards will be distributed directly into the player's inventory depending of the contribution in the battle. Everyone started celebrating and dancing around. Players were happy, but Why is the phoenix still alive? Ains asked himself. He looked at Viriaco and saw him putting away his weapon, sitting to the ground to rest and drinking health and mana potions. The announcement was made, but the phoenix was still alive and kicking. Suddenly the beast let out a thunderout roar and rushed towards Viriaco as if to take revenge, but Viriaco seemed to be not realizing the situation, or more like not caring. Viriaco. Watch out. I cried to alarm my friend. He was the one to contribute the most, so letting him die and lose some levels after all this effort is the worst thing that can happen to a player. But still, even after hearing MT shouts, he didn't move from his spot and was relaxing his back on a tree while the phoenix was flying like a sniper bullet to kill him. Then, it happened. Wait. The moment the phoenix was about to strike, its head was separate from the body. When they fell to the ground, they rebounded several times on the ground because of their speed, then the beast disintegrated in the air. Just what the hell happened? Ains was clueless of the scene that unfolded before his empty eye sockets. A few days went by since the fight against the world enemy. The company, usually when big events like those happen, they stream them on a streaming platform. The fight went viral, a few individuals too, as well as the guild, and the main character of the fight, me. No one understood what happened in the battlefield when watching the fight for the first time. But after repeating it many times at slow motion and zooming in, things got clear. When I attacked for the last time, I decapitated the beast's head, and thanks to my class battle god, the slash was so clean and mastered that even the phoenix didn't realize it was already death. I played the game XD. But the most interesting part is the rewards and drops, right? I was the one who dealt the most damage to the phoenix, so logically I had the best drops. First things first, I barely gained 2 levels, making me officially level 72, the first in the game to reach it. For the drop I got a single item, but not any item. I got a fucking world item. It's a green ring that restore and regenerate health. Here is its description. The green ring of vitality, one of the world items, and one of the rarest at that. A constant and continuous source of regeneration. This ring regenerates the health and vitality of its bearer non-stop and at all times. When injured, as long as the bearer isn't dead, it will heal any injury, even if it's a severed limbs or damaged/destroyed organs. Picture of the ring here. I placed it in my left index. This is not everything. I actually got a new trait that will help me so much from now on since things get difficult. Limit Breaker, leveling up becomes easier, getting experience is no longer a hard task. Experience gained is boosted by X 1.25 permanently. This trait does not level up. Cool, right? Chapter 12, World Enemy, 3. As the flames died down, the phoenix and I both stood toe to toe, both of us breathing heavily from the intense battle. Both of us only had 9,000 HP left, and we knew that this was the deciding moment. I am not in the best of my conditions, I feel tired, my limbs are heavy, but this is no time to complain. I swung my great sword with all my might many times. The sword that seemed to glow with a reddish radiant power cut through the air, sending slashing waves towards the beast. My rhythm was fast, so the phoenix could only evade a few slashes. I was determined to win, and I would not hesitate to die in this final clash. The phoenix was equally determined to win, and it raised its wings and unleashed its full power. The flames swept over the battlefield once more, and the air was filled with smoke and ash, making it almost impossible to see. Flying at a fast pace, it chewed through my skin using its claws many times. Both of our HPs were going down at a fast pace because of our exchange of strike. I started feeling that I was getting cornered and I was most likely going to lose. Should I transform to my dragon form? It's my last solution and trump card. I guess it's time to use it. As I was getting ready to alter, a huge water ball as big as building falled upon the phoenix, almost putting out its fire and damaging it greatly. AINZ. Thank you, buddy. I flashed to the beast in a blur. My speed was so great that sound waves were following my tracks, and the ground I flew on was getting crushed, leaving behind an long red and orange melted crater of rocks and dirt since I was only a few centimeters above the ground. I went past the phoenix and slashed the phoenix using my great sword and stopped 35 meters away from it. Announcement. The guild, Ains Olgaun, and the player, Viriaco, successfully slayed the world enemy, Blazing Phoenix. Rewards will be distributed directly into the player's inventory depending of the contribution in the battle. Everyone started celebrating and dancing around. Players were happy, but why is the phoenix still alive? Ains asked himself. He looked at Viriaco and saw him putting away his weapon, sitting to the ground to rest and drinking health and mana potions. The announcement was made, but the phoenix was still alive and kicking. Suddenly the beast let out a thunderous roar and rushed towards Viriaco as if to take revenge, but Viriaco seemed to be not realizing the situation, or more like not caring. Viriaco. Watch out. I cried to alarm my friend. He was the one to contribute the most, so letting him die and lose some levels after all this effort is the worst thing that can happen to a player. But still, even after hearing MT shouts, he didn't move from his spot and was relaxing his back on a tree while the phoenix was flying like a sniper bullet to kill him. Then, it happened. Wait. The moment the phoenix was about to strike, its head was separate from the body. When they fell to the ground, they rebounded several times on the ground because of their speed. Then the beast disintegrated in the air. Just what the hell happened? Ains was clueless of the scene that unfolded before his empty eye sockets. A few days went by since the fight against the world enemy. The company, usually when big events like those happen, they stream them on a streaming platform. The fight went viral, a few individuals too, as well as the guild, and the main character of the fight, me. No one understood what happened in the battlefield when watching the fight for the first time. But after repeating it many times at slow motion and zooming in, things got clear. When I attacked for the last time, I decapitated the beast's head, and thanks to my class battle god, the slash was so clean and mastered that even the phoenix didn't realize it was already death. I played the game XD. But the most interesting part is the rewards and drops, right? I was the one who dealt the most damage to the phoenix, so logically I had the best drops. First things first, I barely gained 2 levels, making me officially level 72, the first in the game to reach it. For the drop I got a single item, but not any item. I got a fucking world item. It's a green ring that restore and regenerate health. Here is its description. The green ring of vitality, one of the world items, and one of the rarest at that. A constant and continuous source of regeneration. This ring regenerates the health and vitality of its bearer non-stop and at all times. When injured, as long as the bearer isn't dead, it will heal any injury, even if it's a severed limbs or damaged/destroyed organs. Picture of the ring here. I placed it in my left index. This is not everything. I actually got a new trait that will help me so much from now on since things get difficult. Limit Breaker, leveling up becomes easier, getting experience is no longer a hard task. Experience gained is boosted by x 1.25 permanently. This trait does not level up. Cool, right? Chapter 13, Underworld Portal, 1. What's up guys, before we start I want to give a big thank to my new P at Trey0NS, Anil Aiden, and Star Dragon Baphomet, and welcome them to the team. You are real one guys. Big W's in the comments for our boys guys. 7.5 years went by, making it a total of 10 years since I was reincarnated in this world and started playing this crazy good game. I was so immersed in the game and focusing on it that I didn't feel the time go by. I kept a luxurious lifestyle, buying mansions, luxurious cars and watches. Also I was visiting many other countries around this new world along Sarah. I was posting every moment and experience of my life on Instagram. This luxurious and expensive style of life, especially in these times where making money was almost impossible because all the companies and employers are exploiting the employees for small wages. These factors made me go viral and become a social media celebrity, making me this era's Andrew Tate. But slowly these privileges are turning me into a more arrogant person, in a way where I see normal people, or should I say unsuccessful people, inferior to me, except for my friends and close people. Talking about friends, Sarah, my secretary and manager, became my closest friend. I would even say best friend. She was my only real-life friend after all. I know millions of people are wishing to befriend me or just to meet and talk to me, but I prefer it to not engage with anyone. A single friend is enough for me. She is a person I could entrust my back entirely to. I'm not basing this statement only on the time we spent together like an idiot, Illinois, not this naive, but I actually tested her in many different situations and ways, yet she never failed to surprise and prove to me that indeed she deserves my trust, and it only gets stronger with time. And it was a reciprocal thing too. Also during those 7 years she started having feelings for me that I rejected in a way to not hurt her feeling of offend her. This led to her getting married to another guy and now have 3 kids, 2 boys and a girl. I can't lie and say that I am not jealous of her. Of course I want to have and experience this parental life with a trustworthy partner that you truly love and respect you, and having beautiful kids who grow before your eyes, but it's okay, I decided to play the long game, so I will be patient. It won't disappoint for sure. I am sure this patience won't be at waste, since in the new world I will be eternal and have the life that I actually dream of with the people I dream of. Anyways, let's not talk about real-life boring stuff and allow me now to tell you what actually happened inside the game, since things are heating up and getting more interesting. First things first, I defeated 5 world enemies during this period. The first 3 were with the Guild of Ain, since at that time I wasn't strong enough to handle them alone. I would have definitely died if I had done it solo, but when I reached level 92 I could fight them without assistance, and this is what happened with the other 2. After those risky and deathly battles I got 3 world items, making it a total of 7 in my collection. Without wasting any time, here are the items. The Golden Ring of Authority, one of the world items. This ring gives the ability to talk using telepathy with your subordinates. The channel of thoughts can't be interfered with by a third party. All the conversations or orders passed through the telepathy ability of the ring are secret and can't be divulged or heard by someone who isn't targeted by the bearer of the ring. Picture of the ring here. I placed it on my right pinky. I got this ring after defeating the Satanist puppet. Most of the guild players couldn't even enter the old abandoned haunted mansion because they were too scared. I was scared too, I'm not gonna lie, but I had Ains and the boys with me, so I was a bit more confident. Once we were in, the creepy kid-like puppet kept messing with us. There are some players that even shitted themselves in real life, but all of this was nothing. The worst part is when her twin sister with the white hair shower up. But in the end we managed to kill them, with casualties of course. Now for the second world item is the Black Ring of Debuffs, one of the world items. The ring give debuffs to the person targeted by the wearer that automatically match the opponent's abilities. For example, if the opponent is a speed-type warrior, it give him a debuff that rapidly exhausts his muscles or a slowing debuffs. If the opponent is a mage, then the ring give a debuff that slows the magical skill chanting/casting speed or lowering his Lana Pool ECT. Picture of the ring here. Now the ring is on my right thumb. I got it after defeating the world enemy Greater Lich. And finally, the third world item I got from killing world enemies is the Ring of Teleportation, one of the world items. It allows its user to teleport to the destination they wish. There is no distance limit, and the wearer can teleport people with him by touching them in the process. Picture of the ring here. Left ring finger is where I placed it. I'm not gonna lie, the world enemy Shadow Portal Keeper was the hardest one I fought so far, especially since I was alone. However, the interesting part is that just like how its name indicates it, the shadow was keeping a portal. After defeating the keeper, I came back here to the portal 3 days later to rest my mind. Now I'm finally ready to go in and explore the portal, but before that let me continue what has happened else during these times. To be continued. Chapter 14, Underworld Portal, 2. One of the interesting things that happened during this period is my also participation in the Helheim Battle Championship, that I dominated from the beginning until the end. At the finals I faced my friend Touch Me. Of course I beat the shit out of him, but only after a long epic fight. After winning the championship I received a prize of 150,000 golden coins and a world item. Defensive Cloak, one of the world items. It give a defense boost of 250% and a speed boost of 25%. Picture of the cloak here. I placed the cloak in my inventory since I didn't like its style, also I don't really need it since my defense is already pretty strong. So this brings us to the next event. After winning the Helheim tournament, I was invited 1 month later to participate to the Combined Worlds tournament. It gathers the winners of each championship of all the worlds existing in Yggdrasil to fight in a tournament. All the fights were streamed of course with more than 8 million viewers live, breaking the past world record of views on a live stream of 5.7 million views. Let's not even talk about the money generated from this event. The important thing is that I once again proved that I, indeed, was the strongest player in history of Yggdrasil, this with only 2 classes and without transforming into my dragon form, making me a world champion. I thought of starting a YouTube channel or streaming but decided not to, since I'm going to suddenly disappear after all. Anyways, after winning the event like how a god should, I received 2 things, but the second one is the best thing I could ever get. First of all, I got a prize of 750,000 gold coins, which is equivalent to $150,000 in real life. Of course this didn't matter to me at all since when it came to money we all know I have a fair amount of it. For the second prize I got what can be described as the best thing that Battle God could ever have. The ultimate warrior needs the ultimate weapon, and this is exactly what I got. Altirion, one of the strongest world items ever. The ultimate weapon for the ultimate warrior, the stronger the wilder is, the stronger the weapon becomes. It can change to any shape, it can be a sword, a katana, a dagger, a spear, a trident, an axe, a hammer, a scythe, a bow, chains, a gun. ABSTAIN is a luxurious weapon made for the elite of the world. It floats around its owner at will. The weapon can be called upon no matter how far it is, it will come flying back to its owner in a matter of seconds. Even if the distance between them is many light years. Once the owner of the weapon is decided, the weapon becomes loyal to him, refusing to be used by anyone. It has the effect of Thor's hammer, no one can lift it. ABSTAIN can never be destroyed by any means. Picture of the weapon here. An approximative price of this weapon is definitely higher than 1 billion golden coins, in other words $200 million. All of this brings us to the present, where right now I'm standing in front of the huge dark purple underworld portal. Now that I took a closer look, it actually is surrounded by a blood pool on the floor and some bones scattered all around. Well, assuming from the name of the portal and the bones surrounding it, I can only think of the undead race that I'm probably going to face once I step in. I spoke to myself, spinning my long royal trident. While I was having my 3 days break in the real world, I took a flight in my private jet all the way to the Maldives in order to change air a bit. There I looked for informations about the underworld portal. I was completely ready to buy them at any price, even if it was $10,000. After all, informations can completely change the outcome of a battle. Of course, now at my level I can defeat any enemy no matter who or what it is, but I like to be a little cautious and take precautions. Anyways, having no informations or data about the underworld portal means that no one knew about it or has discovered it yet, making me the first person to find it. After defeating its boss, I for sure can sell the info for some real money, but I prefer not to. It's my game after, and I want people to discover it themselves. This is what a real adventure experience is after all. But this is not important. What is going in my mind right now is that being the first who will beat the boss of this unknown place means that I will make an achievement, thus having a greater reward. This excited me since, going to the new world, I want to have a maximum of items, artifacts, and beautiful things that will be useful to me and for my future plans. ABSTAIN kept floating around my body. I pushed it back with the tip of my index and it came floating slowly back next to me to only start spinning and turning around me like a planet's moon. I'm very lucky. I wanted a weapon like this one so bad, now I finally have it. I'm literally a god right now, and when getting gone of the interesting things that happened during this period is my also participation in the Helheim Battle Championship, that I dominated from the beginning until the end. At the finals I faced my friend Touch Me. Of course I beat the shit out of him, but only after a long epic fight. After winning the championship I received a prize of 150,000 golden coins and a world item. Defensive Cloak, one of the world items. It give a defense boost of 250% and a speed boost of 25%. Picture of the cloak here. I placed the cloak in my inventory since I didn't like its style, also I don't really need it since my defense is already pretty strong. So this brings us to the next event. After winning the Helheim tournament, I was invited 1 month later to participate to the Combined Worlds tournament. It gathers the winners of each championship of all the worlds existing in Yggdrasil to fight in a tournament. All the fights were streamed, of course, with more than 8 million viewers live, breaking the past world record of views on a live stream of 5.7 million views. Let's not even talk about the money generated from this event. The important thing is that I once again proved that I, indeed, was the strongest player in history of Yggdrasil, this with only 2 classes and without transforming into my dragon form, making me a world champion. I thought of starting a YouTube channel or streaming but decided not to, since I'm going to suddenly disappear after all. Anyways, after winning the event like how a god should, I received 2 things, but the second one is the best thing I could ever get. First of all, I got a prize of 750,000 gold coins, which is equivalent to $150,000 in real life. Of course this didn't matter to me at all, since when it came to money we all know I have a fair amount of it. For the second prize I got what can be described as the best thing that battle god could ever have. The ultimate warrior needs the ultimate weapon, and this is exactly what I got. ABSTAIN, one of the strongest world items ever. The ultimate weapon for the ultimate warrior, the stronger the wilder is, the stronger the weapon becomes. It can change to any shape, it can be a sword, a katana, a dagger, a spear, a trident, an axe, a hammer, a scythe, a bow, chains, a gun. ABSTAIN is a luxurious weapon made for the elite of the world. It floats around its owner at will. The weapon can be called upon no matter how far it is, it will come flying back to its owner in a matter of seconds. even if the distance between them is many light years. Once the owner of the weapon is decided, the weapon becomes loyal to him, refusing to be used by anyone. It has the effect of Thor's hammer, no one can lift it. Alti-Ryan can never be destroyed by any means. Picture of the weapon here. An approximative price of this weapon is definitely higher than 1 billion golden coins, in other words $200 million. All of this brings us to the present, where right now I'm standing in front of the huge dark purple underworld portal. Now that I took a closer look, it actually is surrounded by a blood pool on the floor and some bones scattered all around. Well, assuming from the name of the portal and the bones surrounding it, I can only think of the undead race that I'm probably going to face once I step in. I spoke to myself, spinning my long royal trident. While I was having my 3 days break in the real world, I took a flight in my private jet all the way to the Maldives in order to change air a bit. There I looked for informations about the underworld portal. I was completely ready to buy them at any price, even if it was $10,000, after all, informations can completely change the outcome of a battle. Of course, now at my level I can defeat any enemy no matter who or what it is, but I like to be a little cautious and take precautions. Anyways, having no informations or data about the underworld portal means that no one knew about it or has discovered it yet, making me the first person to find it. After defeating its boss, I for sure can sell the info for some real money, but I prefer not to. It's my game after, and I want people to discover it themselves. This is what a real adventure experience is after all. But this is not important. What is going in my mind right now is that being the first who will beat the boss of this unknown place means that I will make an achievement, thus having a greater reward. This excited me since, going to the new world, I want to have a maximum of items, artifacts, and beautiful things that will be useful to me and for my future plans. Alti-Ryan kept floating around my body. I pushed it back with the tip of my index and it came floating slowly back next to me to only start spinning and turning around me like a planet's moon. I'm very lucky. I wanted a weapon like this one so bad, now I finally have it. I'm literally a god right now. And when getting Chapter 15, Underworld Portal 3. Guys, did you read the new JJK chapter? It's so fucking sad. I might just kill myself, bro. I'm not enjoying my life at all after what that Gij Akutami did to us. Before killing myself, I'll just drag him with me. R.I.P. Gojo Satoru, you will be remembered as the GOAT and as the strongest. The moment I stepped into the portal, instead of finding a footing, I started falling into a place that looked like a volcano cave, but no heat was emitted. The place was dark and had a dim light purple light. I flipped in the air to rebalance Mislef and took out my flying Neckald and wore it. At that instant I stopped falling and now I was controlling myself midair. I flew all the way to the ground and lightly landed. Looking around the place, I noticed that it was extremely huge. This place was at least 30 kilometers in surface. The whole place was full of dirt and a few rocks with little to no vegetation. Looking around, I saw that I was the only person there. What is this place? Where should I go? It's completely empty. I walked in a random direction for a few seconds trying to see if there is anything around me, but it was in vain. A few moments later, hands were coming out of the dirt ground, to be more precise, skeleton hands. At first only one was out, then 3, then 8, and it kept multiplying. I grabbed Anti-Ryan that transformed into a sword and easily caught the skeletons next to me with my left hand on my waist. The numbers slowly started becoming less and less. Picture of the sword here. Then I lifted my head. There I saw a great army of more than 5 million skeletons marching towards me. Sigh. Fighting them with the sword would be so tiring and time-consuming, so let's just wrap things up with this. I reached to brush my long red hair away from my face. My fingers gently pull the strands of hair away, letting it fall back into place, settling gently over my ears and shoulders as well as behind my back. I let go from Alti-Ryan, letting it once again float around me. I saw that the only way to defeat this massive army of skeletons was to use my supreme power. Without hesitation, I made with my right hand the form of a gun that I pointed up with my elbow in a 90 degrees position. Then I waved down my 2 fingers that were the tip of the gun, unleashing my ultimate fire powers. Hell's blaze. Purple dark flames appeared suddenly above me and went crawling at fast speed in the direction of the army, eating away everything on its way. The site was directly out of hell itself. The rocks melted. The few grass that was there disintegrated, even dirt became red then orange to finally become yellow due to heat. The place turned to be like the interior of a volcano. My evil flames quickly turned the skeletons to ashes before they realized it, with nothing left behind. In a matter of moments, the entire army was defeated and obliterated by my strength and power. My reputation of being the strongest warrior in the game was further reinforced due to me leveling up a few more times after killing all those things, and I knew that no force could even dream to stand at my level at this point onward. If you didn't recognize these powers, they actually are Meliodas' flames that inspired me to create this technique. It's weird all those skeletons came from the same direction, maybe there is something there. I rubbed my chin with my left hand on my waist. I was enjoying this small adventure. In the beginning of the game I was feeling excitement, curiosity, anxiety, and fear when going into adventures like these. Don't get the wrong idea, this doesn't mean that I don't get excited now or that I'm not curious. I enjoy adventures as much as I did at that time, maybe even more. The only thing that changed is that I can no longer fear or get scared. Before, this emotion used to push me to my limits more, but now I just don't feel that there is challenge anymore. This can be explained by many things, but none of them is the main reason. Maybe it's because the fact that I was the strongest for too long, and this fact turned that flame into me, that there would be a challenger to make me have a real fight. Also remembering that after all what happens, this is just a game in the end of the day. I can't feel the cool breeze on my skin or smell the beautiful scents around this beautiful virtual world or taste the different top and new dishes. Another reason can be attributed to my king lifestyle in the real world, how I'm getting whatever I want and everything, but this is most likely not the reason, because although I have whatever I want and by anything my heart desire, I still feel an empty hole in my chest yet to be filled. Something that I long to have many years from now that I intentionally refuse to get. It's power. I'm not talking about strength or magical powers, I'm talking about political power, military power. Smelling the fear in your opponents just on the mention of your name because you have what it takes to take over the world even though you are an average human. Of course, this power that I have been invited to get many times from unknown secret organizations that can be called by many names. Most people know them as the Illuminati or the Matrix. I refuse these offers because having these things in the real world would make acquiring them in the new world boring and meaningless. It's like someone who is born in one of the richest families. From early childhood he gets anything he wants. When he will have everything, his life will get boring and he might even suicide to end his unexciting life. On the other hand, if someone is born poor and lived in that way for like 20 years, when he will manage to break from the matrix and become rich, he's going to enjoy every moment of it. This is why I will wait until the new world to enjoy every moment of my eternal unending new life there. Chapter 16, Underworld Portal 4. I started walking towards the direction those skeletons came from. Minutes went by and still there was no sign of anything or anyone, so I decided to use my necklace in order to look around. My speed on foot is 8,200 km per hour, which means I'm 6.8 times faster than the speed of sound, so when I will use the necklace I will fly at the speed of 4,100 km per hour. And this is what I did. I started looking around with sound waves behind me. It didn't take me long to see something far away, and when I got closer I landed on the ground, placed the necklace in the storage ring and walked to the thing in the front. Coming closer I noticed it was a dragon, and to be more precise a huge 75 meters skeleton dragon. It seemed to be waiting for me, and once I was 100 meters away from it, it started walking to me. Ha 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 ha, so you are the bug that dared to come into this dragon's domain. Its voice was so deep and loud that the whole place shook when it talked. Big talk for a dead lizard. And you dare to call yourself a dragon in front of me? I lifted an eyebrow from his statement. You damned human. You came to your death. I will show you the power of the ancient dragon. The strongest dragon. It started shouting and opened its mouth, gathering a black substance in front of it. The moment it was about to shoot all that darkness energy, I let out my aura. At that second the atmosphere became so heavy that it seemed that the gravity multiplied by 10 times. The dragon immediately dismissed the black energy bomb and bowed its head to the ground with force, creating a crater. Oh my lord. My god. I have been waiting for you for centuries. Please forgive this foolish servant of yours for being foolish. Ho ho. So now you are bowing your head, huh? What happened to you pride, you stinky dead lizard? I mocked him, walking to his direction. There is no pride but yours, your majesty. We dragons were born to serve under your rule. I walked until reaching its head and I stepped on its bony nose. So you, a dead stupid lizard, want to serve me, huh? Ha, what a joke. I mocked him more, although I was enjoying it. It's not the main reason I'm doing this, I simply want to see how much they are loyal to me, if they are able to swallow their pride in front of me. After all, dragons are the most prideful creatures. Please forgive this lowly ignorant servant and allow me to fulfill my purpose by serving under your highness. Assuming from the attack he gathered just seconds before, this dragon is definitely the strongest opponent I ever faced, even stronger than the person I fought at the championship finals. Maybe if all the 9 participants ganged on him they might be able to defeat him, but if they went solo against him there is no way that they will come out alive. I rubbed my chin since I was deep into thought. Okay, I made my decision. I will allow you to become my subordinate, but I will test you before. I placed my hands inside my pockets. I looked around the dragon. Yes, my lord. No matter what test you have for me, I will complete it even if it means dying again. Shouted the dragon with excitement. Okay, stop shouting. I see that there is a lot of treasures here. I will take a look here. Of course, my lord, this place is yours. The dragon once again bowed its long neck down. There is a lot of things around the skeleton dragon body, but a golden small chest is what attracted me the most, so I went to open it. What I saw inside is something I never saw in my 10 years in the game. What I saw is 3 world items, one next to the other. My pupils literally turned into a dollar sign. The first 2 items are the same. They are necklaces with the same attributes. X2 Resurrection necklaces, one of the world item. Creates protection for its wielder, and if the protection is not enough it teleport the wearer to the safest place. In the worst case scenario, if the wearer is killed he is resurrected and spawns in a checkpoint he designated himself with all his levels intact, but the stuff will be dropped at the place the player was killed. It has 3 times use. Picture of the necklaces here. Shit. Those 2 necklaces will be lifesaver in the new world since I don't have resurrection magic like Mamanga. I won't wear them in the game at all and wait for the new world. The other world item is a piercing. The Sane Mind piercing, one of the world items. Those red piercings that seem normal at first glance are indeed world items that protect their owner from all mind control spells, items and artifacts. Picture of the piercing here. My GAWWD, I immediately pierced my ears and placed the items on. Hey big lizard. I'm taking these. I placed the 2 necklaces inside my storage ring. Of course, my lord, I belong to you, so everything is yours. Oh, also I'll be taking those things on the ground, so quickly gather everything next to me. The poor dragon started picking everything and bringing it to me. Once I finished all of this, it turned out to be that I looted from him 462k golden coins and a lot of armors, weapons, and other items as well as some junk. Now let's talk about your mission. It actually is quite simple. For the next 6 years you will stay in this place to kill all the adventurers that will come to challenge you, so you will keep getting stronger as well as collecting all of their items and gold. I explained to him. Understood, my lord. For now. I walked again towards him and he automatically bowed his head, allowing me to get on him. I walked to his forehead and heated my index finger until it became yellow and smoke came out of it. This will be proof that you are my servant. I sculpted these letters Netflix on his forehead with my finger and heat. It was black so it looked like a tattoo. When the 6 years are done, you will bring all the things you collected and come to. I told him the place where to find me at that time, then I left the place with a second subordinate. The first being Altirion, my strongest servant. Oh, by the way, I killed millions of skeletons. While doing that I heard many leveling up notifications, so let's check my status. Viriaco. LVL 119. HP 259,000/259,000. MP 282,000/282,000. Dash, race, dash. Dragon Monarch. Dash, class, dash. Fire God LVL 53. Battle God LVL 66. Dash, traits, dash. Dragon God Transformation, LVL 104. Dragon God Scales, LVL 104. Dragon God Claws, LVL 104. Dragon God Aura, LVL 119. Cold Resistance, LVL 96. Pain Nullification, Max. Dragon God Will, Max. Limit Breaker, Max. God of Strength, Max. God of Mastery, Max. God of Speed, Max. God of Wisdom, Max. God of Immortality, Max. Cool. Chapter 17, Annihilation, 1. If the first 10 years of Yggdrasil were the peak of the game and its pinnacle, then the last 10 years are known as the forgotten part and the downfall of it. People stopped progressively playing the game, day after day, month after month. Then after the years flew by, the flame of Yggdrasil was slowing extinguished. Only a small percentage of player kept playing, as well as the new coming players who consisted of young people mostly. But even so, I kept playing with passion and enjoying the game to the fullest, trying to become stronger. Last year I told my old friend Steve, the head developer, to create a kingdom for me, and so he did. He made a small city where in the middle of it is a huge castle. And when I say huge, I really mean it. Picture of the castle here. Guys, right here your suggestion for the name of the castle. It has to be badass like Nazarick. You got me, boys. I started creating my NPCs that will serve me. I gave them equipment and everything. It took me a whole year to finish all of my NPCs. At that moment the skeleton dragon finally finished his mission and came to my castle. The day I first met him, I told him that I would be at this place since I was planning on creating my castle in this spot from the beginning, making it 16 years from the day I was reincarnated and started playing the game. With the help of all the stuff he has been collecting during this time, I finalized all of my NPCs and now they are roaming around the castle, with the skeleton dragon in the underground. From all the things he brought with him, there were 2 world items that I don't even use and are stocked inside the treasury of the castle. Talking about treasury, I emptied 95% of the things in my storage ring inside the big treasury that is guarded by one of the guardians. The world items I got are 2 rings totally different and each one has its own ability. The first ring is the Ring of Telekinesis, one of the world items. Just like its name indicates, it gives its user strong telekinesis powers. Picture of the ring here. As for the other ring, the Ring of Elements, one of the world items. It gives access to superior types of elemental magic such as ice, lightning, sound, and magma. Picture of the ring here. These 2 rings are really interesting and have incredible abilities, but unfortunately I cannot use them because of my Dragon Monarch race. It is true that the game started getting boring since people were leaving the game, and for this reason I contacted once again Steve and told him about the plan I have. Flashback 2 months ago. Knock knock. You can come in, Steve. Steve opened the door and took a seat in front of my desk that I was putting my legs on. Hello, boss. It's been a while. Steve bowed lightly his head. Oh, come on, Steve. How many times did I tell you to speak to me without formalities? I think of you as a friend, you know that you are my favorite, right? I tapped the tip of my $1,000 cigars, making the ash fall down. This is why I made you the head manager of developers. More experienced people competed for that post, but I decided to choose you. This is one of the advantages of being my dog after all. I thought. I will try to. He stuttered out of nervousness, he always has been like that. Anyways, let's get into business, shall we? I turned off the half cigar and threw it to the trash as if I'm throwing a banana skin. Let's be real, Yggdrasil is dying day after day, and if we let things keep going that way we will end up shooting down the game. This is what I want, but I'm still not ready yet since there are a few things I need to have before going to the new world. Before continuing my speech. So, for you, what do you think is the best thing that would make players come back and play? I asked Steve. Maybe an event. Steve answered, expecting a big no. Bingo. You are damn right. See, Steve. You can make it when you want. But not any event would make the players come back. We need something that when those idiots will hear it they will go like, OHSHIT. I can't possibly miss this. I answered, mimicking the social slaves know as poor commoners. Steve seemed to be a bit puzzled and not understand, so I sympathied for him. My old friend Steve, I made a plan that will make us rich again. We will create an event with a cash prize of $5 million and a brand new $50,000 gaming setup, but this isn't what is going to catch people's attention. I catched my breath, then continued. The interesting part is that not only one player can win the prize, and not only 2. But all the players who survive. Wait, if you are planning to give this kind of crazy high prize to all the survivors, aren't we going to make huge losses? Asked Steve, massaging his temples, imagining how many $5 million we will have to pay. This is where comes my genius plan come into play, Steve. The event is going to be something that players, when hearing it, will think that it's something easy anyone can do, but actually it's completely and utterly impossible. So do you have any guesses of what the event will be? I asked with a devilish smile, making him shiver. And no, please do tell me. I heard him gulp at the end of his half-sentence. Boss Nouflex is really creepy when he smiles. Thought Steve. He, my dear Steve. The event would be for the whole players of Yggdrasil to have a full war against my city. The one, or guild to kill me would get $15 million to each member, as for the other survivors they will have the $5 million and the setup each. So what do you think of the idea? I rested my chin on my right palm, bringing my legs down to the ground. But boss, don't you have unlimited leveling capacity? It's going to be a massacre for them. They don't even stand a chance. He got excited and got up from his seat. This is exactly what we want, Steve. They don't know about that, so we will give the players 1 month to prepare themselves. They will think that it's an easy task and everyone will pay to get the best and strongest equipment, thinking that they will make up for that money when they win. In other words, they will consider it as an investment. I rested my arms on the desk, leaning forward. Just how do you come up with those ideas, boss? With this we will both have active players back and make crazy money. You are the best. He got excited again and started jumping around. All right, let's get to work, Steve. I will leave making the announcement to you, and tell the commercialization department to start working on the trailer. I need it ready in 4 days. I waved for him to leave the room, and I took another cigar, cute its tip, and lit it up with my $6,000 lighter. Understood. And he went running back to his tasks. Seriously, these commoners. Stupid monkeys. Puff, I exhaled the cigar smoke. End of flashback. Chapter 18, Annihilation, 2. All of this brings us to this moment, the moment that will be etched in the history of gaming. In 20 minutes from now, what is going to happen will be known as the Annihilation in the gaming district. During the 1-month period after the announcement of the event, all of the OG players who were experienced and strong but left the game out of boredom came back to train so that they have their edge back alongside the recent players who tryharded to get stronger. Almost every player became greedy after hearing the prizes and bought the best items available in the store, no matter how expensive they were, thinking that with all the players who will participate they will have an easy win. This created for the company an extremely huge profit that, although wasn't like the one of the first 3 days after the publication of the game, it was still great. During the preparation for the war month we generated $1,168 billion, in other words $1.168 trillion from in-game purchases. And of course you guys know the process. After paying all the workers and taxes. Then after dividing the money between the associates, my personal share was $391 billion. It was this big because during all this time, I kept buying shares slowly from the associates, reaching 55% of the whole company. Now guys, my bank account officially has $12.689 trillion, making me the 5th richest person on the planet. The first one right now is Elon Musk. Yeah, you might think, wait. How is it even possible? He is dead. Well, no, he's not dead. When he was 89 years old he created a robot where he transferred his brain and heart to. This machine has a human body that keeps the brain and heart alive and beating as long as it has energy. The machine costs hundreds of billions of dollars, so only the richest of the richest can afford it. Anyways, let's go back to the game. I was a player who was against discrimination. Whenever I found heteromorphic players getting bullied, I would never turn a blind eye on it and help them. Not because I was your fantasy stupid hero who loved justice and helping people, not at all. It was actually for reasons that will benefit me. First is that I will have EXP as well as their drops, be it items, gold, or whatever. Also, I want to have a good image and reputation in game because all the actions I do inside are known to my NPCs, so once we step into the new world they will remember everything and respect and admire me more. As well as many other reasons. This means that I was loved from the heteromorphic race. They respected me both as the strongest player of Yggdrasil and as the savior of their race. But even when I did those things they still betrayed my goodwill after hearing the announcement of the event. Well, of course I expected this outcome, and this is why I will have no mercy towards any of the players that I'm going to face today. But this doesn't mean that all of them betrayed me. Most of the Ains Olgaun Guild players wanted to participate in killing me, but my boys Mamanga, Touch Me, Hero, and Bukubuku Chagama refused to do so. This led to the departure of 36 players out of the 41 from the guild, leaving only the old meme bears and loyal ones. I would never forget this act from them and will send to each one of them a gift before the game shut down, except Mamanga of course, since he will in the new world too, a better place for us. They even sent me their NPC Demiurge as a messenger to tell me that they are willing and ready to help me in the upcoming war. He spoke in a respectful manner since he was still a normal NPC in a game, but I made sure to speak with a strong aura looking like a real monarch and god so that he remembers me as a strong supreme being when we arrive at the new world. But I respectfully refused their help, telling them that this was my war and that I will fight alone, although I appreciate their concern. Also, I was announced as a world disaster in the event trailer, and when I checked my status I indeed was a world disaster. By the way, here is my status now before we start the war, since I can guarantee you that I'm definitely going to level up a lot during and after the war. Viriaco. LVL 244. HP 600,000/600,000. MP 651,000/651,000. Dash, race, dash. Dragon Monarch. Dash, class, dash. Fire God LVL 111. Battle God LVL 135. Dash, traits, dash. Dragon God Transformation LVL 231. Dragon God Scales LVL 231. Dragon God Claws LVL 231. Dragon God Aura LVL 244. Cold Resistance LVL 222. Pain Nullification Max. Dragon God Will Max. Limit Breaker Max. God of Strength Max. God of Mastery Max. God of Speed Max. God of Wisdom Max. God of Immortality Max. God of Luck Max. World Disaster Max. As you can see, I made a huge progress during the last 6 years, and now I have a new trait, World Disaster, that I told you about. This trait gives me access to a new status panel that have more details about myself, and here it is. Lifespan, Infinity. STR, 1,501,000, boosted by the Battle God class. DEX/SPE, 1,450,000, boosted by the Battle God class. INT, 420,000, equivalent to 420 IQ. WIS, 515,000. CHA, 721,600. END, 712,000, you can last forever in anything. LUC, 812,000, boosted by the God of Luck class. Apparently the strongest player other than me, of course, not even his strongest stat passes the 100,000 scale, so this makes me quite special. Announcement. The war event will start in 5 minutes. For all the players who are participating, go to the battlefield and be ready. The personal admin told me that the numbers of the enemy is 320,256 now, and it's still going up. That's a lot of EXP, to be honest, hahaha. I was sitting on the edge of the highest place of my castle, letting my legs swing in the air, looking far ahead at the players coming from all directions. These idiots don't know that no one of them is surviving to get the prize. In my castle I have extremely strong NPCs, that if we compared them to Nazarick NPCs they would be like children in front of them. I could of course use them during this war to assist me, and if I did so I wouldn't have much to do. I would just have a sunscreen lotion on my skin and relax watching everything unfold in front of me. Especially one of them, he is the strongest person of the castle after me and my trump card, in other words, the secret weapon of the castle. I literally paid millions of dollars on items that I used to sacrifice along all those world items that I risked my life for to create him, as well as the developers that I asked to assist me during his creation to make him perfect. Yet I refused to use them in order to show my great powers and dominance to the world. Anyways, the players now were 20 kilometers away from my city. This is why I will move now, to not let my castle get destroyed accidentally when I go all out or something. And so the big moment finally arrived. Announcement. The world event, Great War, has officially started. Good luck to all players against the world disaster Viriaco. Chapter 19, Annihilation, 3. He sight of a huge majestic red dragon soaring through the skies, its wings beating powerfully and its body glistening in the sunlight. Its fiery strong scales glowed brightly, exuding a primal power that is both charming and terrifying. Picture of my new dragon form. From up above, my vision was filled with the sight of the army of those players. I was filled with a fiery determination to destroy them, and I could feel the power of the flames surging through my veins. As I flew above the army, the soldiers shielding their eyes from the intense heat and blinding light that radiated from my dragon body. My presence alone was enough to strike fear into the hearts of most players, and I knew it. With a roar of fire and a blast of epic power, I rushed into the heap, landing violently to the ground, creating a huge crater and big dust cloud, blowing and killing a few players in the process. The battlefield was immediately filled with flames and terror as I breathed fire in every direction. The army of players tried to fight back, but their weapons and powers were no match for my mighty blue fire. I let out a mighty roar, and powerful blasts of flames engulfed everywhere. The players cried out in terror and pain, as the flames burned their skin. I let out another roar. This time, even the ground beneath the players began to burn and melt. The players tried to flee, to run away from the flames, but it was useless. The flames followed them wherever they went, and the heat was so intense that the players could feel their skin blister and burn. The pain and agony were too much to bear, and one by one the players fell to the ground, their bodies burnt and covered in wounds before they disappeared completely. Only a few survivors remained, and they trembled in fear and pain. Some of them tried to run for their lives, but their legs betrayed them. Ironically, the few survivors left were heteromorphics players. I even recognized some individuals. I stared down at the surviving players, looking at them as inferiors who decided to rebel on their god, their protector, someone who they will never even dream of coming close to or becoming. They of course pleaded for mercy as hard as they could, but all of us knew that it was useless. So with my newly acquired technique that I created from an inspiration of an anime character, I cruelly burned them down. Amaterasu. Black flames emerged from their bodies, consuming them slowly but painfully. This fire is the hottest one I've got so far, and it burns anything until it turns it into nothingness, and of course it stops when I decide to. Pain cries and howls that seemed to be directly out of hell could be heard from the torture they were facing, but mercy and compassion was the last thing they deserved. As the fire raged and the smoke and ash spread across the battlefield, I knew that the battle was finished. I was the victor, the strongest warrior and the majestic fire dragon. The army of more than 400,000 players had been destroyed in 32 minutes, and the battlefield was covered in ashes and once again claimed by its legitimate owner. I was now standing alone in the middle of all the loot and stuff of dead players, and only when the Comapne's live stream ended, it was announced in the game the result of this big battle. Announcement. The Great War has ended, and the winner is Viriako. Thank you guys. Of course everyone was mad because of all the money that was lost in order to participate and win the prize, but it doesn't matter. Yggdrasil has reached its end nearly, and rare are the players that are going to play it from now on. The good parts is that we broke another world record for the most viewed live stream with 30 million views, which made us tons of money. Also, all those items and stuff I got, I even found a cool world item. Invisibility bracelet, one of the world items. The wearer can become invisible at will. When the user is invisible, the bracelet limits the sounds and smells emitted to make it harder to be spotted. Normal items and magic techniques can't detect the wearer. Picture of the bracelet. Those are not the only benefits I got. Well, let's not forget all those levels I had after killing that number of high-level players. Here is my status right now. Viriako. LVL 299. HP 839000/839000. MP 742000/742000. Dash Race Dash Dragon Monarch. Dash Class Dash Fire God LVL 134. Battle God LVL 167. Dash Traits Dash Dragon God Transformation LVL 276. Dragon God Scales LVL 276. Dragon God Claws LVL 299. Dragon God Aura LVL 299. Cold Resistance LVL 263. Pain Nullification Max. Poison Resistance Max. Dragon God Will Max. Limit Breaker Max. God of Strength Max. God of Mastery Max. God of Speed Max. God of Wisdom Max. God of Immortality Max. God of Luck Max. God of Order Max. God of Authority Max. World Disaster Max. I'm very close to reaching level 300. I will make sure to hit my goals before the servers shut down. I stated with a big smile of satisfaction. This event was made so that the players get prizes in case they won, while my prize was all the money coming from their pockets. But what I didn't expect was for me to actually have a prize too, and I mean in game, so this is what this announcement in front of my face proved. Congratulations Viriaco on winning the Great War. You did an outstanding performance, and for that you will be rewarded by these prizes. +1 world item, the Dark Crown. +1,000,000 gold coins. +10 customable accessories items. Holy crap. A new freaking world item, let's see what it is. The Dark Crown, one of the world items. You have lived your entire life as normal human, so you don't know how to be king. This crown helps its owner talk wise, and it gives knowledge on how to talk to your subordinates, your people as well as your guests and enemies. No more stuttering, and always a calm mind that is going to help you think 10 times before speaking or making decisions. Picture of the item here. Thank you Steevvvve. I imagined him with his big fluffy cheeks smiling with a blinding shiny light on his teeth and giving me thumbs up, an expression meaning, got you fam. To be continued, Chapter 20, Last Moments. I can't believe that we reached the end, man. Spoke Ains with a sad tone, looking down with his skull and his hand on the big long conference table. Well, everyone stop playing, bro, there is no meaning in leaving the game public. I had my hand in my pockets and my legs on the table as I continued. What are you going to do now, by the way? It's the last hours of the game after all. I asked Mamanga. I'm not sure, maybe I'll just wait for the others in case they log in until they shut down the server. We were now in my castle. I invited Ains here to chat a bit, waiting for the shutdown and to go to the new world. We are now in the last 3 hours of the game. Mamanga of course have no idea on what is going to happen after, and I don't plan on telling him. Actually, I'm going to act as if I too don't know too. Oh, I almost forgot, Mamanga. I asked the developer to create a gift for you. You can check it on your character panel. Here, let me show you. I walked to him and showed him a small, almost invisible window on his status. Right after clicking it, he started feeling pain all around his body, which is unusual for someone of his level. His body started levitating in the air and the pain was getting stronger. He even thought that I betrayed him or something. Still in the air, his bones started getting surrounded by muscles, organs, then skin. After that, hair began growing on his head. The problemy was that his hair was too long and he had some weird curves that shouldn't exist. He now was a gorgeous 20 years young woman, with long black hair. He had E-cup boobs similar to those of Cheyenne from Tenshura, as well as a very wide waist and huge ass. And let's not forget the tiny tight pussy. What did you do to me? He started checking his body parts, surprised and shocked. He became human, but he felt somewhat heavy. It was at this moment that he noticed the boobs and the ass. You motherfucker. What did you do? Turn me back. He started shouting. Ha 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 ha, you are now a human, you should be thankful to me, right? Beside, the game will end in like a few hours, so it's okay, buddy. I burst out laughing because he doesn't know that he will have to stay like this even in the new world. You're right, but still I don't want to stay like this. He glared daggers at me, but he looked cute instead of mad because of his appearance. Oh come on man, it's just a joke, just stay like that until the end of the game just for the sake of the old days, bro. He was reluctant, but in the end he agreed. Sigh, okay, just because it's the last moments of the game. I would love to see the faces of the Guardians after seeing you in the new world. I hope you have fun playing with Demiurge's dick though. PFFFF ha 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 ha, I tried to keep a straight face as much as I could. Also, since my status panel didn't change, and the game is shutting down, so. Yeah, it doesn't matter, I guess. He was now looking at his face in the mirror. I passed him. Mamanga stayed with me for an hour or two where we chatted and laughed. We even had a spar who almost turned into a fight after arguing about which of our NPCs is hotter. Then he left to Nazareth to give a last tour and wait hopefully for any of our friends, that I know for sure they won't log in. I am now heading to my throne room. Walking through the corridors of the castle, all the maids and butlers NPCs bow their head out of respect to their king. After all the NPCs residing inside the castle were developed to be not only loyal and trustworthy, but even if I tell one of them to die, she would immediately bite his tongue to death. Entering the throne room, I am once again overwhelmed by the sheer size and majesty of the space, even though I'm already used to seeing it almost every day. The walls are crafted from sparkling dark gold and rare stones, and the floor is carved out of pristine marble that is furnished with a long red carpet with gold on its corners spreading until the stairs and almost reaching the throne itself. The ceiling is adorned with intricate patterns and symbols of power. In the far end of the room, a massive throne stands tall and majestically, crafted from the finest diamonds, rubies, and metal and embellished with jewels and gemstones. The throne exudes a sense of immense power and royalty. It is the seat of ultimate prestige and power. As I draw closer to the throne, the room is filled with a sense of awe and respect. It is an incredible piece of craftsmanship, crafted with such intricate detail that it almost appears as if it is alive, created for the ultimate king that is me. The jewels and gemstones glimmering in the light are the perfect complement to the grand and majestic throne. The throne room is one of the most incredible and beautiful spaces I have ever seen, and every detail shows my power and prestige in this existence. The throne room is truly a breathtaking and amazing place, and it is easy to see why it is considered to be the greatest and most majestic throne room in the world. The level of detail and craftsmanship is unmatched, and the sense of power and prestige is palpable. It is truly a testament to my strength and wisdom and a symbol of the greatness of my castle and powers. I took a seat on the throne, then a female NPC walked in a professional manner in front of me and knelt to the ground. The female in front of me is called Layla, which means knight in Arabic. She is the guardian's representative and overseer. She isn't especially strong but not weak either. In the other hand, she is one of the smartest people in this castle, and her race is a royal demon succubus. She is a real beauty that can seduce even a monk, on top of that her race bloodline giving her the ability to enter in the minds of men and make them fall in love with her and play with them however she ways. Her picture here. Stand by, I commanded. These are the last minutes in this world, but before leaving it I decided to do things that will benefit it. First things first, I started by sending all of my friends $250 million each, except for Mamanga of course, since he'll be there with me. I also started an association that has as an objective to plant 50 billion trees in order to save the planet from all of that toxic atmosphere. Hopefully Earth will go back to how it was. We have been working on this project for 6 years and now we have planted more than 7 billion trees all over the world and it's still going. And last thing, I gave Sarah half of what I had left, telling her that I will be traveling to another place, that I will change numbers and everything. She respected my decision and never saw her from that day. As for the other half, I'm keeping it for myself in case going to the new world doesn't work or something unexpected happens. CEI. Only 65 seconds left, huh? Let's check my status for the last time. I did a crazy progress in the last 6 years. All I did was violating those world enemies everywhere. Viriaco. LVL 441. HP 2404000/2404,000. MP 2191000/291,000. Dash race dash Dragon Monarch. Dash class dash Fire God LVL 214. Battle God LVL 239. Dash traits dash Dragon God Transformation LVL 422. Dragon God Scales LVL 422. Dragon God Claws LVL 422. Dragon God Aura LVL 441. Cold Resistance LVL 441. Pain Nullification Max. Dragon God Will Max. Limit Breaker Max. God of Strength Max. God of Mastery Max. God of Speed Max. God of Wisdom Max. God of Immortality Max. God of Luck Max. God of Order Max. God of Authority Max. God of Catastrophe Max. God of Strategy Max. World Disaster Max. Oh, I almost forgot, I had those items created only for me so that I look badass in the new world. I created more than 200 but I'll wear only those for now. I took out an ice chain, watch and bracelet as well as 3 custom-made rings for me and wore them immediately. Picture of the items here. They are customable and unique items made only for me. Those items are undestroyable and have unlimited lifespan, not even 15 nth tier magic can destroy them. Now with these things on, I will look majestic in the new world. I smiled in anticipation for the teleportation to finally happen. Chapter 21, First Time as a King. 23 hours 59 minutes and 57 seconds. 23 hours 59 minutes and 58 seconds. 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Midnight. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. I slowly open my eyes and I find myself in the real world inside my capsule. No. Wait. It didn't work. And this, guys, is the end of the fanfiction. I hope you liked it. Just kidding. Let's continue. I slowly opened my eyes and found myself still sitting on my beautiful majestic throne. I check my vision and find that there is not game interface as well as HP and MP bar, meaning a single thing. I made it. He ha 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 ha. I placed my forehead on my palm that was held with the help of my elbow resting on the soft handle of the throne. My lord, are you okay? Layla, the guardian overseer and my secretary. Her duty is to do the all paperwork and small tasks and needs I have as well as supervising the guardians, so she most of the time stay next to me. Yeah haha, I'm more than fine, I'm actually in the best form of my life and the happiest person. Layla. Do you know why? I asked with a happy smile making me look like a kid. Out of happiness I even took the black crown and spinned it on my index finger. No, Viriako-sama, I'm afraid that I do not know why. She bowed her head feeling guilty as if not knowing why I was happy is considered a crime. It's because me. As a supreme being and your king will be here for good and always, and we have been transported into a new world. She didn't understand most of what I said, but she realized what I said about being transferred into a new world. In that case I will start the urgence protocols immediately. She believed my words immediately without even questioning it. It was as if my world were the absolute truth and logic of the world. Wait, before anything here, take those. I took out 2 rings out of my storage ring and gave them to her. They were the authority ring and the telekinesis ring. This is the telekinesis ring, give it to the Blizzard Guardian. As for the other, it's the authority ring, it allows you to talk to all people of the castle. I have 2 of it, so I decided to give you this one since you will need it to accomplish your duties more effectively as the Guardian's overseer. Seeing that I gave her a gift, Layla's face blushed to the ears. She lowered herself to one knee and gently bowed her head, carefully bringing her eyes down to the ground as a sign of devotion and reverence. She then expressed herself. Viriako-sama, I do not deserve those gifts, but I will devote my body and soul to not make you regret trusting me with those treasures. Layla, those are not treasures, they are garbage, just lifeless items. My real treasures are you, the gods, guardians and all the people serving in this castle. I said, putting my crown back on my red hair. I could see that she was shaking while kneeling, looking down to hide her face, but I could clearly see her azure red ears that are about to let smoke come out of them. See, calm down, Layla, huff huff, this is not the moment to do that, the castle is in a serious situation. Inhale. Exhale, now calm down. Layla's head was a mess after what I said, but she managed to control herself. Layla, tell Amon to scan the area around the castle to know our location, as well as to see how much of the city was teleported here. Also gather all the gods in the important meetings rooms except for Ruin in 45 minutes, Amon must join us there too after he finishes his expedition in order to share the informations with us. I ordered her, checking her breathtaking delicious body without exaggerating. Of course I could look at her however I want, she would even be glad about it, but right now I must stay professional since I don't even know where we have been teleported to, but I just can't help it, she's so gorgeous. At once, my lord. And like that she left the room to execute her orders, leaving me and my personal maid. Please allow me to explain to you. In this castle the one with the highest authority is obliviously me, but the other 2 right after me are my kids. Yes, you heard it right, I have kids here. So as the people with the most important roles in here, we have our personal maids. Each one of us have a maid, and the maids, the 3 of us have, are actually sisters. I named each one of them White in a different language because of their white hair. So my maid is called Blanc. Picture of Blanc here. Blanc, bring me the kids. I waved my hand at her, allowing her to go. Yes, master. She bowed her head and went to bring my 2 children. Now that she left, let me explain to you the system inside the castle. As I already explained before, the 3 with the highest authority are me and my kids, then comes Layla, the Guardian's overseer. Then right after Layla comes the gods that I told her to gather in the meeting room. The gods are a part of the Guardians, but they are special individuals with special abilities. It can be special strength, magic or even intellect. They are the pillars of strength of the castle and our new kingdom. After the gods there is the Guardians. They are strong individuals, not as strong as the gods of course, but still they deserve the title of Guardians. Each one of them have a special task inside the castle. In last there are the maids, butlers and lower servants of the castle. They manage the small tasks and keep the place clean and organized. Did you call for us, Daddy? A young girl spoke in a seductive tone, walking towards my direction, waving her waist, making her short skirt jump and reveal her panties in the process. Serena Cor Ignis II, my 39-years-old daughter and one of the guardians of the castle. She is a frost dragon with blue hair, my complete opposite. Even though her age is 39, it actually is in Dragon Age line. If we convert it to human age, it's equivalent to 18 years, so she is still very young. Picture of Serena here. Yes, I did call for you, Serena. There will be an urgent meeting and I need you to be there too in order to understand what is going on. Oh, I see. Once again with her seductive tone, she sat on my lap facing me, and started rubbing her crotch on my dick. Well, this was completely unexpected. She came very close to my face, dodged it aiming for my ear. She softly bit my ear and spoke right next to it in a sexy and seductive manner. You know that I really missed you, Daddy, right? She placed her hands on my chest, and focused in warming both my ear with her breath and my dick with her warm fluffy pussy. This girl is copying me or what? Referring to Chapter 6. Chapter 22, The Gods of the Castle. I wouldn't say that I wasn't enjoying what she did, but isn't my daughter. I'm pretty sure I made in her settings that she is my biological daughter. Daddy, I want you to play with me. She leaned next to my face and licked my lips. Serena, as much as I want to play with you, we are now in a serious situation, so we will have to leave that for later. I smiled. Boo, I really wanted to have fun, but it can't be helped then. Daddy. Daddy. An excited voice came running towards me. It was my son Cloud Cor. He is 22 years old. He's a demi-frost dragon and demi-archangel. If we convert his age to human age, he would be 9 years old and a half. Picture of Cloud here. He came running to me and jumped on me with a hug. Serena stepped down from my lap and sat on my left leg, leaving space for her brother. Oh, Cloud. I'm happy to see you. I hugged him, then caressed his light blue hair. I'm happy too, Daddy. It's the first time you call for us after all. Hee. He was happy and excited, his white fluffy angelic wings flapping up and down as well as the light blush on his face was proof of his happiness. The two other maids responsible for my kids were bowing their heads since they just came in the throne room. The one with the short hair is called Audie and she in charge of Cloud, while the other one is Bialy and she works for Serena. Picture of Audie and Bialy here. Today you two will accompany Daddy to a meeting, okay? I placed my hands on their back, still sitting on my legs. X2, yes. Both of them were excited. It was the first time I called for them and saw the throne room, so they were inspecting curiously every corner of it. They were lonely NPCs for 5 years in Yggdrasil and they remember every moment of it, so it is only natural for them to be this happy. Of course I was visiting them like some other guardians in the castle from time to time, but it was very rare since they were just NPCs at that time, so it was boring for me. But now they are real living people, so I will treat them like such, and as my kids, of course. It's time, kids, let's go. Everyone is waiting for us. X2, yes. They both responded enthusiastically and come down from my legs. I held Cloud's hand with my left, and placed my arm on Serena's shoulder as we walked towards the conference room with the 3 twin sisters maids following behind us. While walking to the room I chatted with Cloud and Serena and noticed that they were really talkative and have strong personalities. I will try to spend time with them as much as I can to strengthen our relationship. I have to point out to the fact that even though they are my kids, and the individuals with most authority after me, they still are my servants and very loyal. But I will still consider them as my children. This is why I created them in the first place. We finally reached the conference room, and a huge double doors opened from the other side by the butlers since they knew of my arrival. The light coming from the inside was really strong, so only after 5 seconds my eyes got used to it and I could see again. Picture of the conference room here. The huge room and table surrounded by 8 important individuals of the castle. All of them stood from their seats, pushed their chairs back and kneeled on one knee. We welcome the Supreme Monarch, and the young masters. All of them greeted at once. I walked to my seat that was on the end of the table with Cloud and Serena following my track. I sat on the biggest chair and they sat next to me. Some of the people present here don't know each other since they didn't have the chance to meet, so now it's a change for them to get to know about everyone in charge inside the castle. Everyone take your seats, we will start the meeting now. I rested my elbows and forearms on the table. Everyone took a seat and I announced the reason for the meeting. I decided to gather the gods here because the castle has entreed an unknown situation and was teleported to another world that we know nothing about. I am sure that some of you already noticed it already. I spoke looking at a certain white-haired guy, and after noticing my gaze he started speaking as well. Yes, Viriako-sama, I did notice changes in the space and a fluctuation in the magic in the air, so I knew that we have been transported somewhere unknown. He explained. The one who spoke is a tall man, even taller than me, lean and muscular, who is in his late 20s and is considered really attractive, mainly due to his facial features. He has snow-white hair and special vibrant blue eyes. He covers his eyes with a black blindfold which props up his hair and gives it a spikier appearance. He is wearing a dark blue zip-up jacket with a high collar that's also fairly wide. He wears slim-fit matching black pants and black dress boots. As you might have understood, this guy is the god of space Gojo Satoru. I created him with the same personality and powers of the real Gojo, so he basically is him. Right, at this moment we know nothing about our situation. This is why I invited him on to this meeting, since he gathered information by going to the outside. I am sure that everyone heard of him since he is the Wandering Guardian. I pointed at him with my hand. Oh, so he is the Wandering Guardian. It's the first time I see him because I'm always at the garden. Asked a young girl. Yeah, it's him. I already saw him many times. It is said that all he does is fly around in the castle until Viriako-sama gives him orders. Responded her sister. These twin sisters are Terania and Vita, respectively the goddess of nature and goddess of life and guardians of the castle. They are young elven beast women. They have a mixed bloodline between elves and beast women, wolves to be exact. Both of them are 46 years old, but in their race age it's considered young. If we convert it to human age it's something like 12 or 13 years. Their picture here. As for Amon, he is known as the Wandering Guardian or as the Fallen. He is not a god but one of the guardians of the castle. He has both angels and demons' blood in his veins. His main role is executing the king's orders, otherwise he only wander around in the huge castle, hence his name, the Wandering Guardian. His powers are pretty simple but effective. He can steal the life of his opponents just by looking at them, but it's a really slow process, so by touching them he can steal the whole life of a person in a matter of few minutes. His picture here. So Amon, tell us your report on what you saw on the outside. I crossed my arms in front of my chest, excited to hear where we have been teleported to. To be continued. Chapter 23, The Gods of the Castle, 2. Yes, my lord. He spoke slowly and lazily as if he didn't have any energy at all. Well, I remember reading in his settings that he was very tired and lazy person after all. He bowed his head and continued. Viriako-sama, I analyzed the whole place and it seems that only the castle was teleported here. As for the city, there is no signs of it at all, and there is no part missing from the castle. He took a break then continued. We are mostly surrounded by a huge forest for at least 25 kilometers, and there is no sign of a human or other race kingdom. On the other hand, I found an elven village 2.5 kilometers on the south of the castle. End of report. I rubbed my chin and thanks to my crown I had an accelerated thought of the situation. I see, so the only way to get more information is to head to the elves' village and extract it from them. I continued. Okay, very well. Before we make any moves and since everyone is here, I will tell you what my objectives in this world are. In the Yggdrasil world I achieved all my goals by myself, but this time I have you, my most precious treasures. I turned my gaze to every one of them while talking. My objective in this new world is to dominate it and have it on the surface of my palms. This new world is going to be ruled under my new name that I designated for myself, a supreme being, the Dragon Monarch, a king, and a god. Everyone was focusing and paying attention to every word spoken out of my mouth with respect and admiration. I could literally see stars flickering in the eyes of Terania and Vita. Nouflex cor Ignis shall be my name, and it is the same for Cloud and Serena. I stood from my spot and placed my palms on the big long table, leaning forward. Gods and guardians, this time I am not alone, so I will count on you in reaching my name and my kingdom to what is above achievable. I leaned back, balancing myself, and placed my hands on my children. This is all. End of the meeting. Being on physical contact with Serena and Cloud, I activated one of my rings' power and teleported from my spot, leaving everyone else there. The room fell into a silent atmosphere for a few seconds after I left, only to be broken by the lively and energetic twin sisters. Say Terania, Nouflex-sama is really cool, right? Excitedly, her hands moving everywhere, her sister Terania responded. Yes. He was so cool. I never thought Nouflex-sama was this badass. Well, we are talking about Nouflex-sama here, the one who defeated hundreds of thousands of other supreme beings alone, the strongest in existence. The one who spoke is a man who seems to be around 33 years old, but he actually lived for hundreds of years. His medium-length black hair is brushed to the left side and has a goatee with a mustache. He wears an black open suit that showcases his white shirt and black tie. This person is called Diablo, the god of malice and one of the guardian of the castle. Although his normal human looks, he actually is a doppelganger who can alter his appearance at any given moment to anyone and anything. Accompanied by his incredible intellect and immeasurably high IQ, his talking as well as mimicking techniques make him one of the scariest guardians of the castle. Picture of Diablo here. Gojo leaned back on his seat and crossed his legs with a smile. Haha, I can't believe that he decided to trust us on this mission. We have to make him not regret this decision. Excuse me gods, but I will leave for now to fly in the castle and execute my tasks in case my lord needs something. Amon spoke lazily but respectfully, bowed his head and flew out of the room. Me too am going to have to leave. After hearing what Nouflex-sama said, I need to make preparations for the plan for my lord's objectives. It was nice to meet you gods. Diablo excused himself and left the room. Thud thud. A female god placed both of her legs on the table, applying force which made the thuds sound. She crossed her arms under her large boobs and spoke. I thought that you would be a bunch of weaklings, but I changed my mind. Meeting you head-on proved that I was wrong. You are average at best. She mocked them with a sinister devilish smile. The woman who was talking is called Valkyrie and the strongest of the gods and guardians in terms of technique and weapons wielding. She is from the Valkyrie race. She is a tall and muscular woman with large breasts and short white hair with a few red tips on the right side. She has red eyes and appears almost nude with chains only barely covering a few part of her body as well as her privates. Picture of Valkyrie here. X2, scary. The twin sister interlocked their fingers with each other, looking at the evil goddess of war, sliding their tongues out in sarcasm. Weaklings. Haha, the only weakling I see in this room is you. I knew it at the first second I saw you with those eyes of mine. Gojo mocked her, pointing at his blindfold, talking about his 6 eyes. The goddess of war became furious, happy, and excited at the same time, since someone of the legendary gods actually replied to her tauntings. She is someone who loves wars and fights, hence her title, Goddess of War. She stood up really fast, happy and excited, and especially angry, with many veins appearing on her forehead, slamming hard her palms on the table as she shouted. Ooh! So what do you think about showing me what you are worth instead of empty words? On the other side, Gojo was simply smiling, enjoying the state he made the goddess in. You two calm down at once. Nouflex-sama was here only moments ago. Have some respect. The one to speak is a skeleton with a towering and imposing presence and a very deep and intimidating voice. His form is much more sinister and foreboding, with sharp claws and sinister oppressing aura. His skull has very defined strong jaws filled with razor-sharp teeth, giving him a truly terrifying appearance. His eyes and the energy surrounding him still retain a glowing purple hue, giving off an air of menace and a reminder of his immense dark powers. He wears a purple large and fluffy dress with a golden necklace suspended on his rib cage, as well as a golden crown that had a lot of elegant protrusions, which were ornately decorated with red gems. He is called Hades Mortis, the god of death and one of the guardians of the castle. He was the greatest necromancer 5,000 years ago, but when he became old he was betrayed by the king of his country and tortured for so long before getting killed using holy magic for 6 long years. After his death he didn't rest in peace but was given another life as a great lich in order to take his revenge. From the day he was wandering around the world gaining power and knowledge for 5,000 years until he met his master Nouflex and served him after seeing a glimpse of his unmeasurable powers. At least that was his settings. Picture of Hades here. Yes, please respect this place, and if you have problems you can settle them on the training grounds. The Guardian Overseer Layla spoke with authority. TSK. After hearing what Hades said, one of the most respected people of the castle as well as the Guardian's Overseer, Valkyrie turned her gaze towards Gojo for the last time, sending him daggers, which he replied by a nonchalant smile. She then left the room in a hurry, dissatisfied. There is no propose anymore for me in staying here, so I will talk a MT leave. Gojo crossed his fingers before disappearing from his spot. Chapter 25, Plan. I am a king with great powers, and as they say, with great powers comes great responsibilities. So right now I have to actually make an important decision. We discovered an elves village not too far from here, and am not sure if we should go there or not, but at the same time we need to gather information, it's very important. Oh fuck, I don't know. I leaned back on the chair feeling a headache. Blanc. Bring me Zaza. I ordered. Yes, my lord. She bowed her head and went to prepare my rocket. Well, believe it or not, in the garden supervised by the goddess of nature Terrania we have weed, and to be honest am not going to stop myself from consuming it. I have the regeneration ring, so no worries about my health. Blanc came back to the room with a small box of 7 rolled joints. Of course am not smoking them all now, but I'll keep 5 for later. I only smoke 2 and am already high as fuck. It's the real deal. Well, I'm not surprised since it grew in the castle, so it should be top quality. I placed the other 5 in my drawer, then leaned back on the chair feeling way more relaxed and concentrated. It was only now that I remembered that I had the egg I found in the mythical Pegasus's cave. Thank you, Zaza. Layla, where is Calcapus? I asked the Guardian's overseer. He is guarding the treasury like always, Nouflex-sama. Should I summon him here for you? She asked. No, I will go to him since there is something I need from the treasury. Lead me to him, Layla. I answered her. I stood from my big office and walked behind Layla, who was swaying her big juicy ass left and right. I swear to God that she is doing this on purpose, but don't worry, I will make you pay for this, Layla. Just wait. The item I'm looking for is called the Lucky Egg. After creating my castle I threw it in the treasury. I remember that its description said something about summoning Campanion, and now we will go into a unknown place, so I will need guards. We reached the double doors of the treasury room, which were made of strong and solid wood mixed with the hardest and rarest metal to ever exist, crafted by the most skillful master carpenter in the land. The doors were covered in intricate carvings of dragons, wyverns, and other creatures of strength, to protect the treasures residing inside. They stood proudly at the entryway to the treasury room, guarding the riches and wealth within. The wood was polished to a gleaming finish, and the doors were built to last forever, to ensure the safety of the treasury room and all its valuable contents for the generations to come. In front of the room stood a very strange-looking creature that had its round full of holes face covered under a black hood. The creature didn't have a body, it was floating with 2 hands hanging down from its shoulders. This person is Calcapus, the guardian of the treasury. He is an underling of Diablo, so he is not a simple individual as he seems. Picture of Calcapus here. When Calcapus saw my figure coming towards him, he immediately landed on the ground and bowed his head down. Nouflex-sama. It is a pleasure to see you in the part of the castle that this lowly servant guards. I'm pleased to see you complete your duties as well. If I came to see you, it's because there is an item I need, but before that, show me where is the all-seeing eyes. I placed my hands on my waist. Oh my lord, of course this place is yours just like I am. The huge door opened slowly due to their weight, exposing mountains of treasures and gold filled with rare treasure, gold, weapons, and armor. Every space was filled with riches beyond imagining, from exquisite gems and finely crafted jewelry to ancient artifacts and valuable works of art. There was no limit to the wealth and riches that the room contained, and every priceless piece was carefully maintained and protected by the most skilled guard in the castle when it comes to items, Calcapus. This was the heart of the kingdom's wealth and power, and it was an awe-inspiring sight to behold. Calcapus walked directly to the item I asked for, as if he actually memorized the place of everything in this room. Well, he is the guardian of the treasury for a reason after all. Here is the item you asked for, my lord. He stretched both his hands with the item on his palm, showing it to me. Listen, Calcapus, this is a gift from me to you. You are the one who deserves this item the most, so am entrusting it to you. Make the best use of it for the sake of your god, me the Dragon Monarch. My eyes seemed to glow with a yellowish faint color when I spoke. My lord. It is truly an honor to receive one of the items you personally gathered during your adventures. I swear to make the best use of it for your sake and for the sake of your new kingdom. He replied. Good, good. Now for the reason I am here. I want the lucky egg since I'm really interested in it right now. I placed my hand on my chin, thinking of the possibilities of what it may summon. Of course, Nouflex-sama, I will bring the item to you right now. Just like for the previous item, Calcapus didn't even look left or right and went directly to the time without losing time and brought it to me. Perfect, this was all, guardian. I will leave you complete your duties as always. I walked out from the room. It was a pleasure to have you here, Nouflex-sama. I hope you have a great day. Calcapus once again bowed his head. Sure, you too. I walked, waving my hand to him with my back facing him. Layla, I will head now to the training grounds. I know the way, so you can leave now. I'm sure you have much work to do, so I won't hold you anymore, I said without looking back at her. Okay, my lord, but do you need any assistance before that? She asked, following behind me. Nah, just make sure Cloud is not skipping his morning classes again, and tell Serena to not forget her training. Okay, my lord. She stopped in her tracks, bowed her head with both her hands in front of her crotch, then left to the rooms of the kids. On the other hand, I walked all the way to the training ground situated in the center of the castle. The castle is actually composed of 4 different parts that are not attached, creating a big square, and in the middle of that square is huge training grounds. Reaching the training grounds that stood tall and mighty, perched just inside the walls of the castle. With plenty of space to maneuver and practice, the training grounds were the perfect place for the unexisting soldiers of the castle to drill and prepare. The grounds were kept in excellent condition, with wide and spacious area for sparring and drills. Along the edge of the training ground, there sat a row of tents, where the soldiers could take a break and gather themselves before returning to their exercises. It was a place of constant practice and activity, and a place where the king could come to watch and observe, even participate if I want. Unexpectedly, in the middle of the ground was a single person soaked in sweat, training alone using her sword, then switching her weapon from the sword to chains. She was the goddess of war Valkyrie. I observed her for a few minutes before going into the training ground myself to join her. Chapter 26, The Lucky Egg. You truly are unbelievable, Valkyrie. Your technique is impeccable, there is nothing to say. Valkyrie is one of my favorite people in the castle. I know I shouldn't have preferences, but I really used to like her back in my world. I actually like all the people here, that is why I created them in the first place, but Valkyrie was really someone I love and wanted to smash so hard. Valkyrie, hearing my voice, immediately stopped her training and knelt with her head looking down. Nouflex-sama, I do not deserve such praise. I'm still too far from even reaching a part of your powers. Valkyrie has a rough, tomboy, and rude mindset, from her inner opinions to her outer appearance. She is fearless, she shows some masochistic tendencies and seems to enjoy bullying others who she think of as inferior, especially in a vulgar manner. But this was with the others. When speaking to me she is very respectful and has incredible manners. I admire her thirst for strength, but that is not all. I also admire her strong body and her abs, as well as her outfit and hair. In other words, I enjoy everything in her. No, you deserve it, Valkyrie. You are the strongest warrior in the castle after all, after me of course. I gently patted her head. I did this on purpose to see her reaction, since she isn't the type to accept head pats. She turned her head to the right side with a small blush on her face. Her voice was still as stiff and deep as before, but her always serious and angry face seemed to relax a bit. Thank you, Nouflex-sama. She held her left bicep with her right hand. She looked as if she was ashamed or not accepting herself. I moved my hand from her head down to her shoulder, feeling her white soft skin that almost made her shy, and even more embarrassed. Valkyrie, is there a problem? You can tell me, I will help you. I leaned forward to look at her face that was looking down. Nouflex-sama. You find my body disgusting, right? I'm sure that it isn't to your liking and hate it. Who would want someone like me after all? Now that those words, she couldn't lift her head anymore. As I was about to talk, she started saying nonsense again. I'm sorry I bothered you with such ridiculous things. Please punish me for this as you like. She kneeled again in front of me. Stand up, Valkyrie. She stood up, still facing the ground, feeling ashamed. I placed my fingers on her chin and lifted it up, then started passionately kissing her, pulling her roughly to me. She was startled at first, not realizing what happened, but getting kissed this way by her lord and master was the absolute and ultimate pleasure and experience a goddess like herself could have. After kissing until she had no breath left, I broke the kiss, leaving a silver line hanging between our lips. Valkyrie, I think you are beautiful and have a great body. I really love it. Do you know what is my favorite part of it? I asked close to her ear so that she could feel my warm breath. It right here. I rubbed her strong and firm abs with my palm, making her blush to the ears. Ah, really? She became happy but still didn't smile. Her eyes were sparkling with hope and excitement. I'm serious, Valkyrie, you are even one of my favorites, you know. I once again leaned closer to her and spoke seductively. I might even invite you to my bed if you work hard. I leaned back with a smirk, having both my hand in my pocket, satisfied from her reactions. Literally smoke came out of her ears and a faint smile of excitement and anticipation appeared for a few seconds before it faded away and became serious again. Thank you, Master, it really makes me happy to know that. And I will work really hard to be up to your expectations. She lightly bowed her head. Good, good. Now before I do what I came here for, I actually have a gift for you. I know that you have a weaker defense compared to your other stats, so I have this cloak for you. It will multiply your defense x 2.5 times. She wore it and thanked me many times, swearing to make the best use of it for my sake. And now I could finally crack the egg to see what it was. Now that this matter is settled up, I will do what I came here for. Valkyrie, I will summon unknown creatures now. We aren't sure if they will be loyal or not, so stay on guard. I opened the inventory gate and took out the gray egg. I inspected it for a few seconds, remembering old memories of when I was fighting the Pegasus. They were happy memories cause I was enjoying playing at that time, but now I'm happier than I ever was, living in a huge castle with the people I love and always dreamt of meeting, and they serve me at that. It's really cool. I threw the egg 10 meters before me, when it made contact with the ground and shattered to many pieces. Then a strong blinding light that almost made me close my eyes if it wasn't for my dragon eyes came out. Valkyrie was in a fighting stance, ready to fight whatever is going to be summoned to protect her master. She even stepped before me to cover me in case there was an attack, while I was relaxed with my hands inside my pockets. When the bright light finally ended, a group of 25 human with royal golden armors, each one of them had a spear standing next to them. We serve the god. All of them shouted at ounce, hitting the bottom of their spear to the ground, pumping their chests and looking up. Oi! You are holding your heads a little too high in the face of his majesty, don't you think? Valkyrie pointed her sword to the group of royal guards summoned by the egg, sending suffocating killing intent towards them when saying the last 3 words. The guards, feeling the high and heavy pressure exerted on them, knelt while shouting. We apologize, your majesty. Ha ha ha, it's okay, Valkyrie. They are new here, so I'll let it slide this time. But before deciding what to do with you, let's do this. Utilizing the Golden Rings ability, I sent a message to Calcapus. Sup Calcapus, do you have any informations about the summonings of the lucky egg? Oh yes, my lord. The lucky egg summons human-looking creature that are level 30 in average according to Yggdrasil scales, but these creatures, when they consume the blood of a race, they approximately double their level and gain a few characteristics from that said race. They even become more loyal to the person who gave them the blood. Okay Calcapus, good work. I replied to him. Oh please my lord, you know I love talking about items, it's my passion after all. I hope I was useful. Yeah, it's true. I remember writing in his setting that he is obsessed with all the items and treasures, and that he studies all the time about them, which made him an expert and know about almost all of them. And if you give him a new one, he only need minutes to understand its use. Well, in that case. I took out a cup and turned Altrian into a small dagger. I cued my finger to fill the cup with my blood. Nouflex-sama. Are you okay? Why would you do that? Even if it's Calcapus who said it, they still don't deserve to have your blood. Valkyrie was worried about me and taught that these things don't deserve it. We will need them to be stronger than what they are to protect me and the castle, so it's necessary, Valkyrie. Besides that, it's okay, my finger will heal in no time, look. After the cup was filled with blood, smoke came out of the wound until it was completely healed in seconds. See? I told her to reassure her, then I turned towards them. You will have the honor to drink my blood, me the Dragon Monarch, a god on land, so I expect from you the ultimate dedication and loyalty. As the strongest lord, I have brought you together to serve as my royal guards and to protect me and the kingdom against those who wish to do us harm. I catched my breath for a moment while looking at their serious and impatient faces. I expect the highest level of skill, dedication, and loyalty. I trust that you will uphold the honor of the castle and protect me and my family with your lives. I shall reward you with great honor and respect, and treat you with the highest level of trust and esteem. I expect nothing less than the best from you, you shall not disappoint, but in case you do, then you will pay with your souls and bodies. I smiled at them mischievously, making them gulp. Now then, you can have this. I gave Valkyrie the cup that she passed to them, not before commenting to them again. TSK, if you dare dissatisfy Nouflex-sama, then I will personally make sure you regret coming out of that egg. She had a mad and angry expression like always, and her voice was scary. Each one of them drank really small sips to leave for the other one. They normally are only required a single drop, but yeah, anyways. Their presence and the aura surrounding them was getting stronger and heavier, meaning that they were gaining levels until they actually doubled, and now they could actually be considered my royal guards. Really short horns came out of their heads, indicating that they indeed had become draconians, and not any Dragonyen but the Dragon Monarch draconians, making them even stronger. Red scales started growing on different parts of their bodies, reinforcing their defense, as well as red wings to make them fly. Fuck. Why are these draconians have wings while I don't? It's really unfair. Sigh. Okay, Prefect. Now that you are draconians, I actually know what to do with you. You will be working under his guiding, I guess. Once again I used the golden ring to call upon one of the guardians of the castle. To be continued. Chapter 27, Brains of the Castle. Gabaru, I need you to come to the training grounds, I ordered him through the telepathy ability of the ring. At once, my lord, I will be there in no time. Not even 15 seconds went by as I saw his shadow on the ground due to the hot sun above our heads. Gabaru landed and immediately knelt to the ground. Nouflex-sama. It is truly an honor to be in your presence. Gabaru is a lizard that evolved into a purple Dragonyen with wings. He is the general of the army my kingdom had before the teleportation. But after the event, the army wasn't teleport with us since only the castle did. Picture of Gabaru here. If you haven't realized it yet, Gabaru is made as a copy of Gabaru from Tensura. I made sure to recreate the same personalities of all the anime characters I created because I liked them, or else I wouldn't have had to create them in the first place. Hey Gabaru, how have you been doing these times? I asked him. He stood from his stance and scratched the back of his head with a laugh. He am doing very good, Nouflex-sama, thank you for your concern. Very well, I called for you here today because of this royal guard group you see, they were just summoned. Although I am sure that they already know their tasks, I decided to have them under you as their general. So you will train them and teach them how everything works here. I took out a monster energy drink and from the inventory and opened it. And yes, we have in the castle an unlimited supply from many things like monster drinks, soft drinks, and many snacks. It's true that the food of the castle is so good, but I still can't give up in those things, I just love them, this is why I brought them here with me. Taking a sip, I continued. If you need anything or have questions you can ask Valkyrie here, she is an expert so she is the best one to ask. I pointed with my hand to the strong and ferocious beast standing next to me. Oh my, it is an honor to meet a goddess personally designated by the monarch himself. I will be under your care, Valkyrie Dano. Gabaru bowed slightly his head with his right hand on his chest while his left behind his back as a form of respect. Same here, just make sure to serve His Majesty properly, and make use of those good-for-nothing behind there. She was still looking down on them, after all she was a proud warrior who only respected the strong, and she felt that this Gabaru before her was worthy of respect just like when she met the gods. The only people who she would respect regardless of their strength are her master Nouflex and his children. That goes without a saying, Valkyrie Dano. Gabaru replied. Well, now that I finished what I have to do here, I will leave you here together to complete your duties. We will meet again later, until then work hard. I walked back from where I came to go inside the castle. Please take care of yourself, Nouflex-sama. Valkyrie once again bowed her head. Thank you for your trust, my lord. And have a great day. Gabaru shouted. Now that I gave them things to do and finished the first things, I will have a meeting with Diablo and one of the important people of the castle who is really interesting. This meeting will decide what we will do from here on. Diablo POV. Today I was summoned by His Majesty to his office in order to discuss important matters, but I was not alone. At this moment one of the guardians of the castle known as the Money Dog is accompanying me. I started the conversation to kill the time while going to Nouflex-sama's office. So, it is your first time meeting His Majesty, right? No, I first met him when he created me, making this my second time. I'm happy I will meet the top G of this castle. He replied enthusiastically. I see. So why do they call you the Money Dog in the first place? I asked him in order to get to know him better. Because I'm an expert in making money, money allows you to buy all the Bugattis you want. What is the color of your Bugatti, by the way? He looked at me with a smile, bringing down his sunglasses to have a better look of me. Okay. But I'm afraid that I do not know about this Bugatti, what is it? I asked him. Haha. You don't know what is a Bugatti. He laughed at me as if this Bugatti was the most known and basic thing in the world before continuing. I also don't know what is it, but mine is orange in case you're curious. This guy is weird. It's my first time meeting him, but I can already see that he's not like most of us. We went past one of the maids wearing a mask to clean the dust on some of the paintings on the walls, and he started shouting on her. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Take off that mask and breathe air. I kept silent. Nouflex POV. I'm sitting on my big and comfortable chair in front of a wider than a car working desk examining short report made from Layla about our situation. My maid was 15 meters away, standing patiently waiting for any orders or things I might need. Blanc, give me a cigar. I crossed my legs, while Blanc nodded her head and brought a golden box filled with top-quality cigars. She cute of the cigar and gave it to me. I placed it on my lips and lighted it up. After taking fast and short inhales to make sure it was working, I exhaled the smoke, feeling a lot more relaxed. I picked up this habit of smoking after I bought the shares of Yggdrasil. I first smoked cigarettes, the cigars, and only after a few years I began consuming weed. But I did it in a limit to keep myself healthy. But now I am basically immortal and have the healing ring on top of that, so I have nothing to worry about. I can smoke as much as I want. Knock 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 asterisk. 3 soft knocks sounded on the big and heavy double doors. The maid walked there and opened only for her head to slide in. Then she closed it and turned towards me. My lord, Diablo-sama and Andrew-sama are here to see you. Let them in, I summoned them here. She opened the door and both of them walked next to the desk and bowed. I pointed for them to sit and they did. Well, well, well. The brains of the castle are gathered in my office. I expressed. Please, you are flattering us, my lord. Diablo replied. Thank you for the praise, your majesty. Andrew answered. I called you here, guys, because I decided what to do. We will start our move by irrogating the elves' village and take it under our control. As your report have stated, Diablo, our military force is weakened due to the teleportation, not including the army. This is why I summoned a group of 25 strong draconians this morning. I explained. So you already started taking action, my lord. I really apologize for my incompetence, Nouflex-sama. I was planning to reinforce our military only after taking over the first kingdom, but it seems your wiseness and intelligence is far beyond me. Diablo bowed his head, afraid to have disappointed his master. It's okay, Diablo, you have to make up for this in the future. You will have a lot of opportunity to prove yourself in the future, so don't worry. I took another pipe from the cigar, blowing it on both of them. Shit. Nouflex-sama is a real top G, thought Andrew. So guys, let's discuss the important matters and share our thoughts on the future. I took a notes book out of the inventory. To be continued. Chapter 28, Preparations. So, I brought both of you here because you have the best experiences in what I want to know. As I already said, I want to rule the world and dominate everything, but as they say, 1,000 miles journey starts with a single step. I exhaled the smoke out of my lungs and took a sip from my punch monster drink, then I continued. I want to start by taking over the elves' village. This will allow us to gather information and have a basic understanding of our situation. It is as you say, Nouflex-sama, the village we found will open to us many opportunities to take over other kingdoms and countries. Diablo gave his point of view. Yes. Talking about this, I want to build a world where everyone living under my rule will have an everlasting happiness and relief, where no one will have to steal, and no one dares to hurt or destroy. While on the other hand, my enemies will start trembling and shaking when hearing my name. I firmly stated, already imagining myself a king of such an empire. My lord. This is indeed an objective worthy of you, but what you are saying will cost a lot of money. Feeding people until they are full will be something really hard to achieve unless you have a great amounts of money. Tate stated. If it comes from you, then it for sure is true, but the amount of gold I have right now is enough to build tens of thousands of huge castles like this one, so money will never be a problem. I explained to him. If that is the case, then everything is possible, my lord. After all, power and money talks, anything else is pointless. Andrew almost blinded me with his shiny white smile and shiny bald head. I turned back to Diablo and ordered him. Diablo, I will entrust to you the mission to investigate and learn about our surroundings and learn more about this world. Andrew Tate here will start working under your command, and feel free to use any of the facilities or items in the castle in order to complete your mission. Thank you very much for your trust, Nouflex-sama. I will definitely fulfill my tasks with no failure. He bowed, his body still sitting on the chair. I'm sure you will, and to help you I got you this item. It's called the invisibility bracelet, and just like its name indicates it make people invisible. I handed him the item. I am not worthy of such gifts from your highness, but I won't make you regret this decision, my lord. After this short meeting, Diablo and Andrew left my office, and I told Blanc to call Layla to tell her my plan and make preparations to finally take action. Knock, knock, knock. Again 3 knocks were heard on the door. It was a form of respect and courtesy to knock 3 times and stop. Nouflex-sama, Layla-sama is here to see your majesty, announced the maid. Let her in, I ordered. Opening the doors, a seductive figure came in. With each step she took, her huge assets were bouncing up and down, making a boing sound like in that of anime. She walked until reaching the desk and bowed her head down, exposing her huge bosom. Did you call for me, Nouflex-sama? She asked with a seductive smile. Yes, Layla, take a seat here. She was indeed one of the most seductive women of the castle, and each time I saw her it only proved it to me. But still, for me she wasn't actually the best is the Blizzard Guardian, then comes the Goddess of War, only then Layla. I made a top 3 waifus here, can you believe it? She placed her big curvaceous butt on the chair and sat in an elegant manner. Layla, we all know about the Elven village. I decided to go there with 2 objectives. The first one is to gather informations, the second one is to have them under our control to become the first place under my rule. As you wish, my lord, I will start the preparations for your outing. I received report of the new force you summoned. I will also tell one of the gods to accompany you. Do you have any preference, my lord? She asked, moving a part of her hair off her face with her slim fingers behind her ears as she smiled with her pink cherry lips. Yeah, tell Gojo Satoru to prepare himself to go out in 30 minutes. I tried to resist the urge, looking down to her half-exposed boobs. I felt like they were calling for me, saying, here, come and hold me, and play with me. Sigh, I will do that after I come back, now is work time. Okay, Nouflex-sama, is there something else you need, my lord? Nah, this will be all, you can leave now to make the preparations. I waved my hand. Yes, Nouflex-sama. She stood up, leaving, waving around her big ass left and right. Fuck. TCHH, a glass bottle of Corona beer was opened as I started drinking it. There is some top-quality wines of more than 500 years and other liquors here, but I will enjoy them when I come back. Now I'll just drink this to lessen my mood a little. Gojo Satoru POV. Oh, if it isn't Gojo-sama. You are here for sweets again, right? Gojo was recognized by one of the maids working in the castle's opulent and spacious cafeteria. Once you step in, you are met with an abundance of food and beverage options. The aroma of freshly baked breads, cakes and pies mixes with the scent of savory meals, filling the air with a pleasant and appetizing aroma. There are numerous tables and benches scattered around the cafeteria, providing convenient and comfortable seating for anyone who wishes to dine. There are also multiple staff members ready to assist you with your dining needs, making this the perfect place to unwind and enjoy a delicious meal. Yeah, you know the routine, right? Give me the usual. Gojo sat on one of the luxurious and comfortable benches of the castle, crossing his legs and leaning back with his right hand behind the bench. As you wish, Gojo-sama. The maid bowed and went to inform the chef inside. Many of the girls working in that department started swarming around Gojo with their faces flushed red. Wow, it's Gojo-sama. He is one of the gods. One of the gods is here. Why is he so handsome? He truly is a god. He's so handsome. I think I'm in love. The girls around him were going crazy and shouting. They just couldn't stop themselves. It's Gojo Satoru after all. A figure came in the cafeteria flying without a sound. He flew all over to the group surrounding Gojo as he lazily spoke. Move out of the way. He had an indifferent expression like always. He seemed tired and lazy, but he is just like that. Kya, it's the wandering guardian. Ruin. The maids went back to their duties laughing. Ho ho, the fallen has come to me, huh? Well, it mean you have some news, right? While Gojo was speaking, the first maid to greet him served him 5 full plates of all kinds of cakes and sweets with a Fanta soda. Gojo held a fork in his left and a knife in his right and started digging in his meal. Layla-sama sent me to give you a message, Gojo Dano. His Majesty will go out to the Elven village and ordered you to come along as a guardian. Get ready to go out in 30 minutes, Amon explained lazily. I see, so His Majesty asked for me. Exciting. All right, I will finish this to stimulate my brain and join him on time. Gojo was filling his mouth with everything around him, not forgetting to drink soda to help him digest everything. This was everything. Have a great day, Gojo Dano. As the fallen left, Gojo continued his meal while flirting with the maids surrounding him until it was time for his work. Well girls, I would like to stay and have fun with you here, but Nouflex-sama has called for me, so until next time. He stood up from his place to leave. You're seeing His Majesty today. Lucky, Maid 1. Hia. I'm so jealous. Maid 2. I want to serve His Majesty too. Maid 3. I heard he is the embodiment of handsomeness, not even you Gojo-sama can come close to him, is that true? Another one of them asked. Yeah, it is true, and I'm sure all of you will have a chance to meet him someday. After saying that, Gojo left the girl shouting and excited even more as went to join his lord. Chapter 30, Sarone. I'm now walking to one of the 7 entrances the castle has, of course accompanied by Layla. No matter how much I insisted on the fact that I could walk alone, they always wanted at least someone with me in case I need something. This is only inside the castle. In case I wanted to go outside, they would do anything to make one of the gods be with me. Of course they know of my powers, but still they don't want me to be in any kind of problems. Reaching the huge metal gates, I saw a carriage designed to the highest standards and craftsmanship, built with quality materials and a lavish attention to detail. The exterior was painted with a gorgeous gold and crimson paint, and the interior was lavishly decorated in fine satin, leather, and velvet. There were beautiful hand-carved ornamentation and dragons' ornate carvings, and the seats were extremely comfortable and spacious. The carriage was drawn by a pair of big powerful non-intelligence fire lizards, and a team of professional carriage drivers were responsible for transporting me to my destination in style. This carriage was truly a masterpiece of craftsmanship, and it signaled to everyone my status and position. The carriage was surrounded by the 25 draconians I summoned using the lucky egg. They assumed the position of royal guards under the directions of Gabiru, who is going to lead the way for us. Gojo stepped from the crowd and respectfully bowed his head. Nouflex-sama, it is a pleasure to see you. I'm really happy and honored that you chose me to accompany you in this outing. If I chose you, Gojo, it's because I believe in your powers and capabilities. It doesn't mean I don't believe in the others, but you simply are the most suited for this mission. I went past him as I tapped his shoulder. The door of the carriage was opened by one of the draconians who saw me coming. Walking up the 3-step stairs, I asked him. What are you waiting for, Satoru? Hop in. He was surprised that I invited him to sit with me in the carriage. He was expecting to walk just like the others. Who would dare bother the monarch in his carriage after all? Layla, who was accompanying me, left the place now that I was with the presence of the god of space. Thank you, my lord. He followed behind me, sitting facing me in the spacious place we have. Then the carriage finally started going to the elven village. The trip should take us 30 minutes at most, my lord. Gojo said. I know, they are really close to us. But they don't really interest me. What I'm curious about is if there is a kingdom or country in this region. I explained to him. After a few minutes, I wanted to munch something to kill the time, so I knocked on the door. The door opened immediately and a butler jumped from his horse inside. My lord. What can this lowly servant help you with? He had a napkin on his forearm holding an empty plate on his palm. Gojo likes sweet things, so bring us some cakes and a nice refreshing drink. It's really hot, man. I opened a golden fan to blow some cold air on myself. Okay, should we change the weather to make it to your liking, Nouflex-sama? The butler asked. No, leave things as they are, just bring to us what I asked. I replied, looking at the forest through the window to my right. From a fridge-like magical item that even I didn't remember I had, the butler took out and placed before us 3 different types of swears, chocolate and cheese cakes, and caramel with peanut butter small balls. He placed cups too, which he filled with cold refreshing pineapple juice. While enjoying this heavenly food with Gojo, who was happy because I remembered the fact that he likes sweets, we were getting closer to our destination. Once we reached our destination, the carriage stopped and I started hearing a sound of a lot of things hitting the ground simultaneously. Gojo was the first to open the door and come out, and I followed him. Stepping out, I finally saw what was making this sound. the royal guards were creating a passage for us while hitting the bottom of their spears on the ground non-stop. I walked past them alongside Gojo, who had his hands inside his pockets with a nonchalant smile. Looking ahead of us, I saw that the trees in the forest changed completely. They became really huge and clearly wider and thicker. I also noticed many wooden bridges interconnecting all the houses that were built on the top of those trees. On the ground there were some decorations like fountains and buildings, as well as what looked like shops. But the weird thing is that many of those buildings were destroyed. Blood was in some places while others were on fire. Walking to the place with Gojo, I sensed a presence on top of a tree. It had a clear killing intent. Then the person hiding there shot 2 consecutive arrows towards me, but they stopped a few centimeters before my body. Giving them a closer look, I noticed that on the tip was a green weird substance that I assumed as poison. Gojo was the one to stop those arrows using his abilities. Canceling them, they simply fell to the ground next to my feet, and Gojo introduced us. For the people living here. The Dragon Monarch has come to visit your village. We do not want to hurt you, so come out at once and show respect to His Majesty. But even after this, no one showed up. I guess you will have to get a little bit rough, Satoru, I suggested. Yes, my lord. Gojo lifted his index and middle finger together, forming a light blue orb that he fired towards the buildings on the ground. The orb absorbed everything that was there, and the 3 buildings that Gojo aimed for disappeared as if they weren't there in the first place. Okay. Stop. Please stop, we can't hold on anymore, we are already in a bad shape, so please stop. The one who was hidden on top of the tree jumped after witnessing what Gojo did. He was an elf with long brown hair, with his bow and arrows behind his back. He was pretty skinny with purple bags under his eyes. His expression is empty. He seemed ready to give up and to be killed at any given moment. Don't harm anyone anymore, we are already in big problems, he expressed. You. What is your name, and what is this place? I asked. My name is Alan and we are in Sarone, the elven village, he replied. Are you the person in charge here? I need someone as such to talk to, I explained to him. He gave a look to the group of guards standing in a professional formation behind and remembered what this white-haired guy just did to the buildings. He nervously replied. No, I'm just a warrior, the head chief is in the village. I can take you there, but only if you guarantee to me that you will not hurt a person, he helplessly asked. Gojo was about to beat some sense into him for not giving the answer I wanted to hear, but I managed to reply to him before things would degenerate. If your people show proper respect, then I swear on my name, Nouflex Cor Ignis, to not harm a single person, I stated. In that case, please follow me, but only you two. The guards behind you will scare the people. We have been attacked a lot recently, so everyone is on edge. He tried to explain the situation. Sure, I wasn't planning on bringing them there anyways, so let's get going then, I said. Chapter 31, Learning about the World. The more I walked in this small village, the more I knew that there is something wrong with them. A lot of craters and blood on the ground, and many buildings are half destroyed. These are clear signs of many battles. I will ask the chief when I meet him. Being guided by the warrior Alan, we finally reached a bigger house that is probably the chief's. In the distance I saw an old man with gray hair and long gray beard patting the back of an old woman who was crying. Reaching them, Alan introduced us. Village chief, this man right here is a king who came here to see you. A king? He bowed his head immediately. If that is the case, I welcome your majesty. As you can see, we are in a pretty bad state, so we can't really prepare anything for you. You have my apologies. It is all right, I understand your situation. Can we go inside to talk more comfortably? I lifted my hand indicating that everything is all right. Oh. Yes, of course, please come inside. Opening the door, he took us to a room with a big table surrounded by a few chairs. The old man lighted the candles in the room, while the old woman went upstairs. Taking a seat, the old man asked me. Do you want to drink something, your majesty? Water is fine, I replied. Laura. Bring us some water, he shouted. Let's start by telling me your name first, I told him. My name is Lloyd, your majesty. Okay then, tell me about what happened to this village. It seems to be destroyed. I decided to ask him this first instead of where we are. Yes, my lord, as you can see, we have been completely destroyed. Every night the vampires come to this place and start attacking the villagers. They create complete chaos by sucking people blood to death and destroying everything in sight. We tried to resist many times, but they are stronger than us. Lloyd spoke with a burning heart. Yesterday they even killed one of my children, and one of them is in a critical condition while they were fighting the vampires to protect the villagers. We can't afford to have a healer save him, so all we can do is treat him until his time comes. He looked down in sadness, a tear rolling down his cheek. A young 23-years-old girl wearing old dirty clothes brought us the water. She is a blonde slim girl with blue eyes wearing a silk scarf on her head hiding most of her blonde hair. Thank you, Laura. He massaged his temples, still looking down. Listen to me, Lloyd. I can save you, son, and save you from the vampires as well, but there is a price to pay. I crossed my arms under my chest. What is it, Your Majesty? If I can afford it, I'll pay it immediately, at least to save my son. He placed his hand on the table, leaning slightly forward with a sign of hope in his eyes. The price to pay is to pledge your loyalty to me, and become under the rule of the Dragon Monarch himself, Nouflex Cor Ignis. I clenched my fist in front of my face with a determined look. Yes, this all. My lord, if this is what you ask, then I swear to serve under you, and you have both my and the village's loyalty, so please. Save us. Lloyd's knelt and looked down, pleading me to save them. Perfect, now rise and take me to your son, we will heal him right now. After that there are a few things I still need to ask you. I pushed back the chair as I stood up. Yes, Nouflex-sama. He got up and took us upstairs. Opening the door of a room, I found the wife of Lloyd, who was crying earlier, sitting on a chair next to her son's head, who is lying on a bed. Claire, His Majesty Nouflex-sama said that he will save our son, so cheer up. Lloyd told his wife. Walking into the room, Claire jumped from her chair and prostrated herself to the ground next to my feet. Oh! Your Majesty. They killed one of my sons. Please, my heart cannot take on losing another one. So please save my child. She was crying and sobbing, wetting the floor. You have my word, woman, your son shall be saved just like this village. I reassured her. Thank you, thank you. She straight repeating the same thing. I turned towards Gojo and ordered him. Gojo, use your reverse curse technique and save him. Yes, Nouflex-sama. Gojo said as he walked past me towards the man lying motionlessly on the bed. Pointing his palm towards the man, weird blue light hue emanated from his hand. The injuries, damaged organs as well as the blood loss was completely healed, and the man regained his colors and started breathing comfortably again. He should get some rest for now, maybe after a 10 hours sleep he will wake up as good as new. Gojo explained to the parents. Oh my god, not even the best healers of the human kingdom can do something like this. Lloyd was surprised with his eyes about to burst. Talking about kingdom, I've got things to ask you. But let's go back down and leave them and rest. We went back where we were and asked him. I need you to give me as much information about the kingdoms and a map. If you don't have one, you will draw one for me. I crossed my legs ready for a long explanation. Okay, Nouflex-sama. First of all, we are right now in the Marial Forest, a very dangerous and known forest for its very strong monsters and creatures. There is no country or kingdom that has ever managed to get this forest in its territory. Dragons, vampires, monsters, and even elves and black elves would immediately retaliate. He sipped from the water cup and continued. On the borders of Marial, in the north there is the Caribbeana Kingdom, ruled by the old King Solomon. In the south exists the Lannister Kingdom, ruled by the King Hymer, a very oppressing and barbaric king. So far there is no country or kingdom that I know from the Overlord anime. Was I teleported to another continent? Thinking about it, my cattle was so far away from Nazarick back at Yggdrasil. Lloyd, trying to remember the rest, placed his hand on his chin and continued. As for the west there is the Chemours Kingdom, and in out east is the sea. There are two other kingdoms too, but they are far away from here in the west. They are called Fieldina and Starsgard. I see, I see. Now I'm gonna ask you to create a map for me if you don't have one. I told him, already starting to prepare things inside my mind. Sure, my lord, but I don't have. He wanted to say something, but I cued him before finishing. I placed empty hand inside my inventory and took out a long big empty paper and tools to create a map. Here are the thing you will need. Oh. Never mind then. He started drawing and creating the map for me, and after a while he finally finished. I'm finally done, your majesty, here you go. I did my best to make it as close to reality as possible. He handed it to me, and after inspecting it for a while I placed it in my inventory. The map of the continent here. After that I kept asking Lloyd about many things, such as the place where the vampires live and the currency of this place. Thank God they operate with gold, since I have tons of it. I'm basically rich right now. After finishing the business I had with this place, I got out of the house, not before the girl Laura thanked me for saving her brother. Getting on my golden exaggerated luxury carriage, I departed to go back home to prepare for what to do next. Chapter 32, Mariol. As I was heading towards the luxurious carriage, my loyal servant Gojo Satoru went a step further and remained by my side. I felt comforted and protected by this display of loyalty and devotion. I know that I can rely on Gojo's constant and dedicated service. The guards outside were a constant reminder of my status and position as well as my power and strength. This was their job, and they took it seriously, remaining vigilant and alert. There was also the butler present standing next to the carriage, ready to serve and attentively respond to every request or need I might have or express. I reached out to the butler, asking for some fine wine. With a bow, the butler retrieved a pitcher of cold refreshing and old wine from the magical box. I took a few sips before handing it back to the butler. After a while, the carriage reached the gates of the castle, and a team of guards escorted me inside. The servant and butler followed us, making sure that I was comfortable and taken care of. Once inside, I was given to my own suite in the castle, which was prepared with luxury and sophistication. With all my needs met, I could finally relax and enjoy the comforts of home. As a king and ruler, stepping inside my castle felt like coming home after a long time away. Everything was prepared for me, from the lush and luxurious bedding to the fine food and beverages. I took a moment to take in the atmosphere, the sound of the staff scurrying about in the background, and the comforting presence of my loyal servants and guardians. In my suite, I was greeted by my loyal maid Blanc who brought me a fresh goblet of my favorite drink, Monster. As I sipped on the cool and refreshing liquid, I felt at peace knowing that everything was in order and that I was now home. Who would believe that I would really be in this world, as a powerful king of powerful beings? Living such a luxurious life. I murmured which Blanc heard. My lord, this is the life you deserve. You are a supreme being who worked hard to reach where you are now and the strongest being ever. And we are happy and proud to serve under you, Nouflex-sama. Thank you, Blanc. I love every one of you in this castle and thank you for this. Blanc's face became scarlet red and looked down embarrassed. After saying this I felt a heavy weight off my shoulder and that I was relieved. A lot of paperwork was stacked in front of me on the desk, and I'm so fucking tired I just wanna laze and go to sleep. Turning the pages of the reports, I got tired. Blanc, send all of this paperwork to Layla or Diablo and tell them I allow them to approve or disapprove whatever in this. I'm so tired after the trip today, I'm just gonna sleep and rest a little. Okay, Nouflex-sama, I will do that immediately. She replied. I left my place walking through the hallways of the castle going to my room to have some rest. Every time I walk past these places I get flabbergasted from the greatness of it. Reaching my room, the door opened and I went to lie on the bed. I took out a small book and noted this. Tomorrow start of the plan to fight the vampires. After that I might get a tattoo, then find a kingdom to take over. These are just a few of my short-term objectives that I might just think of at any given moment. Throwing the book back to the inventory, I turned to my left side to finally sleep and get some rest. Waking up in the morning, a maid was standing next to the door looking at me in case there is something I might want. Good morning. I greeted. Gee, good morning, Your Majesty. She got excited. I left my bed only wearing a boxer, and went to a huge drawer where there is a lot of luxurious clothes. I chose an outfit to wear and the maid walked to help me wear it, with a red face since I was half naked. Thank you. I winked at her. I directly went to my working office to think of what to do. Opening the big door, I was greeted by Layla who has prepared everything I will need. Good morning, Nouflex-sama, did you sleep well? She bowed slightly her head. Yeah, it was a great night of sleep, but as you probably have read in the reports that Elven village has become under our protection, and the vampire race is attacking them, which is unacceptable. I signed some documents while speaking. Those stupid vampires are going to regret their actions. Defying the Dragon Monarch people is a huge sin. Who should I send to them, my lord? She asked with a bit of anger in her voice. Actually, I would have loved if I went there personally, but this isn't really something that require my intervention, and I'm sure that the gods are thirsty to move and have some fun. I smiled, crossing my legs. Yes, Nouflex-sama. The gods would be extremely pleased to go and execute your orders. It's our greatest pleasure. Layla closed her eyes with a wide smile. Who should I send? Who should I send? I asked repeatedly with my hand on my chin. You know what, send Gojo with the old lizard. Thinking about him, I completely forgot to name him. Tell the lizard to find me at the training grounds this afternoon. I'm going to grant him a name. Okay, my lord, your orders shall be executed. With her fingers interlocked before her waist, she bowed and walked elegantly out of the room, leaving me and Blanc alone. You may think that I decided to call upon the dragon and Gojo just like that. Well, if that is the case, then you are completely wrong. I could have sent Gojo alone with his teleportation techniques, he's more than enough, but, no. That damn dragon is really big in size, so when he is going to fly from the castle towards the vampire's nest, and from their back here, his evil huge being is going to attract a lot of attention, and this is exactly what I want. I want from the 3 neighboring countries to notice our existence, the castle's existence. After witnessing the dragon and where it came from, the kingdoms will feel a sense of threat, which is going to lead them to make counteraction. Those counteractions vary from king to another, but the one I'm waiting for is for them to either send messengers or to attack us in order to take off the threat before it's too strong to handle. This will allow us to make our move as well. After all, no matter how strong we are, we can't just attack another country just like that without a reason. Not because we are scared from the other countries to unite and attack us at once, but it's just the rules of the world. Also, I don't want to be an asshole, he. Also, one of the subjects I talked with Lloyd at the village is the reason why the forest of Marial, the place where we are situated, isn't controlled or under the rule any of the countries nearby. Apparently this forest is extremely dangerous, where the strongest creatures and monsters live. It's a place of danger and death. The air was thick with fear and dread as people dared not to step into the dark and gloomy woods. The trees were ancient and twisted, and the shadows were deep and gloomy. In the distance, it was said that dragons roamed, their powerful wings beating against the sky as they searched for their prey. Other creatures such as vampires, werewolves, and doppelgangers were also said to inhabit the forest, adding to its reputation of being home to some of the most dangerous creatures to ever exist. In this place, the strong eats the weak and no order or rules are placed. Some of its residing monsters are rumored to have the power to destroy empires alone. However, there was also beauty and life amid the danger. Foliage and flowers grew along the forest floor, adding a touch of color and life to the otherwise dark and somber place. Bird calls and the chirping of crickets filled the air, providing a sense of peace and serenity. The sound of running water and the gentle breeze provided a gentle calming presence, though it was not enough to completely remove the sense of danger and foreboding in the air. The forest was a place where life and death were in constant struggle, and it was not a place for the faint of heart. The forest, despite its dangerous environment, was also a place of natural resources and wealth. The trees were full of precious wood and fruit, and the animals living within the forest were a valuable source of food, and most of them were mana beasts that upon eating them, many benefits for the body are guaranteed. The water and soil provided the necessary moisture and minerals for the plants and animals to thrive. Despite the dangers and risks, the forest was also a place of abundance and prosperity, a place where many useful resources could be found. This made the forest a highly sought-after and valuable location, a place where kingdoms and empires are dying to get their hands on, yet no one dared to do so. We have been teleported to this dangerous yet rich land. No one in history was able to colonize and control it. But I, the Dragon Monarch, am going to make it under my rule and create history that no one has ever been able to. I clenched my fist in determination. Clap, 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 clap. Blanc proudly started clapping upon hearing my words. Now I feel a little bit embarrassed. Chapter 33, Daughter. Smash. Plus 18. Chapter 34, Busquets. I got to the training grounds after a few minutes of walk. Waiting for me, I found Gojo, Satoru and the dragon. They seemed to have a conversation. Well. The old lizards is making friends, huh? I asked with a smile, walking towards them. Your Majesty, X2. They both bowed their heads down after hearing my voice and turning towards me. I was wearing today a black tank top with white shorts since it was really hot, probably 34 degrees. Of course I could ask one of the maids to change the weather, but everything will lose its natural taste. Some maid were walking from there and saw us talking. Oh look, it's His Majesty. The first one said. Oh my God. He's so hot. The other one expressed. Look at his body, it's so perfect, the one next to them added. They think we can't hear them, but yeah, I'll just ignore them. Guys, I think that Layla explained everything for you, right? Yes, Your Majesty, we understand the situation very well. You can rest reassured, I will execute my mission extremely well. I shall not disappoint. Gojo confidently said. Haha, this is what I love about you, Satoru. Always optimistic. I slapped his back a few times while laughing. Haha, thank you, Nouflex-sama. His had a wide smile. At that moment Blanc finally came, holding in her tiny hands a small golden box. I'm sorry to make you wait, Your Majesty. It's okay, it's okay. You actually came at the right time. She walked towards me and opened the box, revealing 10 submarines ready to go. I took one of them and placed it on my lips. What type of cannabis is that, Blanc? I asked her, pulling a golden lighter from the pockets of my shorts. It's Moroccan hashish, my lord, the best we have. She proudly said. Great. I'm gonna have to visit the goddess of nature to thank her for those rockets she's taking care of. I lit the joint up and inhaled the smoke. When I inhaled the weed, my brain began to experience the effects of the drug and my perception of reality began to change. My thought process have also become more relaxed and creative, as my brain processed the information in different and unusual ways. My vision might have also become more vivid and enhanced, with colors and shapes appearing more distinctive and fascinating. Finally, my mood immediately improved, as I felt relaxed and chilled, and possibly entertained by what I experienced. Damn, that's a good one. I enjoyed what I consumed, then continued. I called you guys here because I forgot to give you a name, Lizard. You can't introduce yourself to people as one of my subordinates while not having a name, can you? I said with my left hand on my waist. Oh. It would be an honor to receive a name from Your Majesty. He further bowed his head. I already thought of a name for you. You shall be called by the name of Busquets, because you look like him. The only difference between you is that he is skin and bones while you're only bones. I proudly announced his new name. Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall make myself worthy of such name. The dragon expressed his gratitude. Perfect. Now that this is done, you can leave for your mission whenever you want. Turning towards Gojo, I continued. And Satoru, I leave Busquets under your care. He nodded his head. I then turned around and went to finish some of the work I didn't complete. I can trust Gojo on this, I said to myself. Gojo Satoru POV. Well, you heard what His Majesty said. There is no time to waste, let's get into work. I started turning my index finger, making circles with the tip indicating to Busquets that we are leaving now. As I mounted the dragon, it started flapping its wings, creating strong wind currents. As we took to the skies, I was met with a breathtaking sight. The green forest stretched out before me, filled with towering trees and deep green foliage. The sun beamed through the branches and leaves, casting a beautiful and mystical light. The sky was also a vibrant blue, with clouds and sun rays creating a lovely spectacle. The gentle breeze and bird calls added to the serene and peaceful atmosphere, and the entire scene was surreal and enchanting. It was a moment of pure bliss, as me and Busquets flew through the sky and took in beautiful and magical sights. We are now heading to a cave called the Crimson Grotto inside the forest of Marial. It's a cave where the city of vampires is. These informations were gathered by the Castel spies. They really excel at their job since they brought us information about everything without creating a single problem or a suspicion. This again proves His Majesty's powers and wisdom, since he is the one to created them after all. Proudly thought Gojo. Gojo Dano, we're almost there. I can already see the entrance of the cave. Shall I land? Busquets asked. Yes. I ordered him, standing on his skull with both hands folded on my chest. They usually can't support getting exposed to sunlight, only the elite of them can do that. I thought with my hand on my chin. Humu, in that case let's give them a visit. I walked with Busquets past the entrance of the cave, and the smell was already insupportable. Shit. Thank God Nouflex-sama didn't come here himself. Getting deeper into the cave, it kept getting wider and blood traces were getting more frequent until reaching places where really skinny body parts of different creatures were thrown on the ground. I can already see what kind of place we're getting into. Chapter 35, Crimson Grotto. Assuming from what I see, this place is just a big eating table for them. All they do is to eat their victims and throw the parts they don't like, or when they are already full. The place was getting dark. Busquets was having a hard time seeing, so I said, "Busquets, you can wait for me at the cave's entrance. If there are vampires coming in or out, you have to stop them. If they resist, you have the authorization to kill them immediately." "Okay, go Giordano." Even though it's His Majesty's pet, he made me the one in charge of him right now so I can give him orders. While Busquets can't see in the dark, with these eyes of mine I can see as if it's noon. Going deeper inside, I met 3 vampires surrounding a single elf corpse. Each one of them is biting a body part. The body was becoming paler, indicating that it's losing blood. "Hello there, vampires. I'm here to see your boss, guys." The 3 turned their heads towards me, their mouths and lips full of blood exposing long fangs. "Hey. Is that a human?" the first one said, and the 3 of them smiled after this statement. He, a human came here himself, yay. The second vampire happily said, punching up the air. "What are you waiting for, dumbass? Go get him." A bulkier one said with a deep voice, before going back to sucking the corpse. The 2 stood on their feet and started walking towards me. "Sai, should we keep him alive? He seems to be blind." he asked. "Yeah, let's just lock him with the reserves." The unfortunate vampire couldn't even finish his sentence as his lifeless body fell to the ground. "Huh? What happened to you, bro?" It was at that moment that he saw his friend without a head. It was as if his head completely disappeared. "You're looking for that?" I asked him, holding his friend's head in my hand. I threw it as it rolled all the way next to his feet. "No. Roberto Mancini. Why, you aren't a normal human." He got into a stance to fight as his wings speared to move faster. I didn't bother talk to him. The guy behind seems to be of higher rank, so I'll just ask him directly. I simply waved my index and middle fingers at him as his 4 limbs twisted, becoming ground meat. "Woof. It hurts. It hurts." He began shouting, tears on his eyes. Splaff. I walked past him and waved my hand next to his head, and it cursed him dietly with liquids mixed, such as his brain, eyes and blood started spreading on the floor, stopping when it got close to me. "Hey you," I said, pointing my index towards him. "Are you going to take me to your boss, or should I get rough with you too?" I tilted me head in annoyance. As he was about to stand up to look cool and do his villain shit, I immediately used the attraction force to pull his body towards me. As he flew in the air spinning uncontrollably, I got a grip on his throat. "I'm not going to ask again." I directed my killing intent towards him as I tightened the grip around his neck even more, making it barely possible for him to breathe. His face became even paler than it was as a vampire. Fear surged his whole body. He was at least 140 kilograms, so being lifted from the throat was a really painful experience for him. And this only meant one thing, that this guy holding him is strong as fuck. In both cases he was going to die. If he refused this human's request, he will kill him immediately. But if he brought him to their boss, the boss would kill him as well, so it better be later than now. He still wanted to live after all. "Oh hey." Was all what managed to come out of his almost crushed throat, as he nodded his head at the same time. "Great," I said with a big goofy satisfied smile. "I knew you weren't as stupid as you seemed, hee. Now guide me to him." And this is what we did. I followed behind him as the cave kept getting wider and bigger. We eventually reached where everyone lived. I found humans, elves, dark elves, and animals chained from the neck on walls and naked with a few injuries on their bodies. They probably are their meals, or reserves, as that previous vampire said. I thought to myself. A lot of vampires, upon seeing me walking in, wanted to attack me, but noticing the bulky one in front of me, they didn't dare to. Maybe he's a big shot here or a very strong one. At one point we left the chained people behind, and houses made of holes in the cave walls where vampires live probably. Going past these houses, what came into view are a sort of prisons with metal bars. They were cages where specific type of people were trapped. To be more precise, they are children and women. Even some women in the cages were pregnant. "What are those?" I asked the vampire who was guiding all this time. These things are the boss's toys. He plays with them for a few days by torturing and fucking them until they break or he get bored, then he just kills and eat them. He spoke indifferently as if he was speaking about insects or animal. Not even animal should be treated that way, let alone humans and leaves. I'm not sure what my lord would want me to do in this situation, but I'll see something when all this is over. Passing those poor people in the cages, we reached a place where a big throne made from iron was in a place higher than where we were standing. On it sitting a vampire different than all the ones that I saw from the entrance all the way here. He is a very lean person with an extremely pale skin. Not much of his skin was visible anyways, only his face and the upper part of his chest and neck were visible. His pale face skin is mostly covered by black lines and wrinkles. His teeth are pointed and black, and his irises are red. He have black medium-sized horns going up and sharp at their tip. A pitch-black coating substance was submerging most of his body parts like his shoulders and arms with black clawed hands. With his black bat wings and a long black arrow-tipped tail. His picture here. Not only his looks were different from the others, but also his aura and presence. My eyes detect that he had a form of breakthrough or evolving to get to where he is. Does creatures of this world have to make some conditions to evolve and become stronger? If that is the case, what type of condition did this vampire make? Is it killing a number of people? Or maybe drinking a quantity of blood? I don't know. I was lost in thought. Nouflex-sama needs to know this. If this is true, then it will create for us many opportunities in the future. Until the vampire spoke. What have you brought to me, Drojan? The vampire spoke with authority and a deep voice. Zarathustra-sama, this human here killed 2 of the guards and insisted on meeting you. Drojan, the vampire who led me here, knelt and bowed his head in fear. I will deal with you later for you incompetence. When he said those words, Drojan started shaking and sweating uncontrollably as if he already saw some very ugly things happen to the people who disappointed this Zarathustra before. Then, what do you want? Human. Zarathustra asked, emphasizing the last word. Chapter 36, A Battle of Gods. Zarathustra, I was sent here by His Majesty the Dragon Monarch Nouflex-sama to ask you to surrender and relinquish your throne to His Majesty. If you do not comply, we won't have a choice but to destroy you. I said with a smile. Nouflex. I never heard of such a name. He replied. Yes, our kingdom is new, but our strength is not something you can handle. I explained. Ha, a rising kingdom wants to come and control me. Good, very good. He pushed with his hands on the handles of his throne to stand up, as he lifted both his hands. Suddenly a very thin spear of blood stopped right in front of my face. If it wasn't for my infinity barrier, my brain would be pierced by now. That's a very interesting ability you have there. His smile grew wider, seeing an opponent of his caliber, able to block his attacks. Sigh. And here I didn't want to make a scene. Well, let's get into it then. As the vampire prepares even greater attacks than the previous one, I quickly raise my hands and form a stronger barrier to protect myself. 10 blood spikes surround Zarathustra as they start spinning rapidly. He shoots the blood blasts towards me. 3 were slowed down and turned into liquid while the other 7 were reflected behind me, killing 5 humans and a vampire. The scene is chaotic and intense, as the sound of destruction and the screams of people's agony filled the air. Ha. What are you gonna do, human? I will kill you and everyone here if I want to. He opened his mouth and the blood of people he killed just now, including the vampire, was pulled as he drank it all. It was clear that his presence and bloodlust became greater, as well as his physical abilities that boosted since his body became bigger and more muscular. Huff. Now I'm going to end you for good. He exhaled air as he spoke calmly than before. I remained calm, cold and controlled. I turned my head to see the results of his attack. I have to take him out of here, or people will keep getting killed. My powerful curse technique, Infinity, helps me control the situation and keep the vampire at bay. The fight escalates, with the vampire summoning powerful waves of blood preparing to attack me with relentless force. I pointed my index finger up, and a red small orb floated the tip. It's a pushing force created from my limitless reversal technique, red. I fired my attack by waving my finger to his direction before he could shoot me with his blood. The small orb made contact with his body and pushed him on the wall, crushing him. He kept getting pushed until he created a hole in the whole cave until he got out from the other side. Following him, I jumped from the hole he created that was hundreds of meters above the ground to find him and scathed flying using his big bat wings. He held his head and started shouting. Affa! The sun! The sun! It's killing me! He suddenly stopped and brought down his hands as he smiled. Or this is what you expected. Don't you dare compare me with those normal vampires, I reached a level of power that no one can even comprehend. He took a break to catch his breath as he strayed shouting. Even the laws of this world cannot frame me. Atomic technique, lime green. Before he realized it, his body was already cut in half. The cut was so clean that his body stayed in one piece. When he realized what happened, his pupils started shaking as he looked down. What just happened? He asked himself. What happened at that moment wasn't a slash but a new technique of Gojo that consists on calculating the traged's proportion to know exactly its half and create two strong pulling forces so precise on each of the target's side. Those pulling forces being at those specific places cut the traged at the point of exact 50% where the body is the most weak, making the cuting process as easy as cuting butter. The two body half finally separate and started falling down, but suddenly black substances like slime started reattaching the halves and his body began regenerating. AF. Human. You will pay for this with your life. A huge 300 meters blood wave was going to strike me down from my left side. I interlocked my index and middle finger and teleported behind him. The wave wiped 30% of the mountain, revaling the cave and everyone inside. As the sun rays touched the vampires inside, they started decomposing immediately, while the stronger ones resisted a bit for them to hide somewhere or get under something's shadow. I gave Zarathustra a right hook embedded with cursed energy and black flash as he flew at the speed of sound to the other side of the forest, passing next to Busquets' skull by 50 centimeters. I teleported 100 meters ahead of him, anticipating his arrival. I interlocked my hands' fingers and lifted them higher than my head. Seeing him coming closing at crazy speed, I slammed down my fists, making contact with his head. ZZZZSSSTT Very strong shock waves were created upon hitting him at that speed and strength that even thunder surrounded and cracked around my hands and his head. Boom. He crashed on the ground, creating a huge explosion and crater, clearing the whole 200 meters surface around him. This guy is really fun. I really must thank His Majesty for giving me this mission. But the battle is still very far from being complete. I said to myself, looking at his hurt figure coming out of the hole his body created on the ground. Nouflex POV. I wonder how Satoru is doing. I thought, smoking my cigar on the throne room waiting for a certain someone. Sigh. I just hope he doesn't make a fuss in the forest. I'm going to rule this place after all. I don't want to bother redesign it after a battle's aftermath, but if it was necessary then there is nothing to do. Knock knock knock. My lord, Diablo-sama is here. Blanca announced. Let him in. I waved my hand at her. Opening the huge double doors, the wittedness of Diablo accompanied him inside the room as he bowed before the Thor for the Supreme One. Coming here by yourself means that there is something interesting going on, am I wrong? I rested my cheek on my fist, with my elbow holding my head on the fluffy armrests of the throne. With his head still looking down, he confirmed. Indeed, my lord, it is as you say. Something is going out there. This is why instead of a report I wanted to let you know myself. Perfect, you may rise then and tell me what's happening. I ordered with a cigar held with my molars. Thank you, my lord. The spies working for me confirmed that your plan has worked, and the Lannister kingdom situated to our south has indeed noticed our presence by the trap you have prepared. By trap he is talking about making the dragon flying in the sky to attract attention. Ha 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 ha, perfect. Things are going smoothly, as expected. Diablo smiled proudly as he bowed with his palm on his chest. It is truly incredible, Nouflex-sama. No matter how I try, I keep getting stunned by your intellect. I just can't see myself reaching your level. Thank you, Diablo. Being honest, Diablo is designed to be many folds more intelligent than me, it's just that his loyalty and idealizing picture of me is blighting him. Then I have a task for you, Diablo. I excitedly said. Yes, my lord. Order and I'll execute. He smiled. Chapter 37, Dangerous entity landing softly on the crater. the dust cloud finally cleared, revealing the vampire cracking his neck. "Human. You truly are making me want to go all out." He had a crazy maniac smile while squatting a little bit and turning his palms towards the sky. He, you're interesting too." I was starting to feel excited as well and enjoy the fight. The vampire I'm facing right now is an adversary of extraordinary strength, an ancient vampire with probably centuries of bloodlust. As I ventured further to the center of the crater, getting closer to the vampire, the ground beneath me trembled, and from the shadows emerged shadow spikes that didn't serve their purpose and simply decomposed after getting stopped inches from my body. "This ability of yours is truly troublesome, but it can't be perfect. It must have a drawback. I'll just keep attacking you until I see a weakness," Zaratraz announced. I tightened my fists, lifting them before my head, getting into a stance as my aura erupted. The real battle was about to begin. With lightning speed, the vampire lunged, claws extended. I sidestepped effortlessly, dodging the attack with a graceful twist of my body. I retaliated with a barrage of cursed energy blasts, each strike illuminating the whole place with dazzling colors. The vampire countered with a deafening roar, unleashing waves of dark energy and blood that tore through gravestones and trees. I deflected the onslaught with the waves of my hand, my limitless barrier holding strong against the assault. The battle raged on, each combatant pushing their limits. My movements were a mesmerizing dance of power, and the vampire's ferocity was unmatched. We clashed with such force that shock waves rippled through the surface surrounding us, shattering everything in our path and destroying the forest even more. Minutes turned into hours as the two titans continued their epic struggle. Each killing blow landing on his body ended up being healed instantly by his super regenerative abilities, but it became slower. It was clear that he was needing more blood. I elbowed his chin, throwing him 70 meters away and knocking him out for a few seconds, giving me time to do it. I lifted my hand, my blindfold finally came off, revealing my unique blue eyes that held unimaginable powers. Seeing that Zaratraz was starting to regain his consciousness, trying to stand up, I teleported behind him and crossed my index and middle finger. Domain expansion, Infinite Void. Unleashing my ultimate technique, a swirling dark vortex of cursed energy inside a pitch-black abyss that seems to have no end erupted. It creates a spatial distortion, effectively erasing the boundaries between space. This makes it nearly impossible for anyone caught within it to escape or perceive their surroundings accurately due to the unlimited amount of information coming into the victim's brain. Within the infinite void, all matter and energy are disrupted and negated. It's as if the laws of physics themselves are bent to my will. This created a void that swallowed the vampire's attacks and countered with a devastating assault of his own. The vampire, wounded and enraged, attempted one final, desperate attack. His brain was already completely destroyed and overwhelmed with infinite information. All he could do now was to exist and look at the beautiful sight inside my domain. "Zaratraz, it was really fun playing with you." I lifted my hand and placed his on his head. "But it's bedtime now, let's meet again in hell." Tightening the grip on his head, I pulled with strength as his head was disconnected from the rest of his body. Breathing heavily, I stood amidst the ruins of the battlefield as the domain shattered. It was already night, completely silent. I placed my left hand on my waist and my right on my chin as I asked myself. His Majesty didn't specify what we should do with the surviving vampires. Well, I'll just do what I find is good. Going back to what was left of the mountain, I found Busquets stopping the vampires from going anywhere. "Good work, Busquets. I will take those vampires to drink from the blood of the vampire I killed to see if they can have love. We will accord them, you stay behind in case someone tries to escape," I ordered him. He defeated Zaratraz. "No way," one of the vampires said. "Shit, now an even crazier monster is leading us. That human is not normal at all." We took them all the way to Zaratraz's corpse as they started drinking his blood. The presence of some of them was getting stronger and more imposing, as their forms changed. Out of the 7 vampire I brought, only 3 managed to evolve. The 4 other failures have nothing else to do, so I just crushed their head as they fell to the ground. "Drink their blood too," I ordered. All they could do was to nod their heads and obey. Although they now became stronger with new abilities, and they could resist the sun too, they still were nowhere close to Zaratraz's powers. "You probably will need a few more decades of blood to reach him," I said as I walked towards Busquets. Anyways, you will follow behind us and come to our castle. There my lord will decide your fate. Busquets brought his head down as got on him, he flapped his bony wings as we started flying in the skies. We went back to the Mutin once again. I freed all the humans and Elves still alive and we brought them to the elven village. I explained to the village chief the situation and told him that those people will start living here for now. He quickly accepted. Now we were heading back to the castle, with the vampires following behind le tracks. Somewhere near the Crimson Grotto, a very small black substance was crawling on the ground going towards a white pale corpse that has already started decomposing. Those damned humans, I will definitely get my revenge on them. It was a very small part of Zaratraz that abandoned its original body to live for a few more seconds. It extended its very small hand to the corpse, taking what was left from blood on it as it started drawing some weird signs on the ground. My death won't be in vain, I will make every one of you regret doing this to me. While drawing some satanic symbols with blood, it starting chanting. Oh, dark ground, you defy my will and deny my hunger. The blood flowing freely shall bring me what is mine. My thirst for life has claimed the cursed. And now they shall rise and bring forth destruction and strife. I offer you this soul, so the fallen shall hunt. The living shall be lost, and mine shall be their torment. As it muttered these words, it lost its life on the spot and the blood drawing started shining red, illuminating the whole place. And from the portal of hell, came out an unwanted person for the living. A scary figure floating in the air in a lotus position. It has a goat's head, with a pair of curved ram-like horns that spiral outward. The goat's 6 eyes are depicted having a penetrating and hypnotic quality. Its face carries a serene expression, contrasting with the overall eerie and occult nature of the figure. I, the great king of malice Baphomet, shall bring back the calmness to the world that was before life existed. The body of Baphomet is human-like, it has a muscular black torso exposed, with 2 arms. The right one is raised upward, while the left arm points downward, both of his hands having their thumb, index, and middle fingers extended. Baphomet's lower body is covered in flowing black robes. Black feathered wings extending outward from the shoulders, adding to the creature's otherworldly and supernatural appearance. The feet are cloven hooves resembling those of a goat. His picture here. Chapter 38, Heavenly Garden. Gojo finally came back and brought with him 3 vampires who were sent to surround the elven village, which by now was no more an elves village, but a mixed races village. I provided them with enough resources to rebuild it better and stronger than before, and with this boost of vampires they will become even stronger and can defend themselves without my help. Walking inside my favorite part of the castle, which is the garden. As I walked through the grand wrought golden gates of this majestic castle, I still couldn't believe my eyes. Before me lay a garden so exquisitely beautiful, it seemed like a piece of heaven had descended to earth. Underfoot, the grass felt like the softest velvet as I strolled along meticulously manicured lawns. Ancient trees, their branches reaching for the sky, provided dappled shade. Marble statues of timeless elegance adorned the pathways, their graceful forms capturing the essence of a bygone era. Some of them are statues of me in different poses. There is even one where my up is naked, revealing my body having an apple in hand. In the heart of this earthly paradise, a crystal-clear stream meandered, lined with white lilies and vibrant lotus flowers. Ivory-colored stone bridges arched gracefully over the water, leading to secluded alcoves where I could sit and lose myself in the soothing sounds of birdsong. The castle's stone walls were enveloped in luxuriant climbing roses, their colors ranging from deep reds to delicate pinks and pure whites. Fragrant jasmine vines twined through intricately designed trellises, filling the air with their sweet, intoxicating perfume. At the garden center, a majestic marble fountain stood, its waters sparkling in the sunlight. Exquisite, hand-carved cherubs and nymphs graced its edges, adding to the garden's ethereal charm. Throughout the garden, opulent benches and chaise lounges beckoned me to recline and take in the breathtaking surroundings. Plush, jewel-toned cushions offered a comfortable respite, and discreet attendants appeared like genies from a magic lamp, ready to cater to my every whim. As the sun began its descent, the garden transformed into an even more enchanting oasis. Soft, warm lighting hidden among the foliage cast a gentle, magical glow, turning the garden into a wonderland of sparkling beauty. Fireflies danced in the air, creating a mesmerizing ballet of light. I found myself in the garden inside the castle, where earthly and heavenly beauty intertwined, offering me a taste of paradise on earth. The weather was unexpectedly colder this day, since we are in the middle of summer, but I didn't think much of it. I just wore a pink hoodie with the word hentai written on it in yellow color. Through the plants, I saw far away a small figure running towards me with a big wooden staff. Getting closer, I knew that it was the goddess of nature Terrania. Opening the golden box next to me on the table, I took a Zaza and lighted it. Nouflex-sama, Terrania was shouting from distance, waving her hand. Nouflex-sama, huff huff, I came here, huff, as soon as I knew you came to visit the garden. She was breathing heavily from the distance and speed she was running. The garden is a very big place after all. I remember making it 550 square kilometers in surface. You can be at ease, Terrania, no need to rush things up. Phew. I exhaled the smoke. The good thing with weed is that its smell isn't as stinking as cigarettes, and it gets off really fast. My lord, I'm really happy that you decided to come and visit this humble place. She was very happy and excited. I usually would have gave her a cup of water, but you reader would say you're copying the manga from the anime, so I won't XD. I thought. Humble. Do you know that out of all the rooms and treasures of this castle, this place is my favorite? You really did a great job, Terrania. I gave her thumbs up with a big smile. She blushed slyly and hid her hands behind her back, still holding the staff. Thank you, Nouflex-sama, she said, looking down, and from time to time taking peeks towards me. As for this plant, Terrania, you truly are incredible. You made a good choice using Moroccan hashish, it's really great. As I said that, she suddenly got excited again. Thank you, Your Majesty. As soon as I heard that you wanted this to be planted in the garden, I immediately went for this one. It has many benefits for the body and also it can blah blah blah. She was happy to talk about the things she excels at most, and I listened to every word she said with patience and a smile. Ha 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 ha, I see, I see. Then why not give me a tour of the place, Terrania? I asked. Your Majesty. In that case, please allow me to walk you through the wonders that grace this heavenly place, she excitedly said, bowing her head slightly. We strolled along the meticulously manicured lawns alongside Blanc, my guide, Terrania, sharing the history of the ancient trees that shaded our path. Each one will witness the centuries to come of events of my glory within these castle walls. The statues that adorned our way were not only beautiful but filled with greatness, showcasing my powers and rule, preserving the memories. As we approached a marble fountain at the garden's heart, my guide spoke of its origins and craftsmanship. Your Majesty, this fountain is a masterpiece, a symbol of your reign's grandeur. Its waters will dance for centuries, reflecting the glory of your kingdom. Moving through the garden, we stopped at the climbing roses and jasmine vines that adorned the castle walls. These vines, Your Majesty, symbolize the growth and strength of your dynasty, intertwining with history as they continue to flourish, she passionately explained. Amidst the opulent benches and chaise lounges, my guide continued to share the significance of each resting place. These seats, Your Majesty, were made so that you can find inspiration and solace in the midst of your rule. As the sun began to set and the garden's lighting transformed it into a realm of enchantment, my guide's voice filled with reverence. Your Majesty, in this twilight hour, your garden reveals its true magic, just as your reign brings light and prosperity to your kingdom. The fireflies dancing in the air symbolize the pleasure and joy that your rule brings to us, the gods and guardian. In this moment, I felt a deep connection to the garden, a reflection of my rule and the history I will create. This garden within my castle was not just a place of beauty, it was a living testament to the legacy of my kingdom. Thank you, Terrania, it really was a great day. I thanked her, patting her head. He, I'm happy you are happy, Nouflex-sama. She looked down, holding her staff using her two hands. It was already night, so after I separate with Terrania, I asked Blanc to go tell the chef to pre-opera ice cream and cakes for me, since I'm going to play with Cloud and Serena. Now that Blanc was absent, it was Layla who was accompanying me right now. As she walked next to me, I turned my head towards her to see her beautiful figure, swaying her big ass left and right. Maybe I should change the outfit of all the maids including Layla to wear something more revealing. It would be fun, he. I thought with a stupid smile on my face. I lifted my hand and slapped her ass. My hand almost drowned inside her cheeks, as it kept moving even after the slap due to how big it was. Her face became scarlet red, but a big weird smile was drawn on her face. Yeah, it's confirmed, she's a pervert. While I was enjoying my time, walking towards the kids' room to have fun with them, a sudden evil and oppressing aura bombarded my senses. It's 7 kilometers away. No, it's 10 kilometers, but it's getting closer to here. TOB continued, Chapter 39, Fast Executions. This is not something normal at all, a very evil aura that wasn't present in the forest the first time we got here. It probably just got here or was summoned, I don't know. Though, using the teleportation ring to go to the training grounds. Looking up, I saw 2 spherical barriers around the huge surface the castle is covering. Layla finally caught up to me as she explained. Nouflex-sama, those are barriers made by Gojo and Hades. The first one stop anyone who isn't from the castle from coming in, while the second one is to protect the castle from magic attacks. She catched her breath and continued. 5 gods are spread around the castle to protect it, while Hades Mortis went to stop the threat. She bowed slightly. Wow. They already did all of this. A smile couldn't help but be drawn on my face. You gods really are surprising me, ha ha ha, I'm very pleased. I will reward all of you later, but now I will go join Hades. I want to have fun after all. As you wish, my lord. I will get ready then in order to accompany you. She said. No need, Hades is there, right? Then he is going to be enough of protection. Turning towards her I continued, but just before going, I'm gonna need a small boost. I said, leaning forward, placing my head inside of her big pillow-like breasts and held them in my palm. I tried as hard as I could to get them whole in my grip, but it was impossible, they are just too big. Seeing this, Layla's face became red but accompanied by a small happy smile as she pushed me even deeper inside and rubbed my long red hair. After a few seconds of enjoying the feeling, I decided that it was enough. I stood back as my teleportation ring glowed with colors resembling those of a galaxy, then I found myself in the middle of a forest. Taking out the freedom necklace, I placed it on my neck and flew in the air, seeing Hades using a binding spell that blocked a demonic goat-like creature using metal chains with a purple aura surrounding them. Hades, who felt my presence, came flying towards me as he bowed his head. Nouflex-sama, there was no need for you to be present here, my lord. I will finish him in no time. Don't worry, I would have usually left you get done with him, but I'm really interested in this guy. So I'm gonna ask you to sit down and watch. I placed my hand on his shoulder. As you wish, my lord. He bowed his head as the chains around the monster were shattered, not because Hades cancelled them, but the guy in front of me is that strong. Well, this was unexpected. From what I see, I expect great things from you, so please don't disappoint me. I cracked my knuckles getting excited. It has been 2 weeks since I came to the new world and I didn't have even a single fight from then. Every part of my body yearned for battle, war, and blood. The psychological and mental effects of my titles I had in Yggdrasil started taking effect on me 3 days after the transportation. The Baphomet started immediately as it swung its fist towards my face after teleporting right in front of me, creating a shockwave that sent trees hurtling through the air. The forest shook as the shockwave unleashed from the punch could be felt for miles. I was sent flying for hundreds of meters in the air before landing on the ground, creating a 10 meters deep hole with the shape of my body. Pulling myself out, I dusted my shoulders looking around. Baphomet retaliated with a surge of thunder coming from the sky as it bolted me down, engulfing me completely. Thanks to my sense, I already anticipated this as I guarded myself using my left forearm. The thunderbolt landed on me. It is true that it's a very strong attack, but my defense is just too high for it to actually damage me. But I feel something weird, as if something changed on my body. Looking down, I saw what actually happened. My upper body was naked, revealing a 8-pack and muscled but lean chest. My rib muscle are very developed as well as my back, but all of this didn't matter to me. Something more important happened. No. This tank top was my favorite. Phuck. I cried out loud. The forest is a very hot place, on top of that it's summer, so I would wear my tank top almost every day, but my precious piece of cloth was turned into black ash from the attack. You fought bravely, tank top, you will be remembered as a warrior. An imaginary tear rolled down my cheek as the ash was taken by the wind. From a big distance, the Baphomet prepared 2 metal spells that turned into 50 centimeters tall spikes and started spinning to the point where their temperatures rose significantly until the metal became red from heat. The Baphomet, in his usual lotus position floating in the air, simply and slowly waved his left hand down as the spikes flew towards me faster than bullets. They reached my face in no time, but this was children play for me. It almost looked like in slow motion. With the back of my hand I slapped the first one, and with my palm I slapped the other one, making them create 100-meter craters behind me, while the spikes themselves kept digging in the ground until they came out from the other side of the earth and kept going. Smoke came out of the back of my hand and my palm. Damn, I feel like I'm underestimating this guy. But it's great. This is what I've been wanting. I smiled devilishly. I gathered a small blue fireball on my palms and kept concentrating it. I spread my legs and squatted a little bit. Came. The ball grew bigger and stronger, as the heat became extremely high. Aim. I brought my hands back as the ground below my feet started melting, bringing me down. Looking up at the Baphomet, I unleashed my attack. Hi-ya. A devastating strong fire beam was unleashed towards the creature. Trees and rocks around quickly turned to dust as I kept going down since the ground was rapidly melting. A book appeared in front of the Baphomet. Its pages started tuning rapidly as a pitch-black square and thin barrier appeared in front of him, deviating the Kamehameha around him, destroying a few mountains around. As the attack finally died down, the barrier shattered like glass, and the pages of the book started turning again. Then 7 black portals appeared around his body, and from them all types of disputing monsters and devils, call them whatever you want, started coming out and spreading on Earth. While they were walking, crawling, or flying, it depends on the creature, Hades was the one to take care of them. Good support Hades. While Hades was using his dark magic to torture them before death, the Baphomet started coming down to the ground until it was 10 centimeters from it and kept floating. Why don't you walk on your legs, you damned animal? I mocked him with my hands inside the pockets of what was left of my pants. I refuse to touch something, you disgusting creatures already dirted. I will walk again when I dispose all of you. He spoke proudly, but at the same time a superior tone. Lifting my chin up with an air of superiority, I spoke with a vein on my head. You're getting ahead of yourself, don't you think? I just started the conversation with him, but I was already beginning to get angry because of his behavior. It is true that you are a bit different from the ones I encountered before, and the fact that you are not human. But in the end, all of you are fragile and weak-witted. Your place belonged 4 meters under the ground. Pushing the ground with so much force that whatever of green nature what left, was now completely gone, I found myself in front of the animal in no time. Not even he realized that I was there, since he was still trying to talk. I took grip of his face and propelled ourselves to the clouds. Your words are going to bring your end. Then I threw him firmly to the ground. He managed to stop himself from the fall only a few meters above the ground, but I followed by another attack. Hell's Blaze. Chapter 40, Heimer Lannister, Hell's Blaze. Transforming Altirion into a dagger, I waved it, sending purple dark flames towards the creature. We were already in another spot from earlier because I threw him away, so the flames again burned in other parts of the forest. I can fight freely without thinking of destroying the forest, since I have Tyrania. She can correct the whole place with her magic. I reassured myself. But this guy is going to die the worst way possible. I said to myself. Roaring with fury, the Baphomet summoned raw elemental power, casting torrents of water to extinguish the flames. The forest now echoed with the clash of fire and water, steam rising as we fought. The Baphomet, determined to seize the opportunity of the steam for himself, he roared, channeling an immense surge of energy. The ground cracked, and colossal roots erupted to ensnare me. Dodging the root, I flew to the Baphomet so fast that it seemed as if I teleported. Landing softly, I right-hooked it under its rib cage, right on the liver, making it shrink around itself in pain. Then quickly with the same hand I uppercut him to the chin. He was sent flying behind, spinning back really fast and uncontrollably until he landed on a small-sized mountain, destroying it as it crumbled on his body. I'm going to show you what true humiliation and despair are. You said we dirted Earth, right? You may be right, but cleaning it is my job. You are just a clown of the many clown that are going to try and stop me. The real goat is me, not you. I started shouting excitedly, lifting both my arms facing the sky. Suddenly Earth started shaking, and the place and Rubel where the Baphomet is buried shook even more. Black stinking smoke came from there, and then... boom. The place exploded completely and the rocks of the mountain flew everywhere. When the dust cloud cleared, it revealed a huge 80 meters tall Baphomet. It was a transformation that the Baphomet, for the first time of his long 5,500 years life, was forced to use. Picture of the Baphomet. A single look at it made my spine shiver, but not from fear. I knew that the fight I always wanted can finally be realized. Ha 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 ha. That's it, this is why I waited all this time. I am finally having fun. Come and bring it, show me how much you will struggle for your life. Show me how much you want to live. I started shouting with a cold and malevolent tone, mocking and belittling this thing in front of me, displaying a twisted sense of amusement at the situation, reveling my power and control over the situation. My laughter is unsettling and maniacal, reflecting my sadistic nature. My speech is now clearly more commanding and less restrained, showcasing my ruthless and unpredictable personality I reveal when I get too excited. While this legendary fight was happening on the other side of the continent, or in the south of Marial Forest to be precise, a king is seated on his throne. In the grand throne room, colossal walls rise adorned with tapestries and frescoes, depicting the kingdom's stories, history, and legends. The ceiling soars high above, adorned with gilded moldings and a resplendent chandelier that casts a warm, golden hue. At the room's focal point, an imposing throne commands attention. Crafted from polished, dark wood and draped in opulent fabrics, it glistens with gem-encrusted embellishments, symbolizing the ruler's authority and might. The floor, a mosaic of marble or ornate tiles, leads the eye toward the throne. Statues or armored guards stand sentinel, contributing to the room's imposing grandeur, evoking a sense of tradition and regal power. The king who's sitting on this high place is a 28-year-old blonde king with a striking figure. His golden hair cascades in wavy locks, giving him an air of youthful charisma. His regal bearing and sharp, azure eyes exude both pride and superiority. Despite his age, he carries himself with a confident poise that belies his years. His attire is a blend of traditional and modern, reflecting his progressive reign. He dons a finely tailored royal tunic, accented with intricate embroidery and insignias, showing his connection to a rich lineage. A cloak of deep crimson, fastened with an ornate clasp, drapes over his shoulders, symbolizing his authority. This young king's name is Heimer Lannister, the king of the Lannister kingdom. His father was an amazing strategist and politician who made this kingdom reach unbelievable heights despite its previous difficult situation. But 6 years earlier Heimer killed his father by feeding him poison in order to take the reign of the kingdom. This made Heimer arrogant and prideful, thinking of himself as a sort of a genius who can do anything, that he is gifted something others don't have. This led him to make questionable decisions during his short 6 years as a king, such as trying to take control of the Marial Forest 4 years before, which ended as a failure resulting in the death of thousands of his military. Another one of those weird decisions is his hostile declaration to the Carabiana kingdom, which is a very strong kingdom in terms of magic, and has the best magical academies and strongest mages. Even the king is a very capable mage who is able to cast up to 4th-tier magic spells. As well as the very bad and hard time he's making his people live, with exaggerated taxes and harsh laws that exploit everyone who isn't a noble to work until dirge with little to no exchange, making living in the Lannister kingdom almost impossible. Heimer just received the news from his most trusted servant and First Minister Dragon, of a new castle that appeared out of nowhere in the middle of Marial Forest. The weird thing is that even after 38 hours of this declaration, the castle they are talking about is still intact. Marial Forest is an extremely dangerous place that no one has ever managed to control in the history of humankind. The appearance of such castle and still existing even after this time is something that means only two things: either the castle is made by the creatures living in Marial, or that a strong person that even the monsters of Marial can't mess with is living there. But this is not everything. The weirdest thing is that a huge skeleton dragon was spotted flying from that castle, and landing back approximately 9 hours later. Dragon, what do you think of this situation? Heimer spoke with a firm voice, showcasing his confidence and his arrogance. Your Majesty, Marial Forest never had such a skeleton dragon. It only means one thing: it is that castle is a new force or organism that joined the forest recently. Dragon, a short but fat old-aged man, due to his short stature he looks like a huge meatball. He was the trusted servant and right hand of the previous king. He did help the previous king with a lot of things during his career with his intellect and cleverness. Dragon doesn't know that Heimer is the one to kill the king. This is why he continued serving him. Hearing what the intelligent Dragon said, Heimer arrogantly and shamelessly replied, "Yeah, this is what I was thinking about too. So what do you think I should do?" He shamelessly asked. Your Majesty, this is a new rising force, which means that they must be weak at this point. We must take this opportunity and attack them before they further develop and become a threat for us, their neighboring kingdom. He explained. Hearing what his trusted and loyal Dragon said, he could only go along. Yes. Yes. You are right. Heimer excitedly said. If they could control Marial and not get attacked by the forest, then we can do it too. Imagine the riches we will get by placing our hands on that place. Dragon got excited too as he said. Exactly, Your Majesty. Imagine the names you will be called and stories told about you in the future when you will take control over Mariol. You will be the first king in history to make it happen, truly a feat deserving your highness. Getting greedy and taunted from these achievements, Drasen mentioned, Heimer immediately ordered his trusted servant. It is decided, Drasen. Send messengers to that castle and tell them to surrender to us. If they refuse, we are going to completely wipe them out of the map. With a smile, arrogantly announced the king. Turning around to go execute his orders, his eyes not visible due to the white light reflection on his glasses, Drasen replied. At once, my lord. He replied, pushing back his glass with a smile going from his left to his right ear. You stupid lower life form, we're gonna have fun bringing you down without even you realizing it. Drasen muttered under his breath.